At Milford, we understand it takes dedication, teamwork and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results. We are proud to say our Milford KiwiSaver Plan conservative, balanced and active growth funds have all been the #1 performers in their respective KiwiSaver fund categories over the last 10 years, according to Morningstar's latest independent survey. And now, we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow in their pursuits of outstanding results. Find out more at milfordasset.com. Milford, invested in you.
Very good morning. Welcome into day 2 of the New Zealand Rowing Champs 2024, powered by Milford. Another exciting day of finals to look forward to. Absolutely idyllic conditions. Wow, what an absolute stage for some of New Zealand's emerging stars, the established stars, the Olympic champions, the world champions and the Olympic medalists. First up this morning, we will have the men's intermediate Cox 4 final. Following that, we will then move on to the women's club coxless pair oars. More than 60 clubs in action over this week of rowing. It is a big year for New Zealand rowing. The Olympic Games, of course, in Paris. A number of those athletes, I guess, on the fringe looking to put their best foot forward to maybe say to the selectors who are running their eye over this regatta, hey, pick me. Of course, the Olympic trials will be held next week. So the first boats making their way through to the starting gates, 8 lanes, which breaks from what you traditionally get in Europe with just the 6 lanes, and that is the 2,000 metre journey for them. Certainly wonderful images. It is just a stunning backdrop, but when the hurt goes on, it is the last thing that these athletes are thinking about. It's about form, it's about technique, it's about mental fortitude. So interesting that in this first of the men's intermediate Cox 4, you'll have the Tauranga Boys College team. Nicola Austin, Richard G, the 2 coaches there. And Tauranga, another school looking to try and just build their program. Of course, arguably the biggest prize in secondary school sport. The Levin Jubilee Cup for the girls and the Māori Cup for the boys. And of course that Māori Regatta set to go in late March this year to be staged in Twizel. We saw Hamilton Boys High School yesterday racing in the Waikato colours, looking to gain valuable race experience in the build-up to the North Island Secondary School Rowing Championships to be staged in a couple of weeks. And this is the start list for this men's intermediate 4. So the Canterbury Rowing Club will start in 1. The Starboating Club will start in 2. Avon, one of the real powerhouses out of the South Island, will start in 3. The Waikato Rowing Club in 4. Tauranga Boys College in 5. And then the other 2 Waikato crews will line up in lanes 6 and 7. And of course the Wellington Rowing Club in 8. Don't be surprised too that a number of the athletes will be out of Hamilton Boys High School. So really an opportunity at this level to get some of those top secondary school rowers up against some of those athletes that may be their first or second year out of school or relatively new to the sport and looking to take those middle steps in their development. And this is lane 4, one of the Waikato crews, the number 1 crew of Connor Brownlee, Mason Balker, Cash Filippo, Dylan Cable. There's a Scott there, Cox, and coached by the great Bruce Holden. And so a big job for the Coxons too. They'll all have a different style. They'll be there to talk technically, to encourage, to lay the tactics out, and basically to be their sets of eyes in terms of what the other crews are doing. And here is the Tauranga Boys College team. Wilson G, Curtis Smith, Tyler Nelson, Julius Lunenborg, Noah Burrell is there, Cox. And another run of the Waikato crews. This is the number 2 crew. This is Nathan Moore, Sam Odervest, Connor Giles, Cooper Watt. Hunter Gorry has the responsibility of the role of Cox. Coaches are Kylie Corboy, Antonio Van Duerson. So you would have heard me on day 1 say it a lot, but I reckon the best way of summing up this sport, they say in the marathon that it's 20 miles of hope and 6 miles of truth, and I think in this sport it's probably about 1,500 metres of hope and 500 metres of truth. And that third 500 always interesting, always quite tactical. Some of these crews will look to be fairly even across the 2,000 metres. Others will look to go out aggressive and look to hang on. And for some crews, well, it'll be a little bit a case of being patient and then looking to try and pick it up through that third 500, come home strong. Just got to be careful that you don't confuse ability with ambition too early. So set for a start, and we are underway. Men's Intermediate Cox 4 final, first final here on day 2 of the 2024 New Zealand Rowing Championships, powered by Milford. Good even start. Lanes 2, 3, 4 and 5 getting away quickly. That is Avon, Waikato, Tauranga Boys and the second of the Waikato crews. And now it's a case here of just wanting to get these boats powered up early, get into a good rhythm, set that tone. And so aggressive start from Avon, the Avon crew of Harry Black, Hunter Donnelly, Will Coughlin, Sam McAvee, Annabelle Wynne-Williams is the Cox. Lane 4, the Waikato crew looking very strong. Big challenge coming on their outside though by the Tauranga Boys College crew. So good start from the youngsters. Or is it really just a case of Hamilton Boys High School up against Tauranga Boys College? So through that first 250, rating was high initially, now just starting to bring it back a little bit. Mind you, the Waikato crew still rating relatively high. Tauranga here will just want to stay in touch. They'll just want to try and put the pressure on, just sow a little bit of doubt into the heads of those other crews and say, look, Your strategy of being aggressive at the start hasn't necessarily worked. Have you got a plan B? So now I'll come up to that 500 metre mark. It is still lane 4. Waikato across there in 1. It is the Star Boating Club. Lane 2, Avon. Lane 3, Waikato. Lane 4. My apologies. So lane 4 is Waikato. Lane 3 is Avon. Lane 2
Good
is the Star
morning,
Boating Club.
everybody.
It's the
Lake
composite team
Karapiro
at the
on
top of the screen.
Saturday, the
That's a
final
combination
day
of Canterbury, Avon,
of
and
the New
Whangarei.
Zealand Rowing Championships. What a
Always
glorious
hard to
week
put a
we've
composite
had.
team together and
It's
find that
just
cohesion
been
that is
absolutely
required.
tremendous.
Trying to get the balance of the boat right, get the seat placement right. But it is Waikato Tauranga. Good race beginning to develop. Also Avon hanging tough. Lane 2. So good high rating still coming from the Waikato crew. There Cox. There's a Scott. Ezra Scott will be starting to get an idea now what might be required tactically over the back end. These athletes will be basically at what we call a high aerobic threshold, not quite in the hurt box just yet, but that will be coming. There is an exponential curve of fatigue that comes in at around that 1,000 metre mark where it's not just physical, it then becomes mental. And we are approaching that 1,000 metre mark, so idyllic conditions. Talking to the rowers yesterday, a slight headwind, so it wasn't super quick. But certainly absolutely idyllic. And so Waikato now out to a boat length and a half. Tauranga boys still hanging tough. Avon being patient and across there in lane 2 as well, the Star Boating Club. Just got the door open in the commentary box and I can hear the noise coming off the water now. Some of these cocks will be simply counting. Some of them will be asking for just an increase in stroke rate, just to look to try and dial it up a notch. But it is the Waikato crew who look very comfortable at the moment, taking complete control. Really good race beginning to develop for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Second place at the moment, it is Tauranga Boys College. 3rd place, it'll be the Star Boating Club. And then it'll be Avon in 3rd in lane 3. And it'll be the Star Boating Club across there in lane 2. Now Tauranga looking to try and just pick it up a bit, seeing if they can just close down this Waikato crew. But the Waikato crew still looking strong. Have to come through that 1,500 metre mark, and then it is well and truly game on. This is where it starts to hurt. This is where you just got to lean on each other. Believe in your training. But the Waikato 1 crew of Connor Brownlee, Mason Belker, Cash Filippo, Dylan Cable and Ezra Scott really just starting to run away with this. But here come Tauranga, just half a canvas ahead of the Avon crew in the red boat across there in lane 3. Now Tauranga really starting to increase, looking to try and take it up another gear. Here comes Avon as well. They look across and go, anything you can do, we can do. Asking questions of each other. Who's prepared to suffer the most? Waikato, they get another lift. Another gear shift from them. Still out to that 2 boat length lead. 250 metres of their journey remains in this men's intermediate Cox 4 final. Tauranga now half a boat length ahead of Avon in 2nd. Really good performance from this young crew out of Tauranga Boys College. Just over 100 metres of the journey remains. It is the Waikato crew who'll come down and win this race comfortably. It's been a very, very good controlled performance from start to finish. Tauranga will be delighted with their performance as well. And well, Avon, they've been strong. I think Starboating come just fading a little bit over that last 500 metres, but nobody's going to deny this very good Waikato number 1 crew of taking out this national title in the men's intermediate Cox 4 final. Tauranga will finish in second, and it will be the Avon team of Harry Black, Hunter Donnelly, Will Coughlin, Sam McVie and Annabelle Wynne-Williams who will pick up the bronze medal. Well, a good start to day 2 finals. We now move on to the Women's Club Coxless Pairs. Representation too from right around the country. Great to see. And let's take you through that lane draw. And so starting in lane 1 will be the Hawke's Bay crew. Famous colours with the black and the diagonal white stripe. The Auckland Rowing Club in 2. It's always hard to see an Auckland crew in the colours of Canterbury, but that is the great traditions of the sport. The Ashburton Rowing Club will start in 3. Avon's other 2 crews in lanes 4 and 5. Great to see Petone starting in 6. The Might of the North Shore, who next year celebrate their 150th anniversary, will start in lane 7, and it's Waikato who'll start in lane 8. And there it is, the very experienced crew in lane 4, the Avon number 2 crew of Claire Martin, Emily Ryle, coached by Tim Hopkins and Leon Barrowcliffe. They'll want to get away to a good start. Outside of them in lane 5, their club mates, their teammates. Another one of the Avon crews of Katie Gardner, Saskia Klinkenberg. Must be hard for coaches Tim Hopkins, Leon Barrowcliffe to determine the pair. Got a vested interest in 2 crews, number of the coaches. So just going through the roll call, around about 30 seconds away from the start. So they would have gone through the truly established protocols, got up this morning early, individually and collectively, done a bit of dry land work, got on the water early, got those nervous systems up, probably done just a little bit of sort of speed work, a little bit of high heart rate work just to wake up, just to get the body in motion. A lot of these athletes do a lot of visualization as well, so it's a good clean start. Looks like very much lane 5 at the moment that got away quickest, the Avon crew of Katie Gardner, Saskia Klinkenberg. Across there also in lane 3, getting away quickly, is the Ashburton crew of Isabel Wall, Sienna Skilling, coached by Justin Wall. So very easy though to take it out very hard and get over a good start, only to burn too many matches too early and just empty the tank over that back end and fall to pieces a little bit. And when you pop, it's a terrible feeling. You feel like you're just paddling through quicksand. Energy is zapped from the body. And it's not a particularly pleasant state to be in. Every single one of these rowers would have experienced it. So nutrition, hydration, a really key component. And wow. It is just such a magnificent sport when you see it from above and you see the blades and the speed and power of these boats and these athletes all in unison. So very much lane 3, Ashburton. Across there in lane 5, Avon 1. Lane 6 and 7. Batoni, North Shore also in the mix. Stunning. Wow. It just makes you want to take up the sport of rowing, doesn't it? So pretty close. Lane 3, Ashburton and Avon. They are the two crews. Ashburton, Isabel Wall, Sienna Skilling. Lane 5, Katie Gardner, Saskia Klinkenberg. And now we just start to see Avon just beginning to tighten the screws here a little bit, half a canvas lead. They'll just want to try and squeeze them. They'll just want to psychologically put them in the hurt box and hope at one point that possibly the Ashburton crew go, you know what, we've given it our all and maybe today's second is good enough. Or they'll be trying to just hang tough, ride the storm here, deal with the aggression Avon are putting on them now, hang tough, and then look to bring it home over that last 500. So coming into the 1,000 metre mark at the moment, lane in third place, it is the Batoni crew of Mia Allwood, Zoe Kung. Lane 7, the North Shore crew of Isabel Welch, Atlanta Bruce. So good race developing for third, but still an opportunity for both those crews based on their strategy to pick it up over that second 1,000 metres. If you are wanting to watch the B finals, they are on Channel 2. But the Avon, and that is the race here for third at the moment. Lanes 6 and 7. Batoni versus North Shore. And it's Batoni at the moment. Just starting to put the edge on North Shore. Camera angles maybe just a little bit deceptive. In fact, I still think it's North Shore in lane 7 over lane 6. But one thing for sure, the Avon crew of Gardner and Klinkenberg starting to just open things up. Starting now to squeeze this Ashburton crew. Putting the hurt on them. Starting to just move away. Got their bow nice and high out of the water. Good boat speed. Lane 6 just struggling a little bit with their steering at the moment. Just coming across there into those lane ropes. Yeah, good form being shown here. Great cohesion. Very much is about precision. Performance, no compromise. And that is a metaphor right there for those words. They'll know now, they'll be aware of the landmarks here in Karapari. Everybody's familiar with the different buildings, the different peninsulas, possibly some of the fauna, and we'll know exactly where they are on the course in regards to the 1,000 metre mark, the 1,500 metre mark. And they all just want to get through to that last 250. And then they look to empty the tank. North Shore now just moving into third place, getting up over half a boat length now ahead of the Batoni crew. The Batoni crew of Mia Allwood, Zoe Kung. And now North Shore starting to move up here on the Ashburton crew. So the Ashburton crew very aggressive through the first 1,000 metres. Are they going to pay for it now on this back end? Because North Shore now have got their bow up. They've got the momentum. They're a bow ball in front now of the Ashburton crew. So really well measured race here from this North Shore crew of Isabel Welch and Atlanta Bruce. Now this is where the hurt just goes on. They are playing the ultimate head game. Just working through it in the head, saying to themselves, right, just get through the next 10 strokes. Let's get through the next 5 strokes. Let's just try and break this down. But in complete control is this remarkable Avon crew of Claire Martin, in fact Katie Gardner, Saskia Klinkenberg. Now just got to make sure they stay in their lane here, so all the crew's just struggling a little bit with just keeping their line. I've just seen that from that very impressive Avon crew. Now they're just starting to straighten things up a little bit. Got to understand they are an incredible physical and mental duress. But coming down to take this women's club coxless pair, it will be the very impressive crew out of Avon. And it's now the race for second and third as we start to see Ashburton start to come back here. They start to increase their rating. So Ashburton still back in the fight. Now the North Shore are going to have to dig. Also Petone just starting to get their bow ball nice and high out of the water. But it's North Shore who react. Here come Ashburton. Waikato will take it. And I think it will be North Shore who will pick up the silver. Ashburton across the far side, who really made a great race of it, will pick up the bronze medal. Well, absolutely delighted. You can just see how much suffering goes on. North Shore Boating Club pretty happy with that silver medal, and so they should be. Such a high standard of rowing in this country, arguably over the last 10 to 15 years, maybe even really the last 2 decades. New Zealand along with Great Britain have been the #1 rowing nation in the world, particularly in the smaller boats, and clearly in more recent times the bigger boats as well. Our next race will be the men's senior coxless quadruple sculls, A final, 2,000 metres. Always a good indication of how much depth in a rowing club when you do get to the fours and the sculls. And so we've got the Kiewit Boating Club in 1, Dunstan Arm Rowing Club in 2, Avon in 3, Waikato Rowing Club in 4, the second of the Dunstan Arm Crews in 5, Wild Owl Rowing Club in 6, Adamaho Wanganui Rowing Club in 7, the Hamilton Rowing Club in 8. So just going through the roll call, we're about 30 seconds away from the start. So no cocks in here. And they do get a weight. Really good start there in lane 5. And that is the Dunstan Arm crew of Angus Kenny, Marley King-Smith, absolute superstar, New Zealand secondary school single sculling champion, Jack Pearson, and Henry Clatworthy. So Clatworthy out of Cashmere High School. Marley King-Smith out of Wakatipu. 2 absolute rising stars. And Clatworthy, of course, rowing back in the day with young Sam Cleland as well, who's part of the Canterbury Rowing Club these days. So great to see the secondary schools having that flow-on effect now into the senior club championships. And that pathway well and truly in place. So it is lane 5 who get away to probably the best start. And that is the Dunstan Arm crew, as we mentioned, of Angus Kenny, Marley King-Smith, Jack Pearson and Henry Clatworthy. Simon Smith, their coach. Lane 4, the Waikato crew of Sebastian Fulton, Callum Tutbury, Jack Henry, Riley Willis. In the yellow boat. Outside of the Dunstan Arm crew, we've got the White Owl crew of Ashley James Fitzgerald, Liam Collins, Finn Allison, Edwin George. But Dunstan at the moment already up to a boat length lead, and we're only through the first 500 metres, so really good start from this emerging club out of the South Island. have been the real surprise package in recent times. Might not quite yet have the history and tradition of some of the clubs like the West Ends, the North Shores, the Avons, but certainly it's such a conducive environment down there. And this is a very good display being put on by the Dunstan Arm crew. Across there on the far side, the Kewer Boating Club and the Purple Boat. William McIntosh, George Johnson, Will Rattray, Alex Fletcher, coached by Alex Kennedy. Does a lot of commentary work as well, Alex. Lane 2, Dunstan Arms, second crew of Connor Davison, Jed McIntosh, Matthew King, Hamish Yateman. But this is just at the moment an absolute demolition being put on display here. They are just taking it to the rest of this final. Is this Dunstan Arm crew? Very impressive indeed. Good high stroke rates too. Really clean through the water. Great cohesion through the 1,000 metre mark now. So halfway through their journey. Good race for second and third. At the moment it is the Waikato crew in the yellow boat. Currently sit in second, but big challenge coming from the second of the Dunstan Arm boats in lane 2. Boy, what depth they do have. If they could go 1-2 here, they will send a statement and will put the rest of the rowing clubs in the country on guard. Put them on notice. So in lane 3, we've got the Avon crew, Sam Wilson, Henry Kirk, Scott Shackleton, Oscar Clatworthy. Oh, that's a wonderful shot, isn't it? Going above, just having a look here. Only the one in the traditional yellow bucket hat. That's almost become sort of iconic with this club. It's funny how traditions get established with emerging in the clubs. And maybe the yellow bucket hat becomes their signature. So 2 boat lengths clear. Throw a blanket over second place at the moment. 4 crews in the fight for those silver and bronze medals. 500 metres to go. And as the Dunstan Arm crew, Kenny, King-Smith, Pearson and Clatworthy. Their coach Simon Smith will be delighted with what he's seen from both of his crews. Waikato now looking to try and up their rating. Wide Owl as well, of Ashley James Fitzgerald, Liam Collins, Finn Ellison and Edwin George beginning to fight here in lane 6. But it is all Dunstan Arms at the moment. 250 to go. Gap is just closing a little bit. Waikato now starting to try and take it up another gear. The Mulu men have seen a bit of a gear shift. Question is, can White Owl react down here in lane 6? But the Dunstan Arm Rowing Club are going to win yet another national club title, this time in the men's cockless quadruple sculls. Really emphatic fashion, have led from start to finish, have never really looked back, have they? Real races now for second, because here comes the Kewer Boating Club across the far side. The purple boat might have to go to the photo. It's Waikato at the moment in the silver medal position, but it's across the far side. The Kewer Boating Club, who have momentum. They've got their bow ball lifting high out of the water. And it is the Kewer Boating Club currently in the silver medal position, but nobody's going to stop Dunstan Arm. They are going to win the gold medal. And the Kewer Boating Club, what a brilliant last 250 from them to get it up, to pick up that silver medal, is it? I think they have, narrowly maybe over the Waikato crew. Very good race for second and third, but nobody's going to deny Dunstan Arm, Angus Kenny, Marley King-Smith, Jack Pearson and Henry Clatworthy pick up a national title. Well done to them. And so we've just seen the men's. Now it is the women's senior Cox's quadruple sculls. So we'll take you through the lane draw for this. There's still a cruise in the middle of the lanes that based there on seeding that still seem to be the crews that are ultimately challenging for these titles. Yesterday we saw a number of crews in lane 7 particularly doing very well. Waikato Rowing Club will start in lane 1, Canterbury Rowing Club in 2, Aramaho Wanganui will start in 3, Dunstan Arm Rowing Club in 4, Avon in 5, the second of the Dunstan Arm crews in 6. Lane 7 we'll have the second of the Waikato crews, and then we'll have the Might of the North Shore in lane 8. So Dunstan Arm, they've just taken out the men's. Can they take out the women's? They will have a big challenge because Avon with Tori Cox, Tyler Stewart, Eliza Roxburgh Judd and Claudia Kinder are an outstanding crew. And that is the crew right there. Those names just mentioned. I'll tell you what though, they'll look across at Elsie Talbot, Olivia Key, Stina Stephan and Freddie Todd Hunter for Dunstan. And then they are flanked on the other side by another one of the Dunstan crews. So can Dunstan squeeze the might of Avon? Set for a start. A final, Women's Senior Cox's Quadruple Sculls. So just a bit of a delay, about a 2-minute start. I hope you are enjoying coverage. If you have just joined us, day 2 of finals, Lake Karapiro, New Zealand Rowing Championships, powered by Milford. So he said they would have gone through well-established warm-up protocols individually. They would have got up. One of the harder sports is just flushing the lactate from the qualifying events from a big week of rowing as we check out the crew in lane 6 here, which is the Dunstan Arm composite team. So it's made up of Dunstan Arm and also North End. So Millie Scott out of Dunstan, Maddie Cockburn out of North End. We've got Harriet Thompson out of North End and Bridget Sutton out of the Dunstan Club. Always hard to bring a composite crew together to get that combination right, to get that timing and understanding that sometimes can only be garnered by having time together. So roll call, which generally means around about 30 seconds left to race. They will be nervous. Nice thing about the team boats is that you get to share that anxiety with somebody else. You just get that sort of reassurance. And so they are underway. Women's Senior Cox's Quadruple Sculls final. Good start down here in lane 8 from the North Shore crew in the white boat, but fairly even. Good start there in lane 4 coming from the Dunstan Arms crew. And also in lane 2, the Canterbury crew of Tasman O'Sullivan, Daisy B. Scrays, Stella Cook and Becky Cuke. Waikato crew here in lane 7. Waikato crew of Emily Gordon, Madeleine Parker, Madeleine Ashby, Sophie Ignot Johnson, so it's the Waikato crew have gone out and decided to be quite aggressive. Dunstan Arm crew, as expected, their number 1 crew in lane 4 there, currently sitting in second place. Big question is, where is Avon? Lane 5. How strategic are they being? Are they looking to try and bring it home over the last 1,000 metres? The coaches will base this on individual physiology and then the collective physiology of the crew. They'll train a certain way. You can't train one way and expect to turn up and race a different way. So how tactical are Avon being? Certainly, well, we know what the tactics of the Waikato crew is, and that is take it out fast, that is take it out hard, and let's see if we can hang on. So through 500 metres, it is Waikato. It is the Dunstan Arm crew in lane 4. And then a really good race for third at the moment between lanes 2, 3 and 6. Lane 2 is Canterbury. Lane 3 is Aramaho Wanganui. Lane 6 is the Dunstan Arm composite team. The Waikato crew just rating slightly higher than that of Dunstan Arm at the moment. Just a notch up. This is that composite crew, which also includes North End and 2 rowers out of Dunstan Arm. And this is the number 1 Dunstan Arm crew. Elsie Talbot, Olivia Key, Stina Stephan, Freddie Todd Hunter, Coach Simon Smith. Just having a look, they look pretty relaxed, don't they? They look in control. Looking pretty comfortable. So they are a boat length clear of lane 3, lane 6. And this is interesting, the lane 6, the composite crew. So the North End colours there. And the traditional black and red checkers. And then the North End colours. Or the Dunstan Arm colours, I should say. But this Waikato crew have just absolutely taken it to the rest of this field. About a boat length lead over Dunstan Arm through the 1,000 metres. Now, can they hold it? The important third 500. And Dunstan Arm, you expect to increase their rating here at some point. Now the Avon crew begins to make their move as well in lane 5. So a really good race developing for the bronze medal. Lane 3, Aramaho Wanganui. Lane 6, Dunstan Arm composite. And stuck there in the middle of lane 5 is the Avon crew. But at the pointy end of the race, it is Waikato leading the number 1 Dunstan Arm crew. It's still Waikato. Dunstan Arm though, they've still got time. How good is their finish over the last 250? How many matches have this Waikato crew burnt? How much hurt are they in? Do they believe? Do they believe? Calling on each other here. Counting it down. Go to that dark place. Lock yourself in the hurt box. Throw the key away and who can stay there the longest. Now the Dunstan Arm crew. They're looking comfortable. They begin to take it up another gear. Begin to increase their rating. They've just dialed it up another notch. But Waikato comfortably in control through 1,500 metres. Dunstan Arm crew just starting to maybe tie up a little bit because they're opening the door. Here comes Aramaho Wanganui there in lane 3. Avon starting to lift as well in lane 5. The Dunstan Arm composite crew in lane 6. So Aramaho Wanganui across there in the red and the yellow stripes. The great traditional colours of one of the great clubs. They got their bow nice and high out of the water. They're starting to lift. Wonderful performance from this composite crew. The fact that they have just been pulled together. Haven't had a lot of time together. And that's always difficult in these bigger boats. So approaching the 250 metre mark. And it's still a Waikato crew. They are just powering away with this. They were aggressive from the start and they are just doing a demolition. Wow, this is a good performance of Emily Gordon, Madeline Parker, Madeline Ashby, Sophie Ignot Johnson. Their coaches of Anna DeLong, Steve Wills. They'll be delighted with this performance because this might just be the best performance we've seen over the 2 days of finals. It is absolutely comprehensive. And so it will be Waikato who will take the gold. Dunstan Arm number 1 crew will take the silver. And then it will be Aramaho Wanganui, who by the looks of it will pick up the bronze in a really nicely controlled and timed race from them. So Waikato win it, Dunstan Arm pick up the silver. And it will be Aramaho Wanganui who will pick up the bronze. Wonderful reward for that crew. They're absolutely thrilled with that bronze medal. Really, really well raced. Great strategy. And now, one of the best things in all of sport, the eights. At whatever age group, at whatever level, this is one of the coolest things you can watch. It's one of the coolest things you can listen to. Incredibly tough boat to get set up, to find the depth, to get the cohesion. It is the Women's Intermediate Cox State Final that we bring you now. It'll be the Waikato Rowing Club in 1, Whangarei Rowing Club in 2, Hawke's Bay Rowing Club in 3 with the famous white sash. Hamilton Rowing Club will fill up lanes 4 and 5. The Might of Avon in 6, the Star Boating Club in 7, the Petone Rowing Club will start in 8. So lane 6 is a Canterbury composite team. That is made up of also a combination of rowers out of Avon, so Jessica Boyd, Courtney Preble, both out of Avon, Francesca Armstrong out of Avon, Katie Mitchell out of Avon, Alexandra Hopper Park out of Avon, Lauren Thompson out of the Canterbury Rowing Club, Isabel Hope is the Cox, their coach, Marcella Turfus and Jake Luthi. So just finishing the roll call and then we are underway. The roll now of the Cox becomes incredibly important. And they do get underway. Good clean start. Great start out there in lane 8 from the Petone composite team, which also includes rowers out of Podium. Got to get these powered up. They're not a boat that you can slow down, so you want to get off to a good start. Get that momentum early. Lanes 3, 4 and 5 fairly even. So Hawke's Bay 1, Hamilton number 1 crew, and the second of the Hamilton crews, both getting away nicely. Lane 6 also having a good start. That is the Star Boating Club. Across there at the top of the screen, it's the Waikato crew of Ellie Dean, Martha DeLong, Hansi Wong, Edie Crouchley, Elise Smith, Pippa Dixon, Helena White, Caitlin Berquist, and Alice McIntosh is their Cox. But it's the Hamilton number 1 crew at the moment in lane 4 who have half a canvas lead over the rest of this field through the 500 metre mark. So now just starting to settle it down, get into that rhythm, looking to just maybe lengthen it out a little bit, bring that rating down. Just focus individually and collectively on making sure that they do have that cohesion, that everybody is working as one. I'll come up to that next marker, and it's still that number Waikato crew at the top of the screen that are still in the fight. Lane 4, and Naya Bansal, Morgan Carwood, Antonio Shaw, Ariana Robinson, Ariel Smith, Mahari Raidmaker, Ella Cloak, Corbin Radford, Brea Duncan the Cox. That is that Hamilton crew in 4. But being pushed all the way at the moment by the Waikato crew. Lane 5 still hanging tough. The second of the Hamilton crews. Down here at the bottom of the screen in the yellow boat, lane 8, that is the Batoni composite team of Sophie Martin, Emma McRobbie, Ava Kilmeister, Layla Mackay, Grace Broom, Josie Proctor, Lucy Harrison, Annabelle D and Miller Salisbury the Cox. So for some of these crews it will be about just gaining further understanding, gaining more experience. For the coaches it'll be opportunity to maybe download some data afterwards from the heart rate monitors that a lot of these athletes will be wearing. A little bit of trial and error at this intermediate level. Find out what works collectively, what works individually. But it's still lanes 1 and 4 who lead this race. Waikato at the top of your screen. Lane 4 is Hamilton, so very much a battle of the Waikato. Waikato now just starting to be pulled back by this very experienced Hamilton 8. Hamilton now maybe half a canvas lead over the Waikato crew. Back here in 3rd, it is the second of the Hamilton crews of Olivia Church, Brenna Salmons, Cinnamon Simpson, Renee Simon, Eva McGirvin, Lily Johnson, Nadia Turner, Tia Mace, Zara Morris, tell you what, the Coxons now really are starting to scream at these crews, really starting to ask them, whatever their tactics are now, they have to start executing it because they're starting to run out of real estate. Lovely shot, and as we go on board this number 1 Hamilton team, Naya Bansal, Morgan Kaywood, Antonio Shaw, Ariane Robinson, Ariel Smith, Mahari Raidmaker, Ella Cloak, Corbin Radford, Brea Duncan the Cox. You can just see her. And so it is nothing in it. The battle of the Waikato well and truly underway. It is the Waikato crew at the top of the picture. It is Hamilton here sitting in lane 4. You're approaching that threshold of where it's just about suffering. It's just about trying to hold your form under incredible duress. It now not just physical, it becomes mental. Settle back, folks. It is game on. As we just pan back, good race for 3rd. Currently sitting in 3rd place. Will be the second of the Hamilton crews. So it's going to be Waikato dominance, whether it be the Waikato Club directly or the other 2 crews out of Hamilton. But from a regional point of view, it is the Waikato who are 1st, 2nd and 3rd. And now, who's got this one? A canvas in it perhaps. Tough sport. Hamilton possibly narrowly over the Waikato crew. 250 metres of this race to go. A bell ball in it. Who's got the ability to bring it home? Who wants this the most? Great race. Waikato, top of the screen by the smallest of margins, but here comes another big push from this Hamilton crew. Wonderful stuff. It's Waikato in lane 1. Here come the might of Hamilton, though. They look to try and just take it up a notch. They look to try and take it up a gear. Hamilton fighting back. Waikato respond. A bow ball in it. They'll come down. Less than 100 metres to go. One of the great races we are witnessing. Waikato, Hamilton. They'll go to the line. We might need the photo on this one, folks. Oh, we will need the photo. We will need the photo. Wonderful race. Not sure who's won the Battle of Waikato, whether it be the Waikato Rowing Club or the Hamilton Rowing Club. But certainly a wonderful display of eights racing. Hamilton number 2 crew will certainly pick up third. First and second, though. Wow, how much hurt went on. How much mental fatigue, physical duress did they suffer in trying to win that national title. Now let's go back, have a look at the replay, see if we can pick this up. Oh, wow. The photo, we will need the photo. Wonderful race. Might be, and certainly I'm not gonna pick that one, but I sense possibly Hamilton might have got it. We will need to wait for the official results, though, but it just demonstrates the small percentages we are dealing with. 0.001%, the difference between a good night's sleep and a bad night's sleep. Moral of the story is, folks, when the alarm goes off at 5 o'clock in the morning, never push the snooze button. That's 10 minutes, 70 minutes a week. That is a session. That can often be the difference between first and second. And now the big boats continue. It is the Men's Club 8, the Avon Rowing Club in 1, Oamaru Rowing Club in 2, Auckland Rowing Club in 3, Waikato Rowing Club in 4, the Kua Boating Club in 5, Waikato number 2 crew in 6, Wellington in lane 7, the St George's Rowing Club in lane 8. And so, lane 6, it is the Waikato number 2 crew of Jack Ramsey, Joel Singleton, Carl Murray, Joshua Wasley, Rion Ormsby Harris, Corbin Campbell, Seth Davis, Charles Parangi Brown, Ryan Ollington is the Cox, Caleb Shepherd and Bruce Holden are the coaches. So a number of Hamilton Boys High School students in this. So 10 seconds away from a start. So good clean start, just getting the power on early, high stroke rate. Number of secondary school kids across these 8s. Good opportunity with the North Shore, with the North Island Secondary Schools Rowing Championships coming up, being a false start. In fact, they are going to come back, so they're going to have to bring that one back. So might just see if we've perhaps got a replay and just see what went on. So there will be a restart as we just take in this beautiful Lake Karapiro. Now these New Zealand Rowing Championships have been going since 1888. We alternate between Lake Karapiro and Lake Ruataniwha, alternate years. And now we'll just go back and pick up the results from the previous 8s race, because we had basically a photo finish between the Waikato crew and the Hamilton crew. That was the women's intermediate Coxed 8, and Hamilton have got it. Have a look there. So they get it by 0.2 of a second over the Waikato Rowing Club. So a really good finish by Hamilton in the finish, because it looked like Waikato on the far side had it. And then with about 10 to 20 metres left, just that final little dig, and that was the difference. So congratulations to the Hamilton crew, as we just go back and maybe take in the finish of that race, just to show you how close this was. So it's Hamilton here in lane 4. We will need the photo. We will need the photo. Wonderful race. Not sure who's won the Battle of Waikato, whether These crews just going back in for a restart. If you are wanting to watch the B finals, you can get those on the second channel. We'll just run through some of the other results from the first part of the first session on day 2 of the finals here at the New Zealand Rowing Championships 2024, powered by Milford. So with the Waikato Rowing Club, and one of really the best displays we've seen all morning. Really just took it from start to finish. They won that in a time of 6:56.48. Almost 6 seconds, or 6 seconds better than that of the Dunstan Arm Rowing Club. Really good fast finish from Aramaho Wanganui to pick up third there. So it was a very good race for second and third, and really well executed race by all of those top teams. So a restart in the Men's Club Coxed 8A final. This is lane 4, the Waikato #1 crew of Seamus Foley, Lockie Balker, Charlie Squire, Joshua Wilson, Matthew Poulton, Gain Harbert, Caleb Blind, Charlie Moon, the Cox Oliver Duncan, so just doing the roll call, about 10 seconds from a start. They are away. Great start in lane 6, coming from the Waikato #2 crew of Jack Ramsey, Joel Singleton, Carl Murray, Joshua Worsley, Rion Ormsby, Harris, Corbin Campbell, Seth Davies, Charles Parangi Brown and Ryan Ollington there, Cox. So really good start in lane 6. So far have half a canvas lead. Cross there in lane 2, also getting away quickly, the Oamaru crew. Oamaru crew, my apologies. Second of the Waikato crews in lane 4, Seamus Foley, Lockie Balker, Charlie Squire, Joshua Wilson, Matthew Poulton, Gain Harbert, Caleb Blind, Charlie Moon, Oliver Duncan. They're now just starting to get their rating up, looking to then all just look to try and settle down. So it is lane 6, the Waikato #2 crew, who have the smallest of margins lean, but now comes lane 4, the #1 Waikato crew. Cross there in lane 2, Omaru of Lachlan McLaren, Nye Jones Hogan, Patrick Spillane, Stewart Ibester, Jacob Harrison, Lachlan Wright, Jeff Rogers, Cody Marshall and Henry Robinson is that crew. Through 500 we go. Now just look to start to lengthen it out. Always hard to set up an 8, always hard to get 8 athletes of similar stature and then set the boat up so that you can maximise the collective talent, bring it together as one, and then work with the hydrodynamics and the technical components that go with the sport of rowing. But it is all lane 4 at the moment. So the Waikato crew have gone half a boat length clear. Still across the far side, the Oamaru crew of Lachlan McLaren, Nye Jones Hogan, Patrick Spillane, Stuart Ibester, Jacob Harrison, Lachlan Wright and Jeff Rogers, Cody Marshall, Henry Robinson doing a really good job in terms of trying to stay in touch. But this Waikato crew just starting to slowly stretch the rest of this field, just inch by inch, looking to try and just pick them apart. Nice shot there of the Kua Boating Club, the purple boat of Matthew Smith, Theodore, Gianna Kogorigos, Flynn Dykstra, Ethan Bailu, Ashton Corkery, Sam Bennett, Charlie McIntosh, Jacob Wadley, Annabelle Scott there, Cox. So really good performance from the big purple boat, the Kua Boating Club. They are looking to try and just hang with this very good Waikato crew. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Lane 7, the Wellington Composite crew. They're combined with the Star Boating Club, Finn Peters Bulk, Jack Jordan, Seth Peake, Max Newton, Matthew Hanford, Lachlan Rose, Tom Bone, Ty Renner, Isabel Sharp, the Cox. So it is at the moment the Waikato number 1 crew in lane 4, the Kua Boating Club in lane 5, and the Wellington Composite team in lane 7. Across the far side there in lane 2, still hanging tough of the Amaru crew. So 3/4 of a boat length lead for this Waikato crew, just slowly inching their way ahead. Just looking to try and stretch the bungee cord. Send a message to the rest of the crews that you guys are racing for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Kua Boating Club looking good though here. Famous purple colours, the purple boat. They're looking all pretty comfortable at the moment. Good form being shown. Bow nice and high out of the water. Just connecting those strokes nicely. So Waikato crew not extending that lead. So the Kua Boating Club certainly holding them at the moment. Come through that 1500 metre mark. And now the Kua Boating Club looking to try and just take it up a gear. What have this Waikato crew got left? Great race for 3rd at the moment. Big challenge here coming from the Wellington Composite crew down here in lane 7. They've been steady all day. Lane 2 Amaru just maybe starting to just fade a little bit as we now start to see the Auckland crew begin to make their move in the black and red colours there in lane 3. But here now come the Kua Boating Club, looking to try and cause one of the big upsets, seeing if they can take down this Waikato crew. They've got their bow nice and high out of the water. They're just clawing them back. It's 3/4 of a boat length as we come down to the 750 metre mark. So 1,750 metres and now 250 metres of truth. Here we go, folks. Can the Waikato crew hold it? The Kua Boating Club being urged on by their coxswain, asking for more, trying to draw on their energy. How dark, how deep can they go in terms of the suffering that is required to win at this level? But now the Waikato crew, they've found another gear. They're starting to lift. They're starting to extend that lead. So they've timed it beautifully. It's been a wonderful strategic race from this Waikato crew. They'll come down with 100 metres to go. They will take out this men's club Coxed 8. It'll be the Kua Boating Club who, by the looks of it, will finish with the silver medal. And down here in lane 7, great performance from this Wellington Composite crew made up of the Wellington and Star Boating Club. So a very good performance in the 8s, but it will be Waikato over the Kua Boating Club, over the Wellington Composite crew, and then it will be Auckland who will finish in 4th. So the Women's Premier Cox's 4, just the 2 crews, but still an opportunity for them individually and collectively to put themselves through their paces. So Ella Cossell, Isabel Watson and Katie Lush, Alana Sherman will be part of that Waikato crew. The Avon crew will be Charlotte Dowry, Hannah Matairi, Phoebe Collier, Gemma Burrows will be part of the Avon crew. And that is that lane 5 crew, and Ella Kossel, well, what a class act she is. Let's just have a look at some of her statistics. Let's have a look at her story. So no red coach just yet. Went to the World Cup in 2023, a real emerging star, peak power 759 watts, so we know what she can do. So that's all based on height and weight as well, so power really comes down to the individual weight, and that then sometimes puts it in context as well. But what that just shows is Ella's ability to go to that dark place to suffer. And so just for confirmation, just the 2 crews, so lanes 4 and 5, Avon and the Waikato Rowing Club. For a lot of these athletes, part of the high performance setup too, it's about just their individual training within a bigger part of the program. Different athletes will be in slightly different training periods in terms of periodisation. Some will be part of that Olympic program later in the year, and they'll be wanting to get July, August right. For others, this will be their pinnacle event. So 2,000 metre journey. You just have to be so tough mentally. I mean, the number of races that they do over the 4 or 5 days and the amount of suffering that goes on just in training, you have to be comfortable in the hurt box. It's not for everybody. When you get to this level, it is a small group of athletes who are prepared to endure the rigours of elite rowing. If you are the world champion, national champion, part of any elite boating crew, you are amongst the very best athletes in the world, and we do get underway. So Avon in lane 4, Waikato in lane 1, Waikato getting out very quickly as expected. So this, even though they race for 6.5 minutes, 7 minutes, 8 minutes, in most rowing events, it is an endurance sport. So it's a lot of base work, a lot of big mileage early in the season, a lot of strength work, a lot of off-the-water work, supplementary work, weights. And as they start to get into that race phase, we start to see more speed work being brought in, less volume. Then doubling up sessions, replicating in training what's going to happen in a regatta. Hey, you've got a race in the morning, you might have to race in the afternoon. Let's do 2 sessions a day in training. Let's show the body how to deal with it. And when it comes to the basic principles of endurance sport, really, those principles that are practiced were discovered or put in concise terms by the great running coach Arthur Lydiard, who said, look, everyone's got the ability to go quick over a short distance in a sport. How do you maintain that speed for the longest period of time as possible? Well, you do that by building a strong aerobic base, which is endless, a strength component, and then a speed component. And so really what Arthur Lydiard did, who coached Peter Snell and John Davies and the likes of Murray Halberg, gave the world periodisation. And most sports adopt it. Yes, it's been tweaked over time. There have been some variations. A lot more sports science now being brought in. But really, it's all about the hard yards. It's all about the hard work. There's been an interesting debate at the moment around, you know, payment for athletes, and a big debate across a lot of sport. But sometimes I wonder, when you've got a model of adversity, what it does is it just weeds out those that are 100% wanting to be world champions from those that will do it if there is just that little bit more security. And so it's a good, interesting discussion that's going on at the moment. Waikato crew here of Isabel Watson, Ella Kossel, Alana Sherman, Katie Lush, coaching crew of Anna DeLong and Steve Wills. Yeah, high performance sport, the biggest problem I think we have here in New Zealand is that we just got such a small population, that we just have such a small economy, that we're never going to necessarily have the financial resource that the likes of Great Britain and England might have. But I'll always say this, I think the greatest ingredient any athlete can have is passion and desire. Yes, you've got to have some physical talent, but the only way you often test passion and desire is adversity. Put someone in an adverse situation, see how they react, see if they still want to chase it, if they still want to live the dream. I mean, if it was easy, everybody would be doing it. They'd call it Disneyland and they'd be charging you to get in. I can tell you this right now, this is not Disneyland. There was not a lot of fun out here. But I tell you what, with 250 metres to go, they will be dancing with Mickey and Donald in Disneyland. It'll be hurting that much. They will suffer that much. Yeah, good performance here from both crews. Really, probably more of an individual time trial, more about them just all being honest to themselves. You can just see the focus and the concentration though, can't you? All playing that slightly different head game. Not wanting to let each other down. Always have to remind yourself, as much as you are hurting, everybody else is going through the same thing. They'll all have doubts at points. They will all be questioning themselves, why am I doing this? Why didn't I choose a sport like golf or lawn bowls? Boy, it is just one of the spiritual homes of rowing, isn't it, Lake Karapiro? Just such a beautiful backdrop, mind you. So is Twizel, Lake Ruataniwha. Beautiful in a very different way, but we are so blessed to have such wonderful rowing facilities. And I think that is part of the reason why we have become one of the most dominant rowing nations over the last 2 decades and do have such a rich history. When you think of the black singlet and silver fern in this country, you often think of the Peter Snells, the John Walkers, the Romain Mollers, the Ann Ordains, but I think the other sport that very much has been responsible for that imagery of the black singlet and the silver fern has been rowing, whether you go back to the men's 4 in 68, you go back to the men winning the 8 in 72, and then of course the likes of the Stephanie Fosters and the Philippa Bakers and the Swindell girls, and of course Emma Twigg and so many other wonderful female rowers. But here in lane 5 it is all the Waikato crew. And then just now at least 2 or 3 boat lengths back to that Avon crew. The Avon crew of Charlotte Derry, Hannah Materi, Phoebe Collier, Gemma Burrows, well coached by Tim Hopkins and Logan Keys. Really nice drone footage. So they come up now to that 250 metre mark. And that is a big psychological barrier to break through. Now they do know generally how many more strokes they will have. And while this Waikato crew are comfortably in front for the Avon crew, it'll be about being honest to themselves, gaining that valuable experience, not just buttoning off thinking, well, look, we've got silver, we can't do any better. But you're at this level because you are a perfectionist, because you want to get it right. You know, a lot of people think that being a professional athlete is about being paid and being full-time, but professionalism is very much a state of mind. And when you get to this level of rowing, they understand that at the highest level, from the moment they wake up to the moment they go to bed. And that is a very good performance for this Waikato crew, picking up the Women's Premier Coxless 4. And now the Avon crew come down and they will pick up that silver medal. And now we then move on to the men's equivalent now, the men's Premier Coxless 4. So we've got Waikato will start in lane 3, Avon will start in 4, North Shore will start in lane 5. So Ben Taylor in the stroke seat there. Wonderful athlete. Let's just have a look at his bio, his statistics. Look at that arm span, 197 centimetres, peak power, well over 1,000 watts. Maximum chins in a minute, 44. So he is an absolute aerobic animal. He is a beast of a man, and I mean that in the nicest of ways. He will be joined by Zachary Rumble, Thomas Russell, Oliver Welch. There it is, confirming the lane. So the Waikato crew of Jonty Wright, Joshua Vodanovich and Logan Ulrich, Campbell Crouch. We had them in commentary yesterday. They are part of that Waikato #1 crew. And then Samuel Shotter, Michael Break, member of the New Zealand 8 that won gold in Tokyo. Oliver McLean I should say, and Matt McDonald of the North Shore crew. So Michael Break winning gold in the 8 out of Westlake Boys High School. Another Auckland school with a rich history at Māori Cup, having won it in about 83, 84. So Logan Ulrich, Campbell Crouch, both fine young men. We had them yesterday joining us in commentary as to provide expert comments. And now together, so it'll be fascinating to see how this Waikato crew does go. All three crews are stacked. They do get away. Now we know yesterday that Ulrich and Crouch, that they did take it out quite harder. They said they sort of blew to pieces a little bit over the back end. So is that their strategy today? Do they look to try and take this and look to take it to Avon, look to take it to North Shore? So they're the Waikato crew, top of your screen, green boat, lane 3, Avon crew in 4, North Shore in 5. So it is the Avon crew who will lead, coming up through to the 250. I'll give you an idea of the race pace there, so 145 per 500 metres. I wonder whether Ulrich and Campbell Crouch maybe have changed their strategy. Do they want to be a little bit more measured? Both very experienced campaigners. Speaking to both of them, yes, you're going with a game plan, but you still have to be prepared at times to tweak it, to change it, based on what your opposition are doing. After all, it is a race. Really good race. So Michael Break there for the North Shore crew. Such experience. Bow ball nice and high, starting to just close that gap down here on this very good Avon crew as they go through that first 500 metres. So bow ball to bow ball. Let's go back up with the drone, and you can throw a blanket over all three. You do just sense this Waikato crew are poised. They're not going to give this one up easily, are they? So North Shore Avon, who's going to have the strength over the back end? Who's going to have the ability over that last 500 metres to bring it? Who's burning too many matches at the moment? Really, really good race developing. So can the experience of Michael Break bring this North Shore crew through? They're about to celebrate 150 years. They had a dinner last night. One of the famous clubs. Of course, Lake Pupuki there in Auckland, used these days very much too as a training ground for our leading kayakers, the likes of Lisa Carrington. And it's great too that Canoe Racing New Zealand also have a centre here at Karapiro, a small country, share resources. Athletes are all of the same mindset, and there is absolutely nothing in that, is there? So it is North Shore, Avon, and here are the Waikato crew. Now they're just hanging tough at the moment through the 1,000 metre mark. Waikato, you just feel, might just look to try and bring it home. Over that third 500, this is where it gets tactical. It's still ball to ball. Avon just starting to lift, just starting to take it up another notch, just starting to increase their rating here. This is no man's land. This is where it can be incredibly tactical. This is where you've got to ride the storm sometimes. If they put the hurt on you, throw it straight back at them, see who cracks first mentally. Yeah, just got the old bungee cord out here now, trying to stretch it, see if they can break them. See if they say, look, you know what, we're giving it our all, but they've got the better of us. Can they live rent-free inside the heads of the North Shore crew? So half a canvas lead now. It is the Avon crew over North Shore. Waikato, you just start to see their bow ball just starting to lift high out of the water too. Are they going to start to make their run in lane 3? Don't rule the Waikato crew out just yet. Here they come. But it is Avon. North Shore, half a boat length back. And another half a boat length back then too. This Waikato crew in lane 3. Through the 1,500 metre mark we go. It is Avon, North Shore and Waikato, but Waikato starting to make a charge. Waikato now over the last 500 metres begin to increase their stroke rating. Here they come, the Mulu men, looking to try and dial it up. The very experienced crew too. This Waikato crew of Jonty White, Joshua Vodanovich, Logan Ulrich and Campbell Crouch. North Shore just starting to fade a little bit. Avon still looking good. Waikato though, looking to try and put the power down. The boat is nice and high, connecting their strokes beautifully. Still a boat length lead though for Avon. Waikato now just going ahead of North Shore possibly. Last 250, here come the Mulu men. Settle back folks. Waikato looking to try and close down Avon. We talked about how strategic it was. Yesterday, the likes of Ulrich and Crouch went out fast. They said, look, we blew apart a little bit over that last 250 metres. Slightly different tactics today, but Avon lift again. Avon, I think, Waikato crew might have just run out a little bit of runway here, might have just run out of a little bit of the real estate, because here come Avon, but the Waikato crew pushing hard, still continuing to increase that stroke rating, looking to try and take it up another gear. Great race, but it is still the Avon crew. Here come the Waikato crew. Less than 50 metres left to race. It will be the Avon crew who should hang on, should do it well, but they have been pushed all the way initially by the North Shore crew and then by the might of the Waikato. Avon take it, Waikato pick up the silver, and it will be the North Shore led by the great Olympic gold medalist Michael Brake who will pick up the bronze. Well, I can tell you that Logan Ulrich, who's just performed in that Waikato crew, he's actually set to go in this men's shootout single sculls, which is supposed to be raced over 250 metres. I'm not sure he's going to get there unless he's a really, really good swimmer. Might be the women's race. In fact, they might run first, but we'll bring you some results there. So there we go. The Waikato Rowing Club, 651.32. Avon Rowing Club, 704.22. Aramaho Wanganui Rowing Club, they scratched. It was the women's Coxless 4. Absolutely stunning scenery. What a wonderful day it is. It is just the most amazing stage. And just confirming the race that we've just witnessed. Those are the results. So the Avon Rowing Club, 601.94. Waikato just running out of space, 603.54. North Shore Rowing Club just fading a little bit towards the end. They pick up the bronze in a time of 6 minutes, 7 seconds, .48. So slightly different format coming shortly. We're going to have what we call a 250 metre shootout. So normally the single sculls raced over 2,000 metres. I think it's the LA Olympics, is it, where we're going over 1,500 metres? But we're going to do the 250 metres. Just got to get a good start and just absolutely smash it. Find out who ultimately is the fastest paddler in New Zealand, I guess, if you want to measure over a shorter distance. And there are the crews just starting to assemble. And it is the men's single shootout. So the Union Rowing Club will start in 2, Petone in 3. North Shore will have rowers in lanes 4 and 5. Waikato in 6. St George's Rowing Club in 7. So just running a little bit late. We did have a false start in one of the 8s races earlier, which has just delayed the program a little bit. Yeah, not a race that's going to be particularly tactical. It'll just be who goes hard for 250 metres. You've just got to put it down, just power, how many strokes you can get in, and just being as controlled as you can. It's a slightly different event. This is just VO2 max. This is just hurt the whole way. We do encourage people, if you are watching the live feed, you do live in the Waikato Bay of Plenty region and you do want to come and watch some of the best rowers in the country, feel free, make your way to Karapiro, plenty of parking. Beautiful day, bring a picnic lunch, settle back, watch some of the best rowers in the world, Olympic medalists, Olympic champions, Emma Twigg in action. Special thanks to Milford for their support as well. New Zealand Rowing Championships have been held, first held back in 1888. 4 races were held in Wanganui. A single sculls race was held in Wellington. Championships have been held every year since the exception of the 2 intervals during the World Wars. Club races for the Centennial Scull and the top Rowing Association 8-boat event wins the Halliburton-Johnston Rose Bowl. So that is up for the overall top clubs. So just a slight delay, probably about 5 minutes away from the start of this 250 metre winner take all. And we'll just go back and have a look at some of the results of the men's club Coxed 8, which was raced earlier today. So this is interesting. No one to hold the boats here, or sportive canoe racing. You might have the loaded spring blocks. So they will have to be rolling on the water in regards to the bow of the boats and the start line. And they'll start at that 1,750 metre mark, so a 250 metre race. Might almost have to break into a horse racing commentary for this, mightn't we? Yeah, no boat holders, so hopefully no one jumps the start here. I'm not sure that we've seen Logan Ulrich just yet. Now, are we starting with the men or are we starting with the women? It's definitely the men, according to the schedule. I'd like to see an event like this established in the Olympic program, just to find out who is the actual fastest rower in the world. Yes, we can do it over 2,000 metres clearly, but that becomes a little bit more strength endurance. You have the 200 metre race in the canoe kayak program, which leads at Carrington dominates. We have the 100 metres in track and field. 250 metre individual sculling race, I think, would be a really nice addition. It's always nice to find out who is the actual fastest rower in the world over a shorter distance, where it's just all about power, it's all about being explosive. Really often you throw a blanket over them at the finish line, such as the closeness of it. So Logan Ulrich, he's just been part of that men's Premier Cox's 4 that finished second. He is set to go in this men's shootout. We had him in our commentary team yesterday. We do have a profile on Logan, which we will bring you shortly. Have a look at his power. He's originally born in New Zealand, spent a lot of time over there in Australia, represented Australia initially at a junior level, Brisbane Grammar School. So another one who knows how to put out the big powers, 1170 watts. He's got a 2,000 metre erg time of 5:46. Wow, that is remarkable. Still waiting for Logan. I mean, you've got to flush the lactic acid. You've got to get into a different boat. You've got to get rehydrated. His heart rate will still be high from what was just a really, really big VO2 max effort earlier with Jonty Wright and Joshua Vodanovic. Yeah, so we'll bring you that start very shortly. Hope you are enjoying coverage here of the 2024 New Zealand Rowing Championships. So that means shootout singles over 250 metres around about 3 or 4 minutes from now. Well, it is day 2 of finals at the 2024 New Zealand Rowing Championships, powered by Milford. A different event. The men's shootout over 250 metres has been a slight delay because they have wanted to bring in Logan Ulrich, who's just been competing, along with Michael Break in the men's Premier Coxless 4. And so we'll have Riley Bruce, we'll have Hunter Selby, Jack Harrison, Michael Break and Logan Ulrich, trying to work out who is ultimately the fastest individual rower in New Zealand over a shorter distance. So no boat holders, so no one's allowed to break. So Ulrich down here in lane 6. Selby will start in 2. Bruce will start in 2. Selby in 3. Harrison in 4. Break in 5. Ulrich in 6. Don't have start list for competitor number 7. These boats pretty tippy, and therefore no boat holders, just having to realign themselves. Yeah, just a slight breeze coming from one side, which is just having a little bit of impact and pushing them across the lanes. So I think once they get them started, they'll just get them away quickly. Yeah, it just shows you though, doesn't it? You know, you've got Olympic gold medalists sitting here, and it just shows how difficult it is to control these boats. I just want to get this away quickly. I think they're giving everybody half a canvas. I think that's just the easiest way of doing it. So it's technically down to around about 246, 247 metre race, but so our production crew are all former rowers, and a couple of them are volunteering to get in wetsuits and go out there and be the boat holders. And we do get underway now, and it's going to be quick. It's going to be fast and furious. I tell you what, it's almost like calling the Melbourne Cup at times, isn't it? Bruce on the inside, Selby a length and a half back, followed by Harrison, Break and Ulrich. They come round now with less than 200 metres to run in the great race. And now it is there. It is Ulrich. He's just had a race. Look at the big man just power away. He's half a canvas lead. He's just taking it to them, the big man. Well, he was wonderful in commentary yesterday. Here we go, folks. Settle back. The fastest individual sculler in the country, over 250 metres. Racing now, Ulrich on the inside. He's got 2 lengths over. Break followed by Harrison, Selby and then Bruce. And it will be Ulrich who will come down and win it, folks. Fairly good performance. Break, I think, will pick up second across here. Lane 7, the bronze medal. But Ulrich, he's just done a demolition. The man out of Brisbane Grammar School. So we might bring you a slow-mo replay now. You might think it's the 1986 Cox Plate Our Waverley Star Bone Crusher, but it's not. It's in fact rowing, folks. Ulrich will describe himself as a modern-day bone crusher, though. And now the women's equivalent. Just the 3 boats in this. We'll have Holly Gray, Anna Gallagher, Ava Kilmister, Kilmister will start in 5, Gallagher will start in 4, and Gray will start in 3. We'll just confirm that draw for you. There it is. So North Shore Rowing Club, Waikato Rowing Club and Petone. Following this, we'll bring you the Women's Novice Coxed 8A final. And then following that, we will bring you the Women's Intermediate Coxed Quadruple Sculls A final. The Men's Club Coxless Quadruple Sculls are set to go around about 11 o'clock. There's been a slight delay in the schedule, so plenty of good racing still to come as we try and find out who the fastest individual sculler is in the country over 250 metres. Again, they will get the benefit of an extra couple of metres. So it's not quite 250 metres, folks. So fast, furious, and here we go. Good, clean start. Really good start from Kilmister down here from Tony Rowing Club. Coached by Andrew Bird. Got away quickly. Now in the middle, though, it goes back to Anna Gallagher. And then across the far side, Holly Gray. So Gray and Gallagher looking to try and set the scene early. Really high turnover, really high stroke rating going on. The power comes in now. They're already in the hurt box. They're already suffering. The burn goes on in the shoulders and the arms, the legs. Bonfires and legs. Breathing razor blades, folks. Here we go. It is going to be Gray there on the outside and a length and a half head of Gallagher. Kilmister starts to drop back as we get set for another one of the great races. And they will come down. It will be Holly Gray. And now the challenge, though, comes back from Gallagher, who's fighting back. Gray, Gallagher, Gray, who gets it? Well, I might have to go to the photo, and I think it'll be across the top there. I think Holly Gray narrowly over Anna Gallagher. And then Ava Kilmister coming down to pick up the bronze medal. Okay, we'll take a break here on day 2 of the finals of the New Zealand Rowing Championships of 2024, powered by Milford. Don't go away, folks. We're back at 10:35 for our next A final.
At Milford, we understand it takes dedication, teamwork, and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results. And we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow. Official live stream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
Well, it is the second session of the final day of the 2024 New Zealand Rowing Nationals powered by Milford. Looking forward to this one. We're going to bring you the first part of the Women's Novice Coxed 8. We're going to break out of that at around about the 1,000 metre mark. You can pick that up on Channel 2, and then we're going to bring you the A final of the Women's Novice Coxed 8. So always one of the great things in all of sport anytime you see an 8 in rowing. So the North Shore Rowing Club will start in 3, Cambridge in 4, Hawke's Bay in 5, the Podium Rowing Club in lane 6. And so that is the scene. That is Broadway. That is the runway strip for these crews. 2,000 metres, 1,500 metres of hope, 500 metres of truth. And so inexperienced rowers, for many of them, some, well, still at school, others just out of school, others relatively new to the sport, just trying to master the craft, look to make sure they don't miss those middle stages of development in their terms of their progress to the top. So we'll get a lane 5 and go inside here, and I tell you what, this is the Hawke's Bay crew, and that is made up of Lucia Wellesby, Hazel Salter, Emma Marshall, Summer McDowell, Tilly Roderick, Tasha Hudson, Lani Daly, Rosa Griffith, Maddie Biggs is their cox, and coached by Heidi Oliver and Jerry Steen came up. And we should not underestimate too the work and the pressure that the coaches find themselves under. They do have an emotional connection to their crews. They want them to do well. And we've got some wonderful depth in New Zealand coaching when it comes to the sport of rowing. So lane 4 will be the Cambridge crew, their number 2 crew. That'll have Ari Hartman, Stella Harrop, Pippa Peacock, Taylor Hewen, Kate Kugelline, Ruby Johnston, Harriet Wilson, Alexandra Mason, Sophie Stratford. So Stratford the cox. So North Shore will start in lane 1, Cambridge in 2, Hawke's Bay in Hawke's Bay will start in lane 5, Porirua in lane 6, North Shore will start in lane 3, Cambridge in lane 4. My apologies. So set for a start, 4 crews, basically just coiled springs waiting to explode out of the blocks. They've got their holders there, the roll call. Got to get these big 8s powered up early. Look to try and connect the strokes, and we do get away. I've got to say down here that Porirua on a pretty bad angle, going to need to straighten up, so automatically they lose just a little bit of time, a little bit of distance. Really good start coming in the middle from the Cambridge and Hawke's Bay crews. Hawke's Bay particularly got away nicely, so high rating early, and then they'll look to just try and lengthen out. And so still steering issues there for the Porirua crew. Almost across there in lane 7. Just got to make sure, just starting to make some connection there with some of those lane ropes, if I can use that analogy. So coming up there in lane 5, Hawke's Bay. Already up by about a boat length. We will be breaking out of this B final. If you do wish to watch the rest of the B finals, they are on the second channel. We will then be coming back to the A final of the Women's Novice Coxed 8, which will have a full field, an eclectic mix of clubs from right around the country. More than 60 odd clubs taking part in this year's Nationals. And of course, the rowing championships, well, they've been held since 1888. That is the history of the sport. Of course, the first ever Māori Cup at secondary school level, staged back on the Wanganui River back in 1947. That's in its 77th year as well. Still a few steering issues there from Porirua. And we talk about that being novice crews, and therefore this is about learning. This is the B final, so these are some of the more inexperienced rowers. And so through that first 500 metres, it is the Hawke's Bay crew, the famous black singlet with the white sash. One of the great traditions of rowing is that they have stuck with their traditional colours, stuck with their traditional designs. You don't seem to get a change out in uniform and looking for the sort of modernised colour makeup. It's either the checkers, it's the sash, it's stripes, but it's quite simple. Some of the newer clubs clearly have had a chance to determine their destiny based on perhaps more modern designs. So now they've got their steering sorted out. Porirua down here in lane 6 of Maddie Knapp, Lucy Campbell, Mia Bevan, Emily Flowers, Jessica Kay, Pippa Percy, Chloe Trist and Zoe Collins, Hamish Brown, doing a really good job and just staying in touch with the Hawke's Bay crew. Top of the picture, North Shore crew of Lily Robertson, Leah Chapman, Izzy Karam, Daisy Gow, Lily Dyer, Hannah Davies, Madison Randall, and Georgia Thorpe. Millie Preston is the cox. So we are going to break out of this B final. If you do wish to watch it, you can watch it on Channel 2. So we are going to break out from that. But I just want to reaffirm that in this race, it is Hawke's Bay leading in lane 5. It is Porirua in lane 6, who are currently sitting in second place. At the top of your screen, it's the North Shore crew. And sitting back and forth is the Cambridge number 2 crew. So through that 1,000 metres, we will leave. You will cut away to our next A final. And we wish those B finalists all the best in the remainder of that race. So this is the Women's Novice Coxed 8 A final. Lane 1 will be the Star Boating Club, Nelson Rowing Club in 2, Hamilton Rowing Club in 3, Oamaru Rowing Club in 4, Cambridge Rowing Club in 5, the Waikato Rowing Club in 6, Batoni in 7, and the Whangarei Rowing Club in lane 8. So again, a number of high school athletes, a number of athletes who have finished school or in that early part of their next stage of their development or relatively new to the sport. So a little bit of an experience here. So steering of the boat will be imperative. And we'll go into lane 4, and that is the Oamaru crew of Indig Jones Hogan, Kaylee Lucy, Emily Wainwright, Tessa Wright, Marie Grebe, Hannah Strachan, Bridget Spittle, Hannah Burke, Harry Robinson, and coached by Ivan Doherty. So just going through the roll call. And here is the local Cambridge crew, another experienced crew in regards to novice racing. Dana Phantom, Caitlin Cotter, Isabel Oxton Doubleday, Lily Cameron, Sienna Ropiha, Oliver McDonald, Felicity George, Stella Honig, Jack Charlton is the cox. Settle back, folks. Here we go. One of the great things in all of sport to watch is the start of an 8 in the sport of rowing. Absolutely spectacular. The precision, the performance, the no compromise. Getting a collective crew of 8 rowers in unison. It's all about precision, performance. And we do have a start. Lane 5 got out absolutely superbly. That is the Cambridge crew. Also getting away out quickly, the Oamaru crew in lane 4. But absolutely exploding is the Cambridge crew. And now we've just got to be careful. You can just sort of see across there in lane 8, just a little bit of difficulty with the steering for the Cox and 4 Whang at 8. Looking to try and just straighten the boat up now, almost colliding with the barge out there on the course. And so Cambridge through this first 250 metres lead, this novice women's Cox date. Challenges coming though. Lane 6, the Waikato crew. They will be precise, they will be strategic. Oamaru across there in lane 4. Good start also from the Nelson Composite crew, which is made up of Nelson and Tauranga paddlers. Carlina Steiner, Paige Van Dyke, Imogen Sooty, Kaya Burney, Frida Turnbull, Olive Maddie Taylor is the Cox. Grace Palmer, Lauren O'Grady as well. Now the Waikato crew beginning to just start to edge their bow ball in front of this Cambridge crew. So this is very much a local derby. The Battle of the Waikato. The Battle of the Waipa District. The home of champions. Cambridge, Waikato, they'll know each other well. This is the training ground for both clubs. Karapiro, the Waikato River. Across there in lane 2, also having a very good race is the Nelson Composite team. Lane 4, Oamaru still in the mix. So it is lane 5, lane 6, and then lane 2. So Cambridge, Waikato, Nelson Composite. Thing with the composite crew, always hard on the coaching when you've got to bring different athletes together. It's hard enough to set up an 8 with an established group of athletes who know each other well, who have had time on the water. Just have a look at the contrasting individual techniques here in this women's novice 8. Certainly slightly different techniques, slightly different styles, but it's all about timing. Timing is the key thing here with the 8s. Just levering it through. So Waikato, Cambridge. Waikato now half a canvas length lead. Just look at the absolute hurt. I call it the war face. And with the greatest respect, and I certainly will say it with the guys as much as I say it with the girls, they get their ugly faces on because they're literally breathing through their eyelids at this point and they're just trying to get oxygen in anywhere. And it's a tough sport, but the pain face well and truly on all athletes. And now we go across that Nelson Composite team there in 2, still hanging tough. Lane 4 as well. Oamaru of Indig Jones Hogan, Kaylee Lucy, Emily Wainwright, Tessa Wright, Marie Grebe, Hannah Strachan, Bridget Spittle, Hannah Burke, Henry Robinson, the Cox. But Waikato, Cambridge, the Battle of Waipa. Through the 1,000 metre mark. Now, this tactical third 500. Who's looking to try and turn it up a notch? What are the orders coming from the Stearns? What is the order coming from the Cox? They look at across each other. They start to get a little bit more animated. The Cox there for the Waikato crew is Sam Gardner. The Cambridge crew, their Cox is Jack Charlton. So that will be a psychological battle between the two of them. Both crews looking to try and lift. Both crews looking to try and increase their stroke rate. It is stroke for stroke at the moment. The Waikato crew, half a canvas lead, but nothing in it, folks. Settle back. Here we go. Look at the hurt. The legs are burning here. Lactic acid. Razor blades attacking the lungs. It's a beautiful thing, folks. There's something romantic about it. Coming up to the 1500 metre mark. Starting to get to that point on the course where the exponential curve fatigue starts to just swing up dramatically. Not just physical, now it becomes mental. Still across there, having a really, really good race is that Nelson Composite team in lane 2. Sitting back there, also the Amaru crew. Currently sitting in 4th place. Now, through the 1500 metre mark, 500 metres remain of this journey. It is Waikato over Cambridge, over Nelson. Amaru currently sit in 4th place. Still continuing to urge them on, asking for more of the cocks. Who's prepared to suffer the most? Who's prepared to stay in that dark place the longest? It's a self-inflicted torture chamber, folks. So, Waikato beginning to try and make it. Here come the Cambridge crew. It is bow ball to bow ball. Coming up to the 1,750 metre marks, so 250 metres left. Cambridge begin to increase their stroke rate. They've got the momentum. Waikato, Cambridge. There's nothing short of a drag race through to the finish line. Settle back, folks. One of the great races beginning to develop in this women's novice cock state. It is Cambridge who now have half a canvas lead over the Waikato crew. They've got the momentum. They've got their bow nice and high out of the water. The Waikato crew starting to fatigue. They're urged on by their cocks. But look at this. The Cambridge crew just take it up another notch. Starting to run away with this beautifully timed race from them. Look at the suffering. Look at the hurt. Wonderful stuff. It is Cambridge over Waikato. The Cambridge crew will come down. They will win the gold medal at this year's Nationals. They will take this novice eights. And a really well-measured, outstanding performance from them over their great rivals, the Waikato crew. Across the far side, congratulations goes to the Nelson Composite crew, which is also made up by a number of Tauranga rowers. And in 4th place, it will be Omaru. So the remainder of the crew's just coming down and finishing in what has been a really, really good women's novice 8. Good to see the future is bright with the youngsters and those rowers relatively new to the sport. And now we go to our next A final, which is the Women's Intermediate Cox Quadruple Sculls A final. Boy, I tell you what, when you run through the starting list here, you just realise just how strong rowing is in this Waikato, Waipa, Bay of Plenty district area of New Zealand. It really is a powerhouse because we're going to have representations from Rotorua, Te Awamutu in this particular A final. And we'll go through that starting list for you. Lane 1, it will be the Rotorua Rowing Club, Dunstan Arm Rowing Club in 2, Hamilton Rowing Club in 3, the Waikato Rowing Club in 4, Avon in 5, Cambridge University in 6, Te Awamutu Rowing Club in 7, and the Whangarei Rowing Club in 8. So the big clubs out of the Waikato Bay of Plenty and Avon out of Christchurch should make for a wonderful race. So this is a coxed race, quadruple sculls. And this is the Avon crew of Francesca Armstrong, Jessica Boyd, Emma Rees, Emma Gardner. Their Cox is Ashley Take On, Marcella Turfus and Jake Luthi are their coaches. And we do get underway as we see the Waikato crew here in lane 4 get off to a good start. Elise Smith, Frances Casey, Savannah Bork and Caitlin Berquist. Their Cox is Bradley Kingma. Start's so important, just getting that high rating early. Looking to try and get through to that 250, 500 metre mark, making sure that you're in contention, then looking to try and lengthen out, looking to try and just steady the heart rates, bring them down just a little bit, stay in a really high aerobic state before knowing that that second half you're going to go to threshold and then you're going to go into the hurt box well and truly burn a lot of matches and go into VO2 max where you just are absolutely suffering like you cannot believe. And so now look at this. Stunning images. Lanes 5 and 6 look like they got off to a very good start just looking at that. So the Avon Rowing Club, the Cambridge Composite team. Also very good start from the Dunstan Arm crew there in lane 2. Lane 6, Cambridge Composite of Bellwoods, Ashley Quirk, Bryony Fraser, Senga Hickson, Troy Smith the Cox. The big yellow boat is that of Te Awamutu, Casey Lee Baker, Tessa Campbell, Mayara Moi Moi, Azarina Johnson, Isla Joyce the Cox. Cambridge Composite crew at the moment with the smallest of leads. Big push now coming from the Avon crew in the red sled. They're in lane 5. Dunstan Arm still pushing, still in contention in lane 2. They will be measured in the way they race this. Very well coached crews. Bottom of the screen and the blue boat is Whangarei. So through that 500 metre mark, the next barrier that they'll be looking to get through psychologically is the 1,000 metres. The thing with a lot of these rowers, and not so much at the intermediate level, but certainly at the senior and premier level, they'll be very familiar with this lake, very familiar with some of the landmarks, and they'll know exactly where they are on the course, and they'll be playing their little mind games in terms of how they're going to break it down in their head once the hurt does kick in. But it is still the Avon crew of Francesca Armstrong, Jessica Boyd, Emma Rees, Emma Gardner, Ashley Take On. And then on there outside the Te Awamutu crew of Casey Lee Baker, Tessa Campbell, Mayara Moi Moi, Azarina Johnson, Isla Joyce. Across there in lane 4, the Waikato crew of Elsie Smith, Frances Casey, Savannah Bork, Caitlin Berquist, Bradley Kingma. So this looks like a race that certainly will become a little bit more tactical. That third 500 becomes really important now. Who's burnt too many matches too early? Who has possibly confused ability with ambition? Cannot train one way and then expect to turn up and race a different way. A lot of pressure on the coaches too to try and get it right. No coach gives you anything in training to make you go slow. It doesn't always work out. It's a little bit of trial and error. Trying to get these athletes to peak. It's hard enough to get an individual athlete to peak, let alone 4 athletes collectively to peak at the same time. That is one of the challenges. So a lot of sports science these days, a lot of trial and error, making sure that each of the crew members live to the highest standards, not to the lowest. Cannot afford to let the rest of your crew down. So good race for second, but half a boat length clear at the moment. It is lane 5. It is the Avon Rowing crew. So they were fairly measured through the first 500 metres, Avon. Now it's just starting to make their mark. But starting to fight back in lane 4 as well as the Waikato crew. So they've decided to lift their rating a little bit, which is now starting to put a little bit of pressure back on this Cambridge Composite crew, is starting to lift as well. Expect to see one of these crews now look to try and just take it up a notch, look to try and just take it up another gear. So Waikato in lane 4, Cambridge in lane 6, trying to squeeze Avon here. Avon will feel the pressure of 2 crews either side of them. They do have the benefit of being able to monitor those crews, get a sense of how they look. And we just have seen a little bit of a lift here from the Waikato crew in lane 4. Trying to just claw this Avon crew back inch by inch. Mind you, Cambridge looking still comfortable, still looking fairly relaxed. You can't quite see any head movement or shoulders beginning to drop. Often a sign of fatigue. So it is Avon, 1,500 metres gone, 500 metres remain. Avon, here come the might of the Waikato. Elsie Smith, Frances Casey, Savannah Bork, Caitlin Burquist, responding to the instructions being barked out by their cocks. Bradley Kingma. Avon, though, respond as well. They decide to turn it up another notch. They begin to increase their rating. Another really good race beginning to develop between Waikato and Avon. South Island versus the North Island. Canterbury versus the Waikato. Now they approach the important 1,750 metre mark. 250 metres remain of this women's intermediate Cox quadruple sculls A final. It is still Avon. Waikato in second. Cambridge Composite in third and starting to drop back. Waikato just trying to get that bow nice and high out of the water, just looking to try and connect those strokes, but it's still Avon. Avon now look to try and lift. Here come the Waikato crew. But everything they do, Avon just immediately respond. And now Avon looking to try and just dictate terms. They know they've got 100 metres left to race. And they just begin to increase that rating almost out to a boat length again. It will be the Avon crew over Waikato. Their form looks good. They'll bring this through to the finish line. A really well-controlled, well-measured race from the Avon crew. They'll get up over the Waikato. They will come out. They will take this national title in the women's intermediate Cox quadruple sculls. Really in emphatic fashion. Wonderful demonstration of the Cox quadruple sculls. Avon the gold, Waikato the silver, and Cambridge will pick up the bronze. Our next day final is the men's club Cox's quadruple sculls. We'll have Bay of Plenty Coast in lane 1, the Kiowa Boating Club in 2, Aramaho Wanganui Rowing Club in 3, Clifton Rowing Club in 4, Waidau Rowing Club in 5, Hamilton in 6, Tauranga Rowing Club in 7, the Mercer Rowing Club in lane 8. So no coxswain to lean on, no coxswain to bark out the instructions. Quadruple sculls. Great to see the bucket hats out in force. Very, very warm conditions here in Karapiro. So we are off in the men's club Cockless Quadruple Sculls A final. Really good start down here in lane 8 from the Mercer Composite crew, made up of two rowers out of Auckland, the others out of Mercer, Alexander Sharp, Anton Sht, Alex King and Jimmy Steeson. And then across there in lane 3, really good start too, coming from the Aramaho Wanganui club of Ali Kune, Jake Newton, Lawrence Harkin and Nicky Maxim. So it is Aramaho Wanganui who lead through the first 250 metres. Good pressure also coming from the Tauranga crew of Per Zormi, Matthew Ryder, Jack McClutchy and James Holland. But it's all lane 3. The famous colours of Aramaho Wanganui. The red and the yellow, the nostalgic looking uniforms. Down here in lane 8, the Mercer Composite crew. Lane 6, looking comfortable, Hamilton crew of Alex van der Vecht, Lucas Doughty, Ethan Claridge, Jono O'Brien, coached well by Blair Curry and James Ingham. So really good race through the first 500 metres. All of these crews certainly still in the hunt. Possibly Bay of Plenty Coast just struggling a little bit at the top of the picture there in lane 1. Cure Boating Club of Theodore Gianna Kogagoriagos, Ashton Corkery, Matthew Smith and Jacob Wadley in lane 2 there. Now we know how controlled Cure are. They're a very, very patient crew. They're a club who have demonstrated their ability to be patient early. They've got a very good fast finish, so keep an eye on the big purple sled across there in lane 2. But it's lane 4 at the moment. The Clifton Rowing Club of Sam Williams, Clayton Potts, Luke Brock, Liam Cox, who have now edged out by half a boat length over Aramaho Wanganui. Nice and tall, good form, looking nice and relaxed. Not a lot of upper body movement at all. Connecting those strokes nicely. Got the bows nice and high out of the water, getting great lift. Yeah, subtle difference there in stroke rates. So a higher turnover coming from the leading crew, Clifton. So this is clearly a tactic of theirs to try and lead through that 1,000 metres, put a bit of pressure on these crews through that third 500, see who can respond. High risk, high reward though. They'll have a strategy that would have been dictated to them by their coaches. They'll understand their own individual and collective physiologies. Of course, it's having the strength and the ability to maintain it. But they are looking very comfortable, a boat length clear. But this is where things can change very quickly. Leading the race at 1,000 metres and suddenly paddling or rowing through quicksand at the 1,500 metre mark and being mowed down. And so got a boat length lead, the Clifton crew, Sam Williams, Clayton Potts, Luke Brock, Liam Cox, Jason Williams, Greg Cox are the coaches. Got to say at the moment they're looking fairly relaxed, aren't they? I'm sure they're not feeling it though. Now this is just concentration. Think about form, think about technique. Try and somehow break it down in your head. Now a little bit of a response now starting to come from Aramaho Wanganui. They're starting to increase their rating. Good performance still coming down here in lane 7 from the Tauranga crew of Per Zorni, Matthew Ryder, Jack McClutchy, James Hollard. Now at the top of your picture too, maintaining their position as they have throughout most of the race, Aramaho Wanganui. But Clifton have absolutely gone clear and now through the 1,500 metre mark. So here we go. We find out who's burnt too many matches too early. Who still has a little left in the bank, because now you need to start to empty it. Wonderful race for third. It could end up being a wonderful race for second. One-way traffic at the moment. This Clifton crew well polished, well trained, clearly had them in a great headspace as well. And now you just sort of see the Aramaho Wanganui crew just starting to have a wee look over their left shoulder, just to get a sort of sense of where these other crews are. But one thing they will remind themselves, as much as they're hurting, every other single crew is hurting just as much. Who's got the mental fortitude? Who can hang on here? Bow starting to lift, coming from the Tauranga crew in lane 7. 5 now starting to up their rating. That is the Wairau composite team. But it is still Clifton. They are just rowing away with this race. But there will be a change in second place because it's down here in 7. It's the Tauranga crew. Pierre Zorni, Matthew Ryder, Jack McClutchy, James Solland, who have just a little bit of a lift. The bow getting nice and high now. So they will now move into second place by about a bow ball. Across the far side, still looking to try and see if they've got anything to bring home in the last 250 metres is the Pure Boating Club. This is the race. First is gone. It will be Clifton. They are comfortably clear. Tauranga being urged on. Lane 7. But here come Aramaho Wanganui. They're fighting back. They're asking more. They're looking to try and lift. Clifton will take it. Let's have a look at the second place. And second will go the way of Tauranga. Narrowly over Aramaho Wanganui. Really good race for second and third. But congratulations goes to Clifton. An absolute dominant performance by Sam Williams, Clayton Potts, Luke Brock and Liam Cox. Congratulations to their coaching crew of Jason Williams and Greg Cox. And now the Women's Club Single Sculls, not the Premier Sculls, but the Women's Club Single Sculls. And this is a full field of 8. This is a lonely sport. This is a lonely discipline. Only yourself to rely on. No one else to share the nerves with. No one else to encourage you, or no one else that you are afraid of letting down. The only one you can let down here is yourself if you do have any sort of mental frailties. It is Bay of Plenty Coast Rowing Club in 1, Hawke's Bay Rowing Club in 2, Ashburton in 3, Waikato in 4, North Shore Rowing Club in 5, Oamaru Rowing Club in 6, Rotorua Club in 7 and Tauranga Rowing Club in 8. So lane 4, and here she is, and that is Charlize Tutbury, coached by Anna DeLong and Meg Glenn. Either side of her, she will have Atlanta Bruce out of the North Shore Club. On her inside will be Sophie Gibson. Jemima Glaholm represents Bay of Plenty in lane 1. Angela Carney, Hawke's Bay in lane 2. Lane 6 will be Emma Spittle. Lane 7 out of Rotorua will be Tegan Nagus. And in lane 8 representing Tauranga will be Caitlin Wayne. So the next crop of single scullers that tier just below the likes of the Emma Twigs. And so lane 5, there she is, Atlanta Bruce, coached by Ella Campbell and Marin Howarth out of the North Shore Club. Club that's next year will celebrate 150 years. Based out of Lake Pupuki in Auckland on Auckland's North Shore. Feeder schools include the likes of Westlake Boys, Westlake Girls, So just the roll call, then they get the attention order, and we are underway in this Women's Club Single Sculls A final. Not as important to get up to full speed early on. The smaller boats can change speed a lot quicker. You can be a little bit more tactical in these boats. You can slow them down, you can speed them up a lot quicker than the 8s and the 4s. So good start coming in lane 4 from Shalise Tutbury of Waikato in the yellow boat. So a very good start from Angelicani of Hawke's Bay in lane 2. And then across here in lane 7, Tegan Nagus of Rotorua also getting out quickly. On her inside, Emma Spittle of Oamaru. So through the first 500 metres they go in this Women's Club Single Sculls A final. Lane 4. Charlize Tutbury, coached by Anna DeLong, Meg Glenn, looking just to try and establish that early lead. Lane 6, pressure now starting to come from Emma Spittle. So they work closely with their coaches. They do a lot of supplementary work off the water, a lot of weight work, core strength work. A lot of rowers tend to do a lot of cycling as well, just to sort of further develop the aerobic system. Find themselves in the science labs a lot, doing a lot of VO2 testing, find out what their lactate thresholds are, all based on heart rate. Some athletes can determine whether they're better doing more high aerobic work when it comes to the speed work side of things. Some athletes will figure out that they do better off VO2 max type work or really intense training. Everyone can be slightly different, but they'll still follow basic endurance principles of base work, strength work, speed work. But through that first 1,000 metres, it is a very good display coming here in lane 6 from Emma Spittle from Oamaru. Just looking to lengthen out, tall figure. So you do just wonder how tactical this is going to get. Who's prepared to really put it down through that third 500. Lane 7 is Tegan Nagus out of Rotorua. So a really good performance from her. In fact, look how close it is for third at the moment. Lanes 2, 3, 5 and 7. That's the Hawke's Bay rower and Angelicani in lane 2. Sophie Gibson out of Ashburton in 3. Lane 5, that is Atlanta Bruce out of the North Shore Club. Lane 7 is Tegan Nagus. Leading the race at the moment from the Oamaru Club is Emma Spittle. And lane 4, Charlize Tutbury of Waikato. So everybody poised, everybody set. What are the tactics that have been played out? Who has decided to be aggressive through the first 1,000? Who's been a little bit more measured? Who believes they've got the ability of the last 500 to bring it home? Following the footsteps of the likes of Mahe Drysdale and traditionally some of the great New Zealand rowers who have always shown internationally that ability to be patient, to stick to the game plan, and that is a real discipline at the elite level. Sometimes you do have to change it up though. Now you just start to get a sense here that we're starting to see a little bit more urgency come from Charlize Tutbury. The experienced Atlanta Bruce from North Shore beginning to make her move as well. Is it a case of them moving quicker through the water, or are we just starting to see Emma Spittle just start to slow down, start to decelerate and come back to the rest of the pack? So they'll come up through that 1,500 metre mark now, so 500 metres of this race remains. And it is starting to close up. So Emma Spittle being brought back. We're about to have a lead change because the momentum is very much with Charlize Tutbury of Waikato. And also now beginning to make advances is Atlanta Bruce from North Shore. So it is Tutbury, Bruce and Spittle. So a change in the leadership. And this is where Emma Spittle here in the yellow And the white boat's just going to need to concentrate. She's going to need to try and hold her form. She was very aggressive through the first 1,000. Might be just starting to pay for it now. Also across there in lane 3, beginning to make a really good move too, is Sophie Gibson from Ashburton. So Gibson's certainly not out of it. The question is, can they get that momentum? Can they get the bow ball up in front of lane 4? Charlize Tutbury. Will Atlanta Bruce out of North Shore believe she can, because she now has the momentum. She's starting to take it up another notch. So it is the Waikato. It is the North Shore rower across the far side there in lane 3. It is the rower out of Ashburton. Here in 6, hanging tough still from Oamaru, Emma Spittle. They'll be approaching that 750 metre mark shortly. 1,750 metre mark. North Shore, really good race beginning to develop. Spittle, Bruce, Tutbury. Spittle closest to camera, Bruce in the middle. Tutbury there in the yellow boat. Who wants this the most? Who's prepared to suffer the most? Who believes? You've got to remember the good days, because often in a sport like this, when the training volumes are so high, you tend to have more bad days than good days. It can start to weigh on your mind a little bit. And then you have that one good session amongst 10, amongst 14. You remember it because it's what you're capable of. Then you start to freshen up. You start to peak a little bit more, and those good days become more regular. And you believe in it. That's what you're capable of. But really good fight back now coming from Charlize Tutbury. So Charlize Tutbury, through the 1,500 metre mark we go. 500 metres to go. It is still Waikato, North Shore. Oamaru across there in lane 3. It is the athlete out of Ashburton, Sophie Gibson. Kato, and now starting to just row away from this. It'll be a really good race for second, because I can tell you what, Emma Spittle just starting to get some second wind as well. She's right back in the fight. She led for most of this race through the first 1,000. She's currently sitting there probably in 4th place by the smallest of margins. So a small but very vocal crowd waiting. They come down to the 1,750 metre mark of this Women's Club Single Sculls A final. And she's on her way now. Outstanding display from Charlize Tutbury. Her coach Anna DeLong and Meg Glenn will be absolutely delighted with this. Tactically brilliant. She's 2 boat lengths clear. There's really now just a race for second. And now we start to see Sophie Gibson from Ashburton beginning to light it up as well. She is digging deep. She's half a boat length ahead of Atlanta Bruce out of North Shore. So it is Waikato, Ashburton and North Shore. That is your top 3. Emma Spittle of Oamaru looking to still try and get herself on the podium. She currently sits in 4th, but nobody is going to deny this class act. Charlize Tutbury of Waikato, she's going to come down. She's going to enjoy the moment. She is going to win this Women's Club Single Sculls A final, and she's going to do it comfortably. And it will be Sophie Gibson of Ashburton who will pick up the silver. Bit of a charge for the bronze. Coming across there in lane 2 from Angelicani of Hawke's Bay, but it might be just a little bit too late. And the bronze medal should go the way of the North Shore Rowing Club, and bronze will go to Atlanta Bruce. But all the acknowledgement, congratulations, needs to go the way of Charlize Tutbury. Wonderful performance from her. Controlled, balanced, tactically brilliant, outstanding performance. So coming up next, we'll have the men's senior coxless pair, A final. Still idyllic conditions, a little bit of a headwind. We are told not the fastest conditions, but certainly very even and fair conditions as we see the Kiwa Boating Club having representation in lanes 1 and 2. Waikato Rowing Club in lane 4. Avon will take up lanes 4 and 5. The Auckland Rowing Club in 6. The third of the Avon Rowing crews will start in lane 7. North Shore represented in lane 8. And we do get underway, so Will Rattray, William McIntosh for the Kiwa Boating Club in lane 1. Second to their crews is Lewis Meats and George Johnson. Waikato crew is Zach Brownlee, Dylan McConnell in lane 3. Lane 4, the Avon crew is Sam Woodgate, Matthew Glenn. The second of the Avon crews, Henry Kirk, Ted Main, and they're in lane 5. The Auckland crew is Jack McDonald, Callan Ogilvie. In lane 7, it is Avon 4, Josh Syme and Cody Johnson. In lane 8, it's the North Shore crew of Tarag Farak and Callum Booth. And looking like a really good start there coming from the Avon pairing of Sam Woodgate and Matthew Glenn. Got out very quickly. And they just want to look and try and obliterate this field. Just take it to them early. Say to you guys, hey, look, you're racing for second. And at some point, if the lead does get big enough, the rest of the crews will probably acknowledge that and say, you know what, the race is for second. And second might be good enough today. Because this is just an absolutely explosive start from this very impressive senior pair and this Coxless pair. So Woodgate and Glenn, coached by David Lindstrom and Sophie Strachan. Good performance coming here in lane 7 from the Avon crew, the second of the Avon crews. In fact, they've got 3 in total, showing their depth again. Competition for places is always a good thing. To stay number 1, train as if you're number 2. So through 500 we go. And it is Woodgate and Glenn. Lane 7, Josh Syme, Cody Johnson. Just empowered each other. Some crews do like to lead. They like to dictate terms rather than be dictated to. Put the pressure on. See if they can play the psychological games. I think as the other crews won't be aware, no Cox of course, the other crews will not be aware of just how far that gap is. They'll use their peripheral vision to get an idea of the crews around them. But the other Avon number 4 crew of Simon Johnson are just starting to extend the lead there in second place across the far side in lane 1. Good performance still coming from Will Rattray, William McIntosh from the Kiwa Boating Club. Avon Rowing Club looking to try and go 1, 2 and 3 here because the Avon 3 crew of Henry Kirk, Ted Main are still very much in the fight there in lane 5. So it is Avon 1, 2 and 3, and then across this far side the Kiwa Boating Club in 4. The second of the Kiwa Boating Club in 2. And then just struggling a little bit with the pace of the Waikato number 2 crew of Zach Brownlee and Dylan McConnell. But we know just how tactical this is. So they're coming up to that 1,000 metre mark. And then, as we say throughout every single race, we then start to see how the tactics play out through this third 500, because it is a big strategy for a lot of the boats, the third 500, looking to try and pick it up, but it's still Avon first, second and third. We've seen in previous races the Kiwa Boating Club, they are a club and a group of athletes who seem to be a little bit more measured. They are a crew who do like to finish fast, but this is a big, big gap to this leading crew. So Woodgate and Matthew Glenn giving a really good exhibition of Coxless pair rowing at the moment. Yeah, you can just see the intensity and the concentration now. They'll just be urging each other on. Sometimes just having a little bit of a look around is just a sign of fatigue too. Starting to get a little bit concerned, but you just have to believe as much as I'm hurting, the rest of them are hurting. And you find some relief in that. You often talk to the crews or individual athletes afterwards and they'll tell you that they were that close to giving up. and you say to yourself, well, actually, I was that close to giving up as well. And that's just a reminder that we're all programmed the same, the psychology's the same. And now, really good performance here. Starting to come from the Avon number 4 crew of Josh Syme, Cody Johnson, just starting to close the gap on this number 1 Avon crew. So it's down to a boat length. Still Avon 1, 2 and 3. Now we start to see the very impressive Waikato crew of Zach Brownlee, Dylan McConnell beginning to make their move. So their strategy is all about that third 500. And they're starting to, the Mulu men are starting to turn it up a gear. So it's lanes 4, 7 and 3. That is the order. 500 metres left to go. So 2 Avon crews battling for it. Can there be a bit of an upset amongst these club mates, amongst these teammates? Concentration now important. Got to make sure they keep that boat nice and straight as well. Don't want to get stuck in those lane ropes, those lane buoys. Still Avon though. They've led from start to finish, exploded out of the blocks. Did Sam Woodgate and Matthew Glenn. Can they hold it? Got to concentrate. Think about soft hands. Think about staying tall. And now 250 metres to go. Do they have another gear to go to? They begin to increase their rating. They've still got a boat length lead. Good race for second and third, because on the inside we are now starting to see the Waikato crew of Brownlee and McConnell getting up and getting their bow ball in front of the second Avon crew. So Simon Johnson just starting to struggle a little bit, but still narrowly in second place. It's Avon 1 and 2, Waikato in 3. Concentration important. Good technique. Count the strokes down now. The fatigue is exponential. It is the Avon crew of Sam Woodgate, Matthew Glenn, who will come down and win this New Zealand title in the men's senior coxless pair. And then it will be the Waikato crew who will pick up the silver medal by the looks of it. Good performance from Zach Brownlee, Dylan McConnell, well-measured performance. And down here in third, it will be the Avon Club again. In lane 7 of Josh Syme, Cody Johnson. Another really good display, another really good exhibition of coxless pair rowing here at the 2024 New Zealand Rowing Championships. Okay, welcome back. It is the next of our A finals, the women's senior coxless pair. Looking forward to this one, an A final representation for the Waikato Rowing Club in 1, Kua Boating Club in 2. We've got the Waikato Rowing Club, the second of their crews in lane 3. Avon will take up lanes 4 and 5. North Shore in 6, the might of the West End Rowing Club in 7, and the third of the Waikato crews in lane 8. And very privileged to have Jonty Wright, member of the Waikato Rowing Club, joining us in commentary to bring you all the expert comments. Jonty, good morning, welcome.
How you going? Thank you for having me.
Okay, we're going to get you to talk us through this. We're going to get you to provide some insight in terms of some of the technical stuff in the sport of rowing. Have you been in action yourself today?
Yes, I have. I've just raced the men's Premier 4.
And remind us of your performance individually and collectively.
Silver medal in bow seat. It was an interesting race. Not quite the result we wanted. I think we all just left the bit of work to do too late and had about a length and a bit to catch up, and we ended up bringing it to half a canvas. But
yeah, I think we went to the photo on a lot of that. We weren't quite sure who had won it actually. It was a really, really good performance in the finish, and that was what, against Hamilton, was it?
No, winner was Avon.
Avon, right.
Yep.
My apologies. Yep. We've had so many A finals this morning. So we are underway, folks, in the Swimmers Senior Coxless Pair. And it's all about getting off to a good start. Lane 4 across there. It is the Avon crew of Gemma Burrows, Phoebe Collier, coached by Tim Hopkins, Leon Barrowcliffe. Let's talk us through the Coxless Pair. What's the key here? What's the key to getting these boats up and running? What are you looking for in terms of your combinations?
So, obviously a strong stroke seat to start with. I know Phoebe Collier quite well. She's an ex-Wanganui Collegiate girl. I went to Wanganui Collegiate myself. And she also was on the 2022 under-23 team in the women's Coxed 4. For a pair at least, I know you got to have a good strong start and put yourself in the race in the first 250. And then it's all about rhythm, getting on your rhythm, settling down and just getting straight onto a comfortable sort of setting.
And the smaller boats, the two-man boats, the single sculls, they are easier to slow down and speed up, aren't they, say, versus the 4 or the 8s, where really with the 8s, once you've got momentum, it's very hard to be too technical in terms of a shift in speed.
For sure. I think a big work on for myself has been to get that first part of the race going. I'm normally a bit of a middle K warrior, and that's like you said. So
you're a bit of a diesel at the start.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And as you can see out the front here, like I normally come from behind. I'm probably about where lane 2 is, and then can manage to bring it through in the middle K and the finish. So yeah, like you said, small boats change all the time, and you can never quite pick the winner in the first K. So we'll see what happens in the second K.
So it's Gemma Burrows and Phoebe Collier who lead this race. Lane 5, it is the second of the Avon crews of Katie Bell, Alia O'Sullivan. And then down here in lane 7, putting on a really good performance, is the West End rowing crew of Olivia Tattersfield and Lily Curnow. Of course, Olivia out of the Mater Mount Abbott Grammar School, the first ever winners of the Māori Cup back in 1947. Of course, Wanganui Collegiate, a rich history in the Māori. Yourself, did you compete in the Māori?
Yeah, well, I actually was a swimmer for 10 years, competitive swimmer, and I swapped over to rowing in my last year of school, so year 13. And I got a bronze in the under-18 single and a silver in the under-18 double, so I think swimming helped me a lot with
with the aerobic side of it. Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah,
we were in the Māori. I did do a Māori Cup 8, but we were in the B final.
You're a sucker for punishment, because I'm often asked, and I'm across a lot of sports, what sport I think is the hardest. And I often say swimming, I think, because you start at such a young age, and because it's a non-weight bearing sport, you can get pushed hard, which I don't always agree with. It's got a technical component to it, but you don't have the visual stimulation. But the other sport I then often say is just rowing. I mean, it is just hard, but I guess sometimes in rowing you do have someone else you can lean on and look at the scenery. Yeah. But you're a sucker for punishment, clearly.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like the translation over to rowing was pretty seamless for me, and having my dad as a international rowing coach as well just helped with the technical side. So once I got the technique down, it was the fitness was already there.
Yeah. So lane 7, Tattersfield and Lily Curnow. Hassan Partham is the coach, and so how tactical is this? Clearly, we're seeing here this performance coming here in lane 4. From Gemma Burrows and Phoebe Collier. It is about just taking it out hard. It's then about just looking to try and hold it. That'll be a strategy that'll be given to them from the coaches. You mentioned yourself, you're not a great starter, so you rely very much on that second 1,000 metres. So they'll all have a different plan.
Yeah, for sure. They're obviously still actually taking water, so they're having a really good race out here. I believe both of these girls have under-23 trials coming up next week. So they're clearly out there proving themselves right now, which is great. Getting challenges coming up over in lane 5 and lane 2?
Yes, we've got lane 3 in the green boat. So lane 3 is the Waikato crew of Jenna Lee Marcraft and Tessa White-Parsons across there in lane 3, the green boat. Lane 5, it is the other Avon crew of Katie Bell, Alia O'Sullivan. And then down here, I think in lane 7, it is the West End crew. And they're the famous colours of West End. So it is still very much game on for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. But it is the Waikato crew at the moment, or the Avon crew of Burrows and Phoebe Collier, who continue to dominate. I often say with a lot of endurance-based sports that, you know, we're going to see the war faces in the last 500. I sometimes call them the ugly faces, where you know, trying to breathe through your eyelids and you've just got that sort of war face on. But often in sports like running and swimming, you can generally pick up signs of fatigue by looking at technique. Swimming, you tend to come up a little bit shorter. Runner, you tend to sit back in the buck a little bit. What are some of the physical traits that you can notice when a rower starts to fall apart?
You can normally notice your height's changing. A big one's back posture. You seem to slump over a bit. You get a bit hung over your oar, and
so you tend to lean forward a little bit more.
Is a big one.
Yeah, so you're not tall. Yep.
Yeah, you see people that are nice and efficient, especially near the end of the race, staying composed and controlling their breathing, will still be upright and tall, maintaining. It's all about technique, really. And
all about thinking about. I know that doesn't apply, but I know in golf and kayaking, you think often about soft hands and just trying to stay relaxed.
Yeah. Staying connected, just holding that composure and connection to the water is such a big one. You can see crews that will go up in the rate into the 40, 42s, and it not actually translate to boat speed. They're just spinning the wheel. But yeah, Avon's still out there maintaining a nice steady rhythm.
And just connecting that stroke and maintaining that momentum from one stroke to the next, and just almost getting in your own wash. Yeah,
they call it controlling the race. So they've gone out there in front, and they can just see anyone that moves, and then because they're on their rhythm, they can just, if they see the front lane next to them moving, they can just add in a couple of big strokes. But like you said, if your technique's falling apart and you're pretty tired, then
because it is at the end of the day, you can have all the physical stuff, the aerobic capacity, but this sport's all about timing, isn't it? It's all about precision. And so it is still lane 4, really impressive display coming here from this remarkable Avon crew of Burrows and Collier. Their coaches of Tim Hopkins and Leon Barraclough will be more than delighted. We should talk about the coaches too. A lot of pressure on the coaches. I often say this: no coach gives you any session because they want you to go slow, but they don't always get it right themselves, and sometimes that's a relationship that's built over time, understanding the physiology of individual athletes, then the collective physiology, trying to get the warm-ups right, trying to get the peaking right, trying to get one athlete to peak, but then trying to get them collectively to sort of peak at the same time.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we would assume that these girls have come into a nice little bit of a taper for nationals, but a lot of these girls are targeting the New Zealand national team, so I would say their coaches would have had a bit of a say in their program and what they do in the week building up. They might be doing some training rows still at the moment.
And I'd imagine some of those athletes that are established, the likes of the Emma Twiggs, I'm certainly not saying this is the case with Emma, that, you know, really the focus is later in July and early August, isn't it? So what sort of phase am I in now? Am I in a base phase? Am I just in a build-up phase? Am I going to peak twice this year?
Yeah. As some of the summer squad athletes you would have had on talking as well, that we haven't really trained into this regatta. It's more we're just training through. We're doing long Ks still at the moment. We haven't done a whole lot of race phase.
Just in a big high aerobic base phase at the moment. So dominant performance coming here. You are watching the senior women's coxless pair. It is day 2 of finals at the 2024 New Zealand Rowing Championships, powered by Milford. So this is the battle for 2nd and 3rd, and a really good performance coming there in lane 3 from the Waikato crew of Jenna Lee Marcraft and Tessa White-Parsons. And down here in lane 5 as well, it is the second of the Avon crews, Katie Bell, Alia O'Sullivan, and also the West End Rowing Club, hanging tough. Just starting to blow a little bit though. So it will be Avon who win it comfortably. It'll be Waikato who will pick up the silver. And it'll be the second of the Avon Crows who will pick up the bronze medal. So that is a very good demonstration by Gemma Burrows, Phoebe Collier, led from start to finish. Great technique, great form, no real shift in terms of that body position. So they were in control, and they will be delighted to pick up another national title. You mentioned swimming. What was your event in the pool?
I was a breaststroker, so 50, 100 for 200 breaststroke, but I also dabbled in a bit of freestyle.
Yeah, because the old breaststroke, it's all legs, eh?
Yep.
It is
legs
a hard stroke.
Yeah.
You ever break a minute for 100 breast?
Did I ever break? No, I didn't. No.
Yeah, one of the great barriers in swimming, isn't it?
It was.
It wasn't that long ago that was only the first time people in history were doing it, you know?
Yeah.
I think Paul Kent, New Zealand swimmer, might have done it.
Yeah. No, I mean, I gave in at 17, so I don't think a lot of that physiology had developed to get me near that minute.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
I was probably sitting on a 105.
Yeah. No, pretty solid though, eh?
Yeah, yeah.
And if you don't think it is, I encourage you go into a pool, do 25, 50 metres of breaststroke, and then try and see if you can do 4 lengths of a 25-metre pool in 1 minute and 5 seconds. Then go and try doing it in freestyle, and it'll sort of put in context how good you've got to be. Right, our next of our A finals coming up, and it is the men's novice coxed 4. And we've got Hawke's Bay Rowing Club with the white sash there across the famous black singlet. Mercer Rowing Club in 2. Oamaru Rowing Club in 3, Waikato in 4, Whangarei in 5, the second of the Waikato Cruise in 6, Aramaho Wanganui in 7, the Auckland Rowing Club in 8. Got to admit, I struggle with seeing the Auckland Rowing Club in colours that look like Canterbury.
Yes. Yeah.
It's just counterintuitive, isn't it? But I was saying one thing I've said throughout this entire regatta, I love the way that the clubs have just stuck to their traditions in terms of even the look of their uniforms and their colours.
Yeah.
It's still just got a real sense of nostalgia about it. And I think that's good in terms of inspiring that next generation, the aspiration and what it means to be a member of that club. Lane 5 here. And we are just looking at Lane 5. Whangarei, Hugh Manson, Devon Armstrong, Fergus Manson, Ty Pullen, and Guy Manson is the cox. So what have we got? 3? I thought we had 3 Mansons. So I wonder, it must be 3 brothers, I would assume, coming out of Whangarei. So great to see. I always say this, if your kids misbehave, do you put them in rowing? Is it punishment to put them in rowing because you hurt so much?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like a good amount of kids maybe try it in novice and then decide it's maybe not quite for them, but then they end up coming back to the sport. I think a good mate of mine, Jack Reddy, who I row with, he said the same thing. He rowed his novice season and then he decided to call it quits because he didn't like early mornings.
Yeah, okay, so the Oamaru Rowing Club have got away to a really good start in Lane 3. Outside of them, the Waikato crew and the Big Red Sled starting to get their bow nice and high out of the water. And then across there in Lane 6 as well, it is the second of the Waikato crews of Ramping Bai, Mariko Ratu, Evan Hugh and Jaden Ward. Halo Parara Senior is the cox. So let's talk here. What is the key to these boats? Tell us in terms of the setup and what type of rower you put in each seat.
Yeah, I mean, as a novice rower, you'd look at it and you'd be like, these guys all kind of row the same. You'll see quite a few messy strokes, and I guess it's you put in stroke seat. Maybe you'd go off 2K erg times, or maybe you'd go who's just rowing the cleanest and they can set up the best platform. But yeah, I think it's just an even playing ground for all the boys in the boat, really.
Through the first 500 metres, it is Oamaru in Lane 3 who have the narrowest of leads. Across here in Lane 6, having a very good start is the Waikato crew. Bottom of screen, it is the Auckland number 2 crew of Roman Andrews, Oscar McGowan, Solomon Dykes, Ethan Fillmore, Ben Baker the cox. Lane 3, now starting to just dial it up a notch. The Oamaru club of Lewis Belt, Jacob Roebuck, Ned Newlands Carter, Cooper Lynch, Jaden Calland. In fact, my apologies, Peyton Dixon is their cox, coached by Ivan Doherty. You talked about some messy strokes. What defines a messy stroke for non-rowing aficionados?
A messy stroke, just catching a bit of water on your way to the catch of the stroke and on the way down. And as a novice rower, maybe the balance in the boat isn't quite set. Weight distribution, leaning, because you obviously have to lean to your side that you're stroking on. And if the balance of the boat's a little off, you could dip your oar and catch some water, or you're not feathering.
Yeah.
There's lots of different elements, yeah. You'll see some different rigs, a tandem rig here and this rig.
Yeah, I was going to ask the tandem rig versus, say, let's just go the odds and evens or the alternative rigging setup where you have, right, left, right, left, right, left versus the tandems. Why do some crews choose the tandem setup? And it's a really good example here, I think, in Lane 6.
Yeah.
So the Lane 6 crew here of Aramaho Wanganui, we can see that tandem setup. So the 2 paddlers in the middle on one side and the bow and the stroke on the other side.
If I gave you my honest opinion, I'd just say it looks cooler.
Oh, okay.
But I think it
cool.
is proven to be quicker, if I'm honest.
And is that just because you mentioned that weight distribution, and that's why sometimes they do it, just to balance the boat out a little better?
Yeah, it's quite interesting. It's here in novice rowing, actually, because I would believe it's traditionally harder to row just because of the balance the two oars in the middle being so centred in the middle, and then the bow seat probably has to do quite a bit of work to balance on his side. We just rode a tandem down in the Prem 4 as well. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't think there's any, especially in novice rowing, I don't think there's any set way to row.
Yeah, but it is novice. It's about learning, isn't it?
Yes,
It's learning for
exactly.
the coaches as much as anything, isn't it? What does work, and let's start to move things around a little bit. And I imagine when they do get off the water, not necessarily for everyone, they're down. You know, a number of these athletes will have heart rate monitors or, you know, these smart watches, and they'll download all their physiology, heart rates, lactic threshold, the whole lot, and they start to then compile that data and start to figure it all out.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this would be a lot of the start of a lot of these guys' career. I mean, the red boat here is Hamilton Boys, I believe.
Yeah.
So yeah, that'd be. It's good they're here at the Nationals, getting some more racing in before Māori Cup.
Yeah, we're hoping the Mount Abbott Grammar will take them all down.
Oh,
My old school, of course.
Aramaho Wanganui sneaking up here in the middle, on the inside.
First ever winners back in 1947. It should be great. But Hamilton very much the benchmark when it comes to New Zealand secondary schools rowing. Wanganui Collegiate, of course, have a rich history as well. Started on the Wanganui River back in 1947. Lane 3, Omaru, still continuing to dominate here. We've got out nicely, boat length lead. Good challenge still coming here in Lane 6 from the Waikato crew. And they're hanging tough and back down in now 4-7, in Lane 7, Aramaha Wanganui of Jordan Hullett, Kynan Brewer, Achilles Paikea and Christian Kiriona. Now just starting to be a little bit more measured. So we come through the 1,500 metres. And now we start to get to that exponential curve of fatigue. This is where concentration is required, not just physical. Now it's mental. All of these rowers will be just starting to play that little bit of a head game, relying on each other, maybe counting through at 10 strokes at a time, maybe 5 strokes at a time, thinking about good form. That will be what the coxes are telling them as well. I've been saying to some of my other co-commentators and some of your colleagues that I remember from my time in triathlon and endurance sport, when I was really tired and fatigued, I just wanted quiet. I couldn't imagine a coxswain screaming to me when you're breathing through your eyelids. You've got razor blades attacking the lungs.
Yeah, it goes both ways. I personally thrive off a cox, and a cox that's really onto it and knows what they're doing can really get all the boys up, and they know what gets each guy going. So Aramaho Wanganui here is moving really well. I think they're rowing really nice and clean, really smooth. That could be coached. Is that coached by Axel Dickinson?
So we've got across there. Yep, we've got Ivan Doherty coaches Lane 3. Are we talking? We are talking Maru, and so we've got Ivan Doherty who's coaching them. So coach is playing a big part in this, and I like that. Technically set the athlete up at a young age, technically get them good, then you can always build the athlete after that, can't you? You know, you just got to set foundations early, make it good habits. And so coming across there, it is the Omaru crew of Patrick, of Louis Belt, Jacob Rolbach, Ned Newlands-Carter, Cooper Lynch, Peyton Dixon is their cox, so they are in control across there in 3. Good race, starting to play up now for 2nd and 3rd. It's across here in Lane 7, Aramaho Wanganui of Jordan Hallett, Kynan Brewer, Achilles Paikea and Christian Kiriona looking for that silver medal, but now just starting to sense a little bit of a pickup coming back in Lane 5. Good race from the Whangarei crew, really good performance from them. They will come across the line. They may have just picked up the silver medal, so really good race for 2nd and 3rd. As the conditions absolutely idyllic. Mercury is rising, it is warm, and still more A finals to come here on day 2 of the New Zealand Rowing Championships, again powered by Milford. So we will have the men's Premier Cox's quadruple sculls coming up next. And here we go, the starting list for that. We've got the Avon Composite crew in 1. That is a mixture of Avon, Aramaho Wanganui and Whiteout. We've got Auckland Grammar Composite, which includes Auckland Grammar, North Shore, Auckland and the Star Boating Club. Tauranga Composite of Tauranga, the Cure Boating Club and Dunstanarn. We've got the Dunstanarn number 1 crew. They'll start in 4. Waikato will start in Lane 5. Hawke's Bay will start in 6. And Nelson Composite crew will start in Lane 7. So a number of composite crews here, which is great. bring the clubs together, but it also makes it very difficult for the coaches to bring a crew together that are not familiar with each other to try and get these boats up to full speed.
Yeah, for sure. I don't actually know if there is any coaches in this is the draft race, this one, and I believe so. In the composite crews here, you've got Ben Mason, summer squad, Jack Reddy, summer squad, and lane 2. So each boat that was in the draft has a captain of usually a summer squad athlete,
Right.
and that was because the captains were chosen off the Prem single placings in the heats. So yeah, it'll be a good race, and I believe the complete club crews here is Waikato. That's a full club crew, so that's not a draft crew.
I think Dunstan as well.
Same with Dunstan.
And this young Marley King Smith, certainly a dominant last year at New Zealand Secondary Schools Championship, Royal Star of the Future, along with Henry Clatworthy, another one out of Christchurch. So 2 youngsters getting alongside some of the more senior experienced rowers, having a look at their first true national championships away from school. Now, they don't have a coxswain here to rely on. They have to figure this out themselves. And another good, clean start, really good start there at the top by the Avon Composite team in lane 1 in the red boat. Lane 4 as well, getting off to a good start, the Dunstan Arms crew. I like Dunstan, it's the bucket hats I like. It's become sort of almost... it's almost synonymous with Dunstan, isn't it?
Yeah,
I
it's a
mean,
bit
you
like
guys must
King's
almost
College.
be a little bit envious, eh? You must want surely you want the old bucket hats.
Yeah,
eh?
of course. Yeah.
We all want a bucket hat. I want a bucket hat. My Waikato crew here, that's composite crew. And you can just see the different club colours. And what are you noticing through this first 250 metres? Anything that you can point out for our viewers when you look across all crews?
So it's a bit of a gamble, really, with the draft. It's obviously you've got some notable names in each crew, but they went out on their training rows yesterday. Some might have gone out this morning, and it's really about who can string together the best rhythm and best crew cohesion in a limited amount of time. So you might say that the club crews could be at an advantage here, because I would assume that they've been racing this all season and the combos all season. So yeah, it'll be really impressive.
Yeah, they've got their seat placement right. They
Yep.
know what they're doing. They've got the setup right, and we see that from the Dunstan Arm crew across there in 4, automatically just a bow ball in front of lane 5, which is the Waikato number 1 crew as well. So the 2 pure club rate crews are actually coming to the fore at the moment. So that Dunstan Arm crew is Angus Kenny, Marley King Smith, Jack Pearson, Henry Clatworthy, coached by Simon Smith. The Waikato crew is Oscar Rushton, Joshua Vodvanovich, Evan Williams and Finn Hamill.
Yeah, so I believe that Waikato quad, all of those rowers are in the Waikato Performance Hub this past season. And Finn Hamill's just come from a bit of a stint off the boat with his parents. I believe they live on a boat.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yep.
So yeah. Oh, Rob Hamill.
Yep.
Yep.
That's right.
No, Rob. Yep.
So Finn's done real well to come straight back into racing, and
because they went on an adventure around the world, didn't they, on a boat? And
yep.
I know there was
Got a
certainly
YouTube
with Rob
channel.
Hamill, his brother and stuff, and there's some. You Google that, but wanting to try and gain some understanding of what happened to his brother over there in Asia some years back, and with the Khmer Rouge, I think, and sad story, but at the same time, just a wonderful man, a wonderful family, great rowing story, and great to have that next generation of Hamills competing.
Yep, he's a bullet. Silver in the under-23 single at under-23 World Champs last year, lightweight single.
I was going to ask you, this is a coxless race clearly, and I do ask a lot of my experts that I've had up there, what's the funniest thing a cox has said to you during a race? The one yesterday was, "I love you."
I love you, yeah. I haven't had
I mean,
many.
you're in so much pain, you're not exactly going
Yeah.
to sit there and burst into laughter, are you? But
Yeah.
I'd imagine there's probably been some moments out where you're like, where did that come from?
Yeah, you just get pure emotion and elation through the microphone sometimes. A lot of my boats have been sculling boats, so I haven't had a coxswain. But yeah, maybe the funniest one was do it for your parents. I don't know, like they just it was a little bit like I was that's kind of funny, like a little bit cringe.
Yeah,
but
do it for your parents.
Yeah.
They're at home on the couch, watching it on TV, having a beer. Lane 4, folks, and it is a very good performance from the Dunstan Arm crew. Kenny, Marley Smith, Jack Pearson, Henry Clatworthy. And so, just the one bucket hat though, that's disappointing. I've got a feeling that might be, is it Marley King-Smith in there? Or was he sitting there in the white cap?
Some of those guys will be eyeing up under 23 New Zealand trials. I believe Jack Pearson's already received one. Yeah, they're looking good though.
Yeah, 6 here now, just starting to increase their rating, lane 6, so they're just starting to dial it up another notch. That is the Hawke's Bay composite team of Ben Oliviers, Sam Cleland, Finn Allison and Tom McIntosh, and it's really good to see. I know Sam Cleland's dad, Alan, I lived with him in Japan back in 1989, so we still stay in touch. He's very proud of what his kids have done. He's a big fan too of the Clatworthys. And so, good to see Sam competing. But it is a bit of a demolition at the moment. It is all lane 5. It is the Dunstan Arm crew. Really good race developing for 2nd, 3rd and 4th at the moment. 3 crews in it. Lane 6 just starting to get a little bit of a lift. Still across there though in lane 4. In fact, my apologies. It is the Waikato crew that currently lead this. The Dunstan Arm crew there in 2nd place at the moment, but the challenge is also coming from this Hawke's Bay composite crew. No real surprise. Oscar Rushton, Joshua Vodanovic, Evan Williams and Finn Hamill. Would that be your pick prior to the start of this race in terms of the way these boats have been selected and the setup? For
sure, definitely would have been. I mean, just purely based on names, those 4 rowers have medalled multiple times already at this national championships, and they've all rowed for New Zealand. So yeah, based on paper, Tom McIntosh's crew here on the inside's getting up for it though. He's a great finisher.
They are going brilliantly at the moment. McIntosh, really good performance coming here from Cleland, McIntosh, Allison and Oliviers. So it'll come down, it'll be the Waikato crew that'll take it. I think it's across the far side, possibly the Avon composite team that'll pick up silver, and then maybe the Dunstan Arms crew 3rd, narrowly over this Hawke's Bay composite crew. So very good finish for 2nd, 3rd and 4th, but nobody can deny the Waikato crew of Oscar Rushton, Joshua Vodanovic, Evan Williams and Finn Hamill on picking up that national title. Well, one of the, and I'll just let everyone know that our next race will be the Women's Premier Coxless Quadruple Sculls, but I'd imagine too one of the toughest parts of this sport is the multiple races in a day. It's a sport where high levels of lactic acid, tough aerobically, and having those warm down protocols in place, having that recovery in place, the hydration, the nutrition, ice baths if you need them. What are some of the protocols that you practice, that you put in place?
Yeah, so after you finish the race, we normally just go straight to the warm down area, which is just to the right where these boats are. We do a couple of laps of that, and we come in and we try to do 10 to 15 minutes on the erg afterwards to just flush out all the lactate, and then go for a little bit of a spin on the bike. So we just try keep it moving and try loosen up as much as we can, and then like you said, we jump in the ice bath down at Roe, New Zealand for about 10 minutes, and then we get back up and we go stretch, roll it out. Yep.
And I imagine after a while it just becomes nature, doesn't it? It becomes habit. But it must be really tough having to get yourself back up to suffer to that degree again. I mean, the level of mental fatigue, don't underestimate. It's one of the things I struggle with swimmers, because it's a non-weight bearing sport, they tend to push kids really hard. But you go, yeah, but this is really hard mentally on kids, and you want to keep them interested, you want to make it fun. And sometimes there's nothing fun about it if you do too much of it.
Yeah, that's why I've got respect to all school rowers and schoolboys, schoolgirls. A lot of club rowers, they just go out there and hammer themselves in every event, whereas we only enter 1 or 2 in the elite team. We probably do the single.
So you're suggesting you're a bit soft?
Yeah, well, exactly. Yeah, we just that's why warming down is so important, though. If you do all the small things right, then you'll be able to get back up and race 2K again, really.
Well, they're the things you can control, aren't they? You can't control the physiology of some athletes, but there are a lot of things you can control, and if you do those little things right, then you can pull back. You can pull back gains on maybe athletes who, let's just say, are more naturally talented than you, or just maybe have a better aerobic system or better physiology.
Yeah.
And I think one of the biggest barriers athletes put up is their definition of talent is too narrow. Oh, look at him, he's just better. It's like, yeah, but hang on a minute. He's not good at turning up on time. He's not good at recovery. He's not good at nutrition.
Yeah. The 1%ers, they really shine through, and
Yep.
there's even, to a degree, there's maybe a little bit of a difference in the building between some of us, and you can tell the people that are doing every little bit right, and it pays in the performance.
Yeah. Okay, so now it is the women's premier coxless quadruple sculls, and we'll just run through those starting order for you. There's 7 lanes. Looks like maybe a couple are missing though. What have we got? Lanes 4, 5 and 6. So the women's premier coxless quadruple sculls. We do, it looks like a couple of crews are missing. So certainly got crews there in lane 4, 5 and 6.
Might have had a scratching from Avon.
Here is the profile here of Jackie Kittle. It's been very, very busy so far throughout this regatta. Wellington Girls College Star Boating Club. And again, just look at the ability, the chin-ups in a minute, 47. I think I'd maybe manage 5.
She's got the female record, Jackie, on the pull-up. She's a beast.
And let's just have a look at the draw here. So Auckland University in 1, North Shore in 2, Albany Senior High School in 3. Great to have them here. Waikato in 4, Avon in 5, Waikato in 6, Hamilton in 7, and Dunstan Rowing Club in 8. So a number of the secondary schools. It does still just look like maybe a number of crews not on the start line. We'll confirm that for you. Certainly starters in lanes 4, 5, 6 at the moment. Not sure that we've necessarily got a starter there in lane 3. Okay, we are underway in the Women's Premier Coxless Quadruple Sculls. I might have just got those starting order wrong because we're going to have the Auckland Composite team in 1, North Shore Composite in 2, Avon Composite in 3, Waikato number 2 crew in 4, Avon Composite in 5, the Waikato Composite in 3, and the Hamilton Composite in lane 7. So have we got a similar format for what we've just seen with the men, with a bit of a draft system going on here?
Yeah, exactly. I think the only boat that isn't is the non-composite boat, which is Waikato in 4. I think that's a straight club crew with they're all New Zealand
and
representatives.
Lane 8, we do have a Dunstan Arm Rowing Club,
yep.
which was not on our start list. So we've got the 8 lanes. Internationally, they generally only have 6 lanes in the rowing final, so it is a unique format here in New Zealand. Lane 4 getting away quickly, the Waikato number 2 crew of Madeline Parker, Sophie Ignot Johnson, Katie Lush and Samantha Voss. So a very accomplished crew there, plenty of experience as well through the first 250. Go across there in lane 1. And we've got the Auckland Composite crew made up of Auckland, West End, Waikato, Ella Henry, Emily Gordon, Holly Chaff, and Charlotte Spence.
It's like the wind's picking up a slight bit now, so a little bit of a headwind.
Yeah, just talk about those conditions. So you get a little bit of a headwind. Does that require any adjustment technically, individually and collectively from the crew? Do you have to make, as an individual rower, do you have to make any sort of adjustments when you've got a headwind or versus, say, getting a tailwind?
Yeah, so in a real super rough headwind, this is real minimal, so you wouldn't make any changes here. But when the water starts getting a bit ripply or a bit wobbly and the headwind's really howling against you, you normally change your oar measurements and lighten them up to make it a bit lighter through the water, so you're not as heavy at the catch, because the wind can really make it feel a lot heavier at the catch.
And you have the ability to make those adjustments.
Yeah, so if you do it before you got on the water, you'd get the tape measure out and make them lighter. Some people change their heights on their gates as well to get more clearance over the rough water.
Yeah. And what about, say, if you get a crosswind, say, from right to left or left to right?
Yeah, crosswind's a tricky one. I don't think you can ever prepare for that.
No.
Because it just changes even when you're on the water. So it could be a crosswind at the start and then gone at the finish.
So the Avon Composite crew here in lane 3 now starting to make their move, and that is Erin Ticklepenny, Claudia Kinder, Stevie Maybe and Tori Cox. So that is representation of Avon, Auckland and Waikato. So wonderful images. It is a magnificent sport when it's covered this way, and that is this Waikato number 2 crew. So what are you noticing there from these 4?
Yeah, looking real relaxed and smooth. It doesn't quite look like they're putting a whole lot of effort in at the moment, so they might just be chucking in their rhythm here. A lot of crews' game plans to do a little move either right now before the K, at the K or just after. It's normally a bit of a game plan.
And what is the definition of a move? Are we talking about increasing the stroke rating for 10, 15, 20 seconds? How does that look? How does that play out?
Yeah, some people actually choose to lift the intensity from the K until the rest of the race. So yeah, like you said, you can go up in stroke rate. You could do a good call's Big 10, 10 on. Everyone just commits for those 10 strokes and see where the boat will move. If they've done a move, they call another one. And then yeah, once you hit the 1500, then you're starting your wind and your sprint.
Dunstan arm rowing crew down here in the bucket hats starting to make their move as well. Very good tactically. How strategic is it? And this Waikato crew, well, they've got plenty of experience here. You'd imagine that they're not going to slow down, so it's going to require some effort here from these other crews to try and pull them back. We do just start to see a little bit of a lift in their rating across there in lane 1. Still looking very comfortable as the Auckland Composite team of Ella Henry, Emily Gordon, Holly Schaff and Charlotte Spence. Lane 6 is the Waikato Composite number 3 team made up of Waikato North Shore, the Star Boating Club. That is Graham Walsh, Mackenzie Tuffin, Annabelle Knowles and Sarah Wooten. Looking at the Dunstan Arms crew here, are you happy with what you're seeing technically?
Yeah, all the girls. A good little technical reminder is finishing the stroke all the way through, pulling those elbows out and clearing the hands over your knees before you rock over.
It's the same, isn't it? You come from a swimming background, but you often hear in swimming distance per stroke, isn't it? Distance per stroke. Make sure that you come right through with your catch and make sure you get that distance, get that shoulder rotation. Don't start to come through too early with that through stroke because that'll just shorten everything up.
Yeah, optimizing time in the water and rowing and hanging from the lats at the catch and just really levering off that blade. And I guess I need to get better at it as well, just really holding my elbows out and finishing the stroke to ensure like you said, you're getting max distance per stroke.
So it is looking fairly comfortable at the moment for our leaders. And so lane 6, the Waikato Composite crew, Graham Walsh, Mackenzie Tuffin, Annabelle Knowles and Sarah Wooten. Across there in lane 5, the Avon Composite crew of Becky Cuke, Harriet Thompson, Sky Lang and Laura Glenn. Across there on the far side, the Auckland Composite team of Ella Henry, Emily Gordon, Holly Chaff and Charlotte Spence. This really is the battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. And now we just start to see the Dunstan Arm crew down here looking to establish 2nd place, but it is there in lane 4 who still continue to lead, the Waikato crew of Madeline Parker, Sophie Ignot Johnson, Katie Lush and Samantha Voss. And that just shows the benefit of being from one club, having that cohesion, having that time on the water, having that understanding, the setup of the boat. Most of these other crews are a composite outside of the 2nd place getters, Dunstan Arms. So a really good exhibition being put on here. Crowd certainly enjoying it. Coaches will be watching. Of course, Olympic selectors here as well. Olympic selection trials next week. But certainly running an eye over all of the athletes at this year's National Championships. Now, just starting to all bring it home, but nobody is going to deny the Waikato crew. They'll come down, they'll win this comfortably. Absolute demolition. Wonderful display. Now the race for silver and bronze. And who's going to pick this one up? It will be Dunstan Arm, who will pick up silver. And then it'll be across there, it'll be the Waikato Composite second crew who will pick up the bronze. Hope you are enjoying coverage of the 2024 New Zealand Rowing Championships powered by Milford. So what other events have you still got?
That's it. That's it for me. Yeah.
You get to just sit back, put your feet up and chill.
Yeah, exactly. Enjoy a nice Sunday off, and then we start trials on Monday.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're trying to qualify the quad for the last chance regatta in Switzerland.
Yep.
And there's about 8 of us going for 5 spots.
Well, it's tough, isn't it? But it's also a good thing. I often say to stay number one, train as if you're number two. You've got to have a bit of always looking over your shoulder.
Yeah.
You know?
It'll be a long week. I think it goes from Monday to Friday, and I believe like the 23 and under 21 trials are also being run. So it's a lot of work for the rowers that have just raced coming up in the next couple of weeks. And
yeah, I sort of sense at an Olympic level we're sort of bit of a rebuild phase. Results internationally suggest that things might not play out like they did in Tokyo, but that's like all sport, isn't it? You have to sort of rebuild. You've got this wonderful succession plan, but sometimes it's not a 4-year cycle. Some year it is realistically going to be an 8-year cycle. Yeah,
and we were told that coming into the 2021 season that it was a rebuild phase, and the focus would be a lot more on the smaller boats. So as we've seen, we've got Tom McIntosh in the single, Emma Twigg in the single, and then the men's pair.
So we'll just confirm those results for you. The Waikato Rowing Club getting up in a time of 6 minutes 13.53. Avon Rowing Club in second, 6 minutes 17.34. And then we've got the Dunstan Arm Rowing Club who in 6:17. So that was the men's race, which was a little bit earlier. Very close finish there for third and fourth. I'll bring you the official results of that women's race very shortly, but it was all one-way traffic with Waikato doing a bit of a demolition on the rest of the field. And we'll confirm those results for you right now. So there you go. Not particularly fast conditions. Time of 7 minutes and 2 seconds for Waikato crew. Comfortably over Dunstan, Waikato. But look at the difference there between third and fourth. The difference between a good night's sleep, and as I like to say, come down to 0.001% in performance. The moral of the story is when the alarm goes at 5 o'clock in the morning, don't push the snooze button. It's 10 minutes a day. It's 70 minutes a week.
I like that. Yep.
Okay, you can keep that one.
I remember that, yeah,
okay.
For sure.
Now, my other one, when you drive past, and I get it because I've been in that endurance environment, and sometimes athletes are ahead of science, the furnace is burning bright. But when you drive past a fast food drive-through, say to yourself, you do not put two-stroke in a Ferrari. Okay, you put two-stroke in a lawnmower, not in a Ferrari, big guy, okay? Not in a Ferrari. You can have that one. Right. What have we got here? We've got a 1,000-metre race, have we? So this is the men's School of Origin race. St Andrews College, Wellington Rowing Club and Avon Rowing Club. Oh, we've got some extra crews in there. We've got the Avon Rowing Club. No Mount Albert Grammar School, no Wanganui Collegiate. What's going on?
Yeah, I don't think there's actually 4 rowers from Wanganui Collegiate here at this national champs. But,
no.
St Andrews, I believe this is the same boat, Stack 4, that won the Springbok 4 in 2017.
Yep.
Bar one person, so you've got Ben Taylor, Thomas Russell, and Zach Grumble. They're not on here.
No, so we are underway. It looks like a little bit of a handicap start over the 1,000 metres. So I don't have, again, all of those crews again sitting here in front of me. So I'm going to throw this one over to you, big guy. You want to call this race? Can you maybe do it a horse racing commentary? Or
yeah, no? I'm just trying to work out what lanes they're in.
They're all lanes, yeah.
What schools they are, because it's at School of Origin? Yeah, it is School of Origin.
So Hamilton Boys last year, St Bede's won the Springbok Shield, didn't they? Mount Albert Grammar the year before.
Yep.
St Bede's winning the double.
My year at school was Hamilton Boys. Quite a few of those boys. Campbell Crouch and Flynn Watson are still rowing. I don't believe they're rowing here today.
Yeah, and just getting the steering right here, so you can just see them going a little bit off course. And got lane, here we go, lane 7. And that looks like Westlake Boys, doesn't it? Is that the?
Yep, that's Westlake.
That's the big red swan, yeah. They looked good last year in a number of the bigger boats, and I sort of thought that maybe this year might be their time at the Māori Cup I know the first time St Bede's won the Māori Cup was 1991. They mowed down Westlake and won it by 0.9 of a second, and then they won it last year 0.05 of a second. So St Bede's know how to win, but they win it by the smallest of margins. And
Were you commentating that race?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, that was a great race.
I was with Alex for that. Yeah, it was one of the great races. Certainly, I've always wanted to do the Māori, and I came down here because I have a lot to do with my old school, Mount Albert, and we've got such a rich history with the Māori, with the base of the Māori Cup being built in the workshop at Mount Albert Grammar in 1951 and being the first ever winners. And so it's something that I've always wanted to do, and you come down here and you end up being involved in the greatest race in history.
Yes,
we didn't have, to be fair to the boys, and they've addressed it, we didn't have great sound, so it was all a bit sort of muffled, but certainly, yeah. And everyone was talking about St Bede's, weren't they? And everyone was talking about the Hamilton rivalry, and then it lived up to its billing, which is very rare in sport.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was insane to watch. Yeah, this is Ben Taylor in the stroke seat. We've got Zach Grumble here in 3 seat and Thomas Russell in 2 seat. I'm not too sure who's in bow seat, but he's looking pretty smooth at the same time. And they're just, dominating this race. I mean, you've got 3 New Zealand summer squad athletes.
So look, hey boys, you're bringing a knife to a gunfight here. Right? But look, great for Westlake, great for some of these, crews. Look, I still love the sport, that there is still a lot of nostalgia. There is still that sort of, that tribalism that goes with a lot of the clubs and with a lot of the schools and the history of it, and it's really important we protect it, but at the same time you also need to evolve, and you also need to come into the here and the now, and things are changing.
Those 3 boys in that stack 4 have never let it go, though. I hear about it every day, probably.
Oh, I'm sure they do.
They will never live it down. Rightly so. It was a great race from them. They dominated it from start to finish. And I guess I won't stop hearing about this next one as well.
Yeah, well, they'll turn up. North Island.
Oh, look, they did a little feather off the finish. Yeah, nice.
Yeah, nice race coming down. I'd like to call it for you folks, but I don't have the full start list here in front of me. But let's just say it's been a great exhibition of rowing from all of our crews, and great to see Westlake there, and I think St Andrews were on the line. We have Wellington College as well. Then we had a crew out of the Avon Rowing Club. We also had the Women's School of Origin, I think, was part of that, and that's them, and they were given a little bit of a head start.
Oh yeah.
And not too many more races before we do have a bit of a lunch break and come back for that final session this afternoon.
Onslow College, that might be on the far side.
Yeah, Onslow, of course. Interesting in the Māori Cup, and I'm not so familiar with the Women's Jubilee Cup, knowing that clearly it started back in 1981, and it's become, very much Rangiruru dominated, and those sort of, more the South Island type schools, Westlake Girls, etc. But only 17 schools have ever won the Māori on the men's side, and that's remarkable, really. Hamilton with 11, I think Wanganui Collegiate are right there.
Yep. Yeah, I think they've got the record.
13, maybe. Mount Albert Grammar, I think, have 8, but haven't won it since the 1960s. You've got King's College in Auckland, have only won it 3 times. They haven't won it since the schools like St Kennigan in Auckland have never won it. It's quite remarkable, the schools that have never won it that you think probably should have won it or would have won it. Auckland Grammar School, I think, have only ever won it twice, and such a big school in Auckland, secondary school sport.
Yeah, I mean, the schools that haven't won it, they've consistently been there year after year, just not quite getting it right. I know Grammar's a huge one. Sacred Heart College, more recently, I believe, is going to have its time soon. I know they've...
Hell of a water polo school. Wow.
Hell of a water polo school, but also now their men's 8 have just been flying. I mean, I've got a great mate, Luca Q, and he got 3rd one year, and they might be doing really well this season as well, Sacred Heart, I believe.
I just need to remind you, because I am passionate, but at the recent Auckland secondary schools rowing regatta, Mount Albert Grammar won the boys 8. Girls 8, 4, and girls 4.
Yeah.
I'm not sure where Sacred Heart came.
I don't know.
I've got a few Sacred Heart mates, so I'm just because you know how every job's got fringe benefits.
Yeah.
So like if you work in a back, you get better interest rates. See, I can work on here. I can talk about my old school.
Oh, 100%.
And you can talk about yours.
Yep, I can.
Oh, look, it's great though, isn't it? But that's what you want. You want that tribalism. You want that rivalry. You want that passion. I think it's what is part of the Māori Cup. It's that whole wear your colours and wear them with pride and remind yourself of your history. Glendowie College in Auckland is a school that, sort of starting to emerge that never traditionally was involved in rowing. But
I think they either pick, they're going to be sculling or they're going to be sweeping. And I know Glendowie at least when I was rowing, it was more of a more of a sculling kind of school. And
But you know, I saw Wakatipu last year with Marley King. What's the Marley King Jones? Is it? You know, suddenly Wakatipu were doing really well on the smaller boats. St Peter's College of Cambridge here do very well on the smaller boats. But it is hard for us school to get an 8 together in a year and have a bit of a freak year.
Yeah, you need your whole development path needs to be consistent. I mean,
Well, you've got to have
Hamilton
depth in your
boys,
program too, don't you?
Yeah, they've got a couple of novice 8s. So they'll stay on and row into the under 15, 16, and there you go. You got your under 18 8. They've been rowing since novice.
Okay, so that will bring the program to an end on this second session of the finals day here at the 2024 New Zealand Rowing Champions. Just don't go away, folks, because coming up at 1:45 or 1:50 this afternoon, we'll bring you the next of our A finals, which will be the Women's Novice Cox Quadruple Sculls. So go grab yourself something to eat, get on the rowing erg. Hopefully you've been inspired. Jump in a swimming pool. I did encourage you earlier. Do some breaststroke. Come back. Send us some media, send us some messages via social media, and we will see you shortly.
At Milford, we understand it takes dedication, teamwork, and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results. And we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow. Official live stream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you. At Milford, we understand it takes dedication, teamwork, and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results. And we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow. Official live stream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
Welcome back to a very warm Karapiro, the final session of day 2 of finals for the 2024 New Zealand Rowing Championships, powered to you by Milford. We will bring you the first part of this women's novice Cox quadruple sculls B final, and then we will bring you live action. If you do want to continue to follow the B finals, of course, you can watch that on our second channel. It's been an exciting 2 days of finals, again demonstrating the depth in New Zealand rowing, the existing stars, the emerging stars, and of course, more than 60 clubs represented at this year's Nationals. So looking at the draw, the lane draw for this B final, Te Awamutu will start in 1, the Cambridge Rowing Club in 2, Whangarei in 3, Petone in 4, Cambridge in 5, the Hamilton Rowing Club will start in 6, the Star Boating Club in 7, Whangarei Rowing Club will start in lane 8. And having a look here at lane 3, this is the Whangarei crew of Indy Henry, Arabella Monteith, Pippa Ryder, Sienna Southall, and Brick McCassie is the Cox, coached by Chris Williams and Isabel Hunter-Willits. So you don't traditionally think so much of the Northland region as being a powerhouse in rowing, but it's good to see a number of crews here. I mean, if we can tap into the entire country, there is talent everywhere. Sometimes it's just identifying that talent, connecting them with the right sport, and as they say, the rest is history. So certainly we know how untapped in a lot of sport, particularly the Northland region, is. So lovely to have Whangarei on the start line. But Tony, you'll start outside of them in 4. Opportunity too for the Coxons too to master their craft. So I just got one more boat to come in, and that is in lane 7. So that is the Star Boat Club. Fernanda Renner, Willa Goodwin, Michaela Williams, Isabel Diggle. Their Cox is Marima Wallace. Now, of course, with a number of these novice crews, we have just seen the steering of these particular craft at times being a little bit offline. Don't expect them to be technically quite as good as what we see at the club level, what we see at the Premier level. But really, it's just an opportunity to learn the game, take that important stage in their development. As we look at the Petone crew here in lane 4 of Sophie Herbert, Lottie Upton, Ava Broom, Annie O'Sullivan. Their Cox is George D. So 2,000 metres. Following this, we will bring you the A final of the women's novice Cox quadruple scull. So this is the B final. So just going through that final lane call, not too far away from a start. And we do get away really good start in lane 4 from Petone. Also an excellent start coming in lane 6 from the Hamilton number 2 crew of Millie Haggard, Helena Fanoa Hadji, Amelia Shira, Faye Yao, their Cox, Hayley Cutler. And down here, the Whangarei crew also getting away nicely in the big blue boat. So a good, fairly even start. Lane 6 just struggling a little bit from the Star Boat Club. And also the Cambridge number 2 crew just off to a little bit of a slow start, but plenty of time to make those little corrections, get these boats powered up. Good high turnover here coming from Whangarei at the bottom of the screen. But it is lane 2 who take the early lead. The Cambridge number 1 crew of Taylor Hewen, Lily Cameron, Ruby Johnston, Alexandra Mason, Maddie Peacock, the Cox, coached by Carl Manson and Elisa George. Through 500 metres they do go. So a quarter of the way on their journey. Absolutely idyllic conditions. A slight headwind for the rowers. Not absolutely super quick conditions, but certainly fair. No one lane that appears to have been favoured, talking to the rowers that have come off the water. But it is still lane 3. It is now the Whangarei. In fact, it is the Clifton number 2 crew in lane 3 who have the smallest lead over lane 4, the Clifton number 1 crew. So great to see Clifton having so much depth. And got the boats now in unison, starting to get that cohesion. Problem with the novice level is they don't quite have that experience, so sometimes pace judgment can be a little bit off, but that's what it's all about. It's about learning at this level what works for you, what doesn't, who decides to attack the first 1,000 metres, who's a little bit more measured, who has the ability to maybe ramp it up just prior to the 1,000 metre mark, or possibly in that third 500 metres, and then look to really try and bring it home. But it is all lane 3, Clifton, Kate Pease, Tabitha George, Orlay Honeyfield, Hannah Honeyfield, Jack Fuller there, Cox. So down here in the bottom, Whangarei, up there in lane 3. My apologies, Whangarei in fact. Just looking at the wrong list there for Clifton. So Whangarei 2 up there in lane 3. Spitoni in the yellow boat in 4. And so Whangarei, Indy Henry, Arabella Monteith, Pippa Ryder, Sienna Southall, Brooke McCassie. Now if you are wanting to watch this B final, you can pick that up on Channel 2. So we will leave that as Whangarei get into their work. Congratulations to Tana Godfrey, Anna Barradell and Imogen Williams, Selena Cook and Millie Anna Powell, their Cox. And now to the A final we go. And so this will feature the likes of North Shore, the 2 Clifton crews that I accidentally called in the previous race. So there it is. Avon Rowing Club will start in 1. Waitamata Rowing Club in 2. Haven't seen a lot of them in this regatta. Avon Rowing Club in 3. West End Rowing Club in 4. Okay, now again, just having a few, there we go. We do apologise. Just having a few technical difficulties. Let's get this right. Okay, here we go. So in lane 1, we'll have North Shore. Lane 2, we'll have Avon. Lane 3, we'll have Clifton 2. Lane 4, we'll have Clifton 1. Waikato number 1 crew in lane 5. Aramoho Wanganui will start in lane 6. Hamilton will start in lane 7. The Star Boat Club will start in lane 8. We'll go into lane 4. We'll check out the crew from Clifton. That is Bella Neal, Oliver Perry, Anna Francis, Isla Robinson, Charlotte Wimsett is their Cox, coached well by Gus Bergen and Jodie Haskell. Just outside of them in lane 5 will be the Waikato crew of Chloe Parker, Madeline Waddell, Helena White, Savannah Bork, George McIntosh, the Cox, and Angela Bork. So good to see the Waddell name in there. Madeline Waddell. Rob Waddell, of course, single sculls gold medalist. Okay, we do get underway. Slightly skewed start there in the middle in lane 4, but they straighten things up nicely. Is the Clifton crew. And also getting over quickly, lane 8, the Starboat Club, Octavia Snelling, Elizana Boyle, Tia Tia, Pyrenees Snelling, Ruhi, Powdrell, Selma Smith there, Cox. So very aggressive start out there in lane 8, but it is lane 4 and 5. So Clifton 1, Waikato 1. But good even start. Hamilton number 1 crew just starting to struggle a little bit there in lane 7. Oh, someone's just caught a crab there in the middle. So just having to now make that adjustment, catch it up. So lane 4, that is disaster for the Clifton crew. And that is game, set and match at this level, unfortunately. So a field of 8 has now been reduced to a field of 7 in terms of the true context of this. How do they react? Well, they've got no choice. They're just going to have to chase. They're going to have to hunt. They're going to have to increase their stroke rating, try and get back in the fight. But we deal with such small percentages, you would sense that the Clifton race is over. Now they'll need to rely on the Clifton number 2 team of Kate Pease, Tabitha George, Orley Honeyfield and Hannah Honeyfield with their Cox, because they carry now the expectations of the Clifton Club there in lane 3. So lane 5, it's Waikato. Lane 6, it's Hamilton. Lane 7, in fact it's Aramaho Wanganui in lane 6, so they're hanging tough as well. The famous colours of the yellow and the red, currently sitting in 2nd place. Waikato crew though, half a boat length lead. Then there in lane 3, it's the Clifton crew of Kate Pease, Tabitha George, Orley Honeyfield, Hannah Honeyfield. Through the 500 metre mark we go. So good rating. It's all about timing. And that's the key to the game, about precision. Connecting those strokes, getting that bow nice and high out of the water. Waikato crew, a great demonstration here. But the Clifton number 2 crew still hanging tough. And you do just sense that the Aramaho Wanganui crew, well, they're set, they're poised. You feel that their game plan is very much around maybe just increasing their stroke rate. Really looking for that third 500 metres, looking to bring it home strong. Waikato, well, they've played their cards. They said, we're going out hard and we look to pick it up even more. So they have decided to dictate terms. They don't want to be dictated to. It's a good performance from the Waikato crew of Chloe Parker, Madeline Waddell, Helena White, Savannah Bork, their Cox, George McIntosh. Oh, and another one. They've caught a crab too. And so they've managed to pick it back up though, but they've lost a lot of momentum. So the Waikato crew have made a mistake, and this has opened the door now. And the boat with the real momentum is Aramaho Wanganui. They've now started to pick it up. There's some real urgency, looking to try and squeeze Waikato. The Clifton number 2 crew automatically respond as well. But I tell you what, Waikato have recovered well. They'll get just that little bit more rush of adrenaline. They're going to need to control the emotions, folks, but settle back. There's already been drama, and we are now down to just the 2 boats, because the Clifton number 2 boat just starting to struggle, went out just a little bit too quick perhaps, burnt too many matches too early, and now they're starting to paddle through quicksand. So it's still the Waikato crew. It is the Aramaho Wanganui boat here in lane 6. Tough day, tough sport. Great recovery though from Waikato. Really good. If anything, it's just spurned them on a little bit more. It's just put some real desperation in. The only boat that is staying in touch, applying the pressure, is Aramaho Wanganui. Can they find another gear? Can they take it up? Waikato look settled now, but still just the boat length lead. That urgency, did they burn too many matches in that brief period to get themselves back up to full speed, to recover from the mistake? Approaching the 1500 metre mark now, 3/4 of the way through this journey. Now we get into the business end. Now we start to see the tactics begin to play out. You just sense the rating begins to now increase from Aramaho Wanganui starting to pick it up. Waikato respond though, looking to try and cover, looking to try and react to anything they see behind them. Still in the contest, still in the fight. There's the Clifton #1 crew. Now they also made a bit of a clanger, but they've found their way back, so they've been controlled, they've been measured. But this Waikato crew now pulling out to about a 2-length lead. Classy, dominant performance from them. And there is that 1500 metre marker. Plenty of noise coming from the coxswains. Calling on their rowers, calling on their athletes to give it their all. To dig deep, to find that inner strength, to maintain good technique, to maintain good form. Get that timing right. Get that blade entry right. Keep the hands soft. Think about staying nice and tall. This is a quality performance from Waikato. Chloe Parker, Madeline Waddell, Helena White, Savannah Bork, and wonderful job that George McIntosh is doing. Coach Angela Bork will be delighted with this performance considering the level of adversity they put themselves in just before the 1000 metre mark. So it's the Waikato crew coming down to win the women's novice quadruple sculls. That's generally what you tend to get at a novice level. Fatigue levels do kick on. You just lose a little bit of concentration, a little bit of a technical frailty, and boy, you slam the handbrakes on pretty quickly. But they have recovered nicely, the Waikato crew. Aramaho Wanganui in second place, looking pretty comfortable as well. And then really good comeback too from the Clifton #1 boat of Bella Neal, Olivia Perry, Anna Francis, Isla Robinson, Charlotte Wimson, after just catching one of their blades and basically slamming the handbrake on and losing all their momentum. But nobody is going to deny this very impressive Waikato novice crew. And so congratulations to them. They will take out this New Zealand title. Good race for second. Here we go. Might need to go to the photo on this one because it's a very fast finishing Clifton crew trying to get their nose in front of Aramaho Wanganui, and I think they might just have the momentum here. So that is a great fight back. No, and I think we go to the line. It will go the way of Aramaho Wanganui over the smallest margins over Clifton, but nobody can deny the Waikato #1 crew of Chloe Parker, Madeline Waddell, Helena White, Savannah Bork, and their cox George McIntosh for taking out a comfortable victory. Last of the crew still coming in. That across there is the North Shore crew. So a very young, inexperienced crew, just gaining that experience, trying to get an understanding of the aerodynamics, hydrodynamics, and the mechanics of these boats. And now coming down here in lane 8 is the Star Boat Club. Well done to them. And now we will go from there to the Women's Intermediate Single Sculls A Final, which has just started. Avon in lane 1. Waitemata in lane 2, Avon in lane 3, West End in 4, Canterbury in 5, Rotorua in 6, Porirua in 7, Whakatane in lane 1. So representing Avon in lane 1 will be Sam Rankin. The sculler for Waitemata in lane 2 is Rose Hinton. The rower for the Avon crew in lane 3 is Emma Gardner. West End is represented by Milan Tainakori. Canterbury sculler is Stella Cook. Lane 6, Rotorua sculler is Francis Hazeldine. Layla Mackay represents Porirua in lane 7. And Ayla Rowe from Whakatane in lane 8. So this is that A final. It was the B final that have got underway. So the B final and the A final. So this is in fact the A final just in shot. We'll try and go above and bring you that result. You can see the B final in the distance. We've just had a slight delay in scheduling, so we do apologise if it's just a little bit confusing. So now coming in to swoop across this women's intermediate single sculls A final. Stunning day here in Lake Karapiro, the home of New Zealand rowing, where the High Performance Centre is based. Of course, these rowing championships have been staged since 1888. We alternate between here and alternative years like Ruataniwha down there in Twizel. For the individual scullers, it's a tough, lonely race. It is lane 5, Canterbury paddler Stella Cook, who has the lead at the moment. Big challenge though coming on her inside in lane 4 from Milan Tainakore. And now we swing it around, so there is lane 1, 2, 3 and 4. So really a battle between lanes 3 and 4. Good performance here coming from Sam Rankin out of the Avon Club in lane 1 as well. So looking to sort of apply the pressure, apply the heat. But it is all lane 5. Stella Cook, coached by Joe Schmidt, who continues to lead this women's intermediate single sculls A final. Commanding lead at the moment, 2 boat lengths, possibly even 3. Coming up to the 1,000 metre mark. No man's land. Cannot bluff your way through the second half. You might be able to bluff your way to a degree through the first half. But some of these scullers will have an individual plan. They'll be looking to try and pick it up. Mahe Drysdale, great example of somebody who's very patient, never afraid to back himself over the second half of this race. Coming through in second place though, it is the West End rower of Milan Tainakori, coached by George Lawn and Tanya Doniani. But absolutely rowing away with this in a very dominant display is Stella Cook. She'll just be wanting to think about form now, looking to just try and lengthen out. She's got the advantage of being able to survey and govern the rest of her opponents. Of course, there's no rear view mirror for what these other paddlers in second, third and fourth, or these other rowers. Great to have the West End represented. Based there in Westmere, based in almost Ponsonby in Auckland. Across the far side, Sam Rankin still going well in third place. Lane 3, good performance also coming from Emma Gardner. And so, got a comfortable leader at the moment, but good race beginning to develop for second, third and fourth. But Stella Cook continues just to row away from this field. Staying nice and upright, just concentrating now. She'll just be playing the head game, just trying to find her happy place within the realms of hurt. And so really good performance coming. And look at this, it's 2 to 3 boat lengths. It is an absolute demolition. Real race though for second, third and fourth. Cross there in lane 1. It is still Sam Rankin from Avon. Here in lane 4, we've got Emma Gardner out of the Avon. In lane 3, in fact, it's Emma Gardner out of the Avon Club. But Stella Cook continues to just take complete control. What a dominant performance from her. So, last 500 metres. Just think about the form. And now we see Emma Gardner from Avon moving up into second place. Milan Tainakordi of West End just starting to struggle back there in lane 4. Still across the far side, Sam Rankin now moves into third. So really good, well-controlled race here from Emma Gardner out of Avon in lane 3. Really good second half of this race. Starting to pick up that rating comfortably in second. But really, it is daylight between her and first because Stella Cook in complete control. What a performance from her. Nice and smooth, looking really good. A small but very knowledgeable, very enthusiastic crowd about to acknowledge her. Emma Gardner has got some work to do because now being challenged for second place. Still across the far side there is Sam Rankin from Avon. But it will be Stella Cook who will come down and knows that she's got less than 100 metres to go. We'll get it done. We'll get it done comfortably too. And then Emma Gardner from Avon in the silver medal position. Sam Rankin from Avon across there in lane 1. They will be your medalists, but that is probably the most dominant display we've seen over the 2 days of rowing here. So really good performance from Stella Cook. Her coach Josh Schmidt will be delighted with that performance. It's gold medal to her. That's silver to Emma Gardner in lane 3. And across the far side in lane 1, Sam Rankin will take out the bronze medal. So the moment this race is finished, we'll go straight to the men's intermediate single sculls A final. That race has already got underway. So they have left the block, so I can tell you that Ashburton started in lane 1. We'll just have a look at that lane draw for you. So Ashburton in lane 1, represented by Caleb Armstrong, wide out, Kaya Shihi Wikio represents that club. Waikato represented in lane 3 by Ryland Tony. St George's Club represented by Nathan Strachan in lane 4. Alex Vander Vecht from Hamilton in lane 5. Tauranga Boys College representative Julius Lunenborg starts in lane 6. Caleb Blind out of the Waikato Club. Lane 7, Harrison Bacchus from West End in lane 8. So we will bring you that race. They've gone through that 500 metre mark. We're approaching that 500 metre mark of this 2,000 metre journey. Interesting to see who has got away to the best start. Absolutely idyllic conditions following this. We'll bring you the A final of the men's senior single sculls. That'll feature the youngster Marley King-Smith, man who dominated New Zealand secondary school sparks last year out of Wakatipu College, or Wakatipu High School. And now we will pick up this men's intermediate single sculls A final. And you can see there, it is lanes 3 and 5 at the moment. So Ryland Tony out of the Waikato Club. Alex van der Vecht out of Hamilton in lane 5. Stuck in between them out of the St George's Club is Nathan Strachan, coached by Alan Vester. So the future of New Zealand sculling. This is the tough form of the sport. No one else to rely on. I think we can probably all put our hand up at times and say it's easy to let yourself down. It's not so easy to let others down, and that's what makes single sculling so tough when the real hurt goes on. Do you fold? Do you just back off a little bit? Or the likes of the Drysdales, the Twigs just continue to push on, continue to go to that dark place. So lane 3, Ryland Tony doing a really, really nice job. Very measured, very controlled. Alex van der Vecht. Mind to be Van der Vette. Starting to pull away now. Starting to get that both length lead, but again at this intermediate level, how much experience? The last thing you want to do at any sort of elite level sport is confuse ability with ambition. Get a little bit too ambitious. Get caught up in the moment. So just the boat length lead. Still good performance coming here from Ryland Tony, currently sitting in 3rd place. We've got Nathan Strachan, and then down here in lane 6 out of Tauranga Boys College, Julius Lunenborg, coached by Richard G and Nicola Austin. So, good form being shown. No real sign of fatigue just yet. Sort of maybe just see the slight contrast in form between our leader out there in lane 5. Possibly the rower here in lane 6. Doesn't look quite as smooth. Looks like they're just fighting a little bit with their machine. Julius Lunenborg out of Tauranga Boys College. As I'd expect, a young rower. Learning the craft, looking for a big year at the Māori Regatta at the North Island Rowing Championships in a couple of weeks. But still continuing to row away with this one. There's Alex van der Vecht, coached by Blair Curry, James Ingham. A lot of these rowers will be very familiar with the terrain here in Karapiro. Little peninsulas, vegetation, clearly buildings. They'll know exactly where they are. They'll be part of the mental game. We'll be just trying to get to that next point, trying to break it down. It's coming up to the 1500 metre mark. Now we find out who has burnt maybe too many matches too early, who's still kept a bit of the powder dry, and who has the ability to look to try and bring it home. Very good starting finish here now coming from Nathan Strachan of St George's Club in lane 4, just starting to lift his rating, looking to try and see if he can just move halfway up the boat of Ryland Tony from the Waikato in lane 3. Nathan Strachan. So, great performance here from Alex van der Veg. An absolute demolition, really good performance. And now Ryland Toney, Nathan Strachan. So Strachan in third. Across the far side, Ryland Toney, coached by Kylie Corby and Bradley Kingma, starting to increase their rating, moving up into second place with just under 250 metres left to race. It's a good race for second, third and fourth. Out here also in lane 6, Julius Lunenborg of Tauranga Boys College with the big, strong, fast finish. Desperately trying to get that bronze medal, possibly the silver. Now the hurt goes on. Our leader, well, Alex van der Veg, nobody's going to touch him. It will be a gold medal to the Hamilton athlete. Congratulations to Blair Curry and Jane Zingham. The real race is now for second, third and fourth. And Ryland Toney just ahead of Nathan Strachan. Strachan looks to fight back, but it's across the far side here. Lunenborg now looks to put everything in, looks to really try and stretch. It's just got the bow up nice and high. We might have to go to the photo. Who picks up the silver? Who picks up the bronze? It might just be in the middle, though. It's going to go either way. Oh, great finish. I just wonder whether Nathan Strachan might have just picked up that silver medal, and then would have to go to the photo for third. Really good performance for second, third and fourth, but nobody can deny the winner, Alex van der Veg, who picks up the gold medal in this men's intermediate single sculls. And now one of the events a lot of people have been looking forward to. This is the men's senior single sculls. So not the premier sculls, that just here below, but it does feature Marley King-Smith, secondary schools champion from last year. Out of the Dunstan Arm Club, he'll start in lane 3. Be looking to try and get into these under-21 squads, these national squads. So we'll run through the starting field for you. It'll be Sebastian Fulton, who will represent Waikato in lane 1. Ryan Gass will represent Auckland in lane 2. Marley King-Smith from Dunstan Arm in lane 3. Ollie Stevens out of Nelson in 4. Riley Wills out of Waikato in 5. Angus Kenny out of Dunstan Arm in 6. Justin Smythe out of Hamilton in 7. Tristan Gregory Hunt out of Waireau will start in lane 8. So there is Ollie Stevens out of the Nelson Club, coached by Tim Babbage and Phil Knight. And we do get underway in the men's senior single sculls A final. How much will experience play? Will youthful exuberance be enough? Sometimes when you're relatively new and you've got nothing to lose, you've got nothing to fear. So immediately in lane 4, it is Ollie Stevens who's gone out very quickly. Interesting though to see Marley King-Smith covering that move in lane 3. Cross here in lane 6, good performance coming from Angus Kenny out of the Dunstan Arm Club too. So Angus Kenny, Marley King-Smith, very familiar with each other. We've seen them in a number of team boats together. But it is Ollie Stevens who decides to set the pace early as they approach the 250 metre mark. Just trying to get that good rhythm, trying to get that nice high tempo, try and just get dialed in early, then find that happy place, that high aerobic state, knowing that at some point they're going to go into an anaerobic state and then they're going to go beyond that and they're basically going to bleed all the way home. That's how tough this sport is. So Marley King-Smith there in lane 3, big future. A young body but an experienced head. Good performance also coming by Riley Wills, coached by Martin Simoncelli out of the Waikato. Now up through the 500 metre mark. It is still Ollie Stevens out of the Nelson Club. Got about a boat length lead. Good form being shown by Justin Smythe out of the Hamilton Club here in lane 7. Marley King Smith doesn't look too phased. Only a young man, so plenty of years ahead of him. He'll be working a lot on technique at the moment, knowing that you can always build the athlete, get into some good habits, look to take things to that next level. So, Ollie Stevens, Justin Smythe, Marley King Smith, that is the order. But Riley Wills of Waikato in lane 5 also now beginning to make a move. Angus Kenny with the bucket hat on out of the Dunstan Arm Club, one of 2 paddlers and one of 2 rowers in this race. Now we are down lane 7. Remember, lane 4 out of sight at the moment. 2 boat length lead. This is the race for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Marley King Smith about to approach the 1,000 metre mark. You will see a number of these rowers, a number of these crews really just putting it in just prior to the 1,000 metre mark. Good example being shown here by Ollie Stevens. This will be under the instructions of Coach Tim Babbage, Phil Knight. So 2 boat lead. Marley King Smith currently in 3rd place. It's lane 7. Justin Smythe, and one of the challenges for younger athletes is that ability to recover between races. They don't quite have the years, don't have quite the layers that they can call upon. That comes with time. A really good demonstration here by Stevens. Just have a look at that form. Got the breathing right into a good rhythm. Has a wee look across. He has committed. There is no plan B here, folks. Bow nice and high, just connecting those strokes nicely. Still in lane 7. Been solid all day is Justin Smythe, coached by Blair Curry, James Ingham. Now starting to make a move on his side is Angus Kenny out of the Dunstan Arm Club. And then it is Riley Wills in lane 5. Across the far side in lane 3, it's still Marley King Smith. Really good race for 2nd place, this one. This will just come down to mental fortitude. Now Marley King Smith just puts a little bit of a dig in, just begins to increase his rating, maybe just use that peripheral vision, got a little bit of a sense of everybody else's, will not want to get beaten here by Angus Kenny, both coached by Simon Smith. And so the race within the race, and now the 2 scullers out of the Dunstan Arm Club looking to try and make their mark, looking to try and just stretch the bungee on Riley Wills out of the Waikato Club and Justin Smythe out of the Hamilton Club, lanes 5 and 7. Now just starting to struggle a little bit with the pace. So it is game on. Here come the Dunstan Arm crew. Now, can they shut it down? Can they find a way? Can they close the gap on Riley Wills out of the Waikato? 1,500 metres. So here we go, the final 500. Still looking pretty comfortable as Riley Wills, but who has the best strategy? There is still plenty of time left to close this gap down. You do just sense here Angus Kenny might just have the momentum. He looks the fresher of the 3. Marley King Smith, the youngster, the rookie, hanging tough though. So what was 2 boat lengths now comes down to about a boat length and a half. Big, gutsy, solid performance coming from Angus Kenny. He certainly looks the more fluid at the moment, Kenny. Ollie Stevens just starting to push. Looks to try and just pick it up again. Gets through to that 250 metre mark. Has he done enough? I think he probably thinks he has. Now it's just about good form. It's about maintaining it through. Keeping that stroke nice and tight, nice and clean. Getting the timing right. And then the battle of the two wonderful teammates out of Dunstan Arm. Marley King Smith in 3. And Angus Kenny in lane 6. It is Kenny by the smallest of margins over Marley King Smith, but in complete control of this men's senior single sculls is Ollie Stevens out of Nelson. A dominant performance, the complete performance, beautifully measured race. And now Marley King Smith throws everything in, looking to try and crack his teammate Angus Kenny's got the job done, half a boat length in it now. So it will be Ollie Stevens out of Nelson, who will come down and pick up the gold medal in this men's senior single sculls. And then it will be the youngster, Marley King Smith, across the far side, the silver. And the bronze will also go the way of the Dunstan Arm Club through the brilliance of Angus Kenny. Really, really good demonstration of single sculling. The future's bright, folks. The future's bright. Well, wonderful opportunity to gain plenty of experience for all of these scullers. This is that really important stage of development for them. Come through the school system, get into the intermediate sculls, then you get the senior sculls, of course, moving up to the premier sculls. We'll bring you the women's senior sculls now. Looking forward to this one. I tell you what, this is a wonderful mix of clubs as well on the start line here. And let's bring you that starting list. So the Amaru Rowing Club in 1, represented by Emma Spittle. Clifton will be represented by Madison Neal in 2. Holly Chaff out of the West End Club in 3. Mackenzie Tuffin out of the Starboating Club in 4. Sophie Ignot Johnson out of the Waikato Club in lane 5. Elsie Talbot out of Dunstan Arm in lane 6. Cassidy Luff out of the North Shore Swimming Club will start in 7. Amy Robson out of Hamilton will start in lane 8. And there is Mackenzie Tuffin out of the Starboating Club, coached by Ella Pudney and Brooke Walker. Lane 5, well, great representation here out of the Waikato by Sophie Ignot Johnson. What is the strategy? How do they play this one? Is it about just going out hard and holding on? How tactical will this be? Idyllic conditions. Weather really hasn't changed too much throughout the day. No real adjustment required technically based on the environmental conditions. And so we do have a clean start in the women's senior single sculls A final over 2,000 metres. And very good start there in lane 3 coming from West End rower Holly Chaff. Very aggressive start also there in lane 5 as well. Sophie Ignot Johnson out of the Waikato Club. There's a West End rower at the moment. Holly Chaff that leads this race, coming up to that first 250 metres across the far side there at the top of the picture. Emma Spittle, coached by Ivan Doherty out of Oamaru. And we are through that 250 metre mark. Really nice control performance here from Sophie Ignot Johnson out of the Waikato crew, out of the Waikato Club. Mackenzie Tuffin from the Starboating Club there in the middle as well. She is poised, she is set to go too, particularly through as we approach that 500 metre mark. So the big question here is, can Holly Chaff hold on does she have the strength over the second 1,000 metres to maintain this pace, because she's been very aggressive. And sometimes that's just about putting just a little bit of doubt in the head of maybe your more fancied opponents. Mind you, if rowers are experienced, they will also understand the game being played, and they won't be fooled. They will stick to their game plan. So you can just see slightly different builds. You do just sense that Holly Chaff across there from the West End, a sort of a slighter build. And now, as expected, Sophie Ignott-Johnson now just starting to get that bow just that little bit higher out of the water. And now half a canvas lead she might have. Not quite in line just yet, no. But nothing in it, just a bow ball. Has a wee look across her right shoulder, does Sophie Ignott-Johnson. Use their peripheral vision. She'll know within herself how she's feeling, what sort of heart rate she's at, how controlled she is. Now might for the first time have just taken the lead by maybe half a canvas. So good performance, good patient display here from both rowers, from both scullers. As we just go to the drone, and so it is Holly Chaff currently in second, Mackenzie Tuffin out of the Starboating Club there in lane 4, currently sitting in third place, poised. Sophie Ignott-Johnson just starting to edge away, half a boat length lead now. But coming up to that 1,000 metre mark. Now, who starts to increase their rating? Quite common in rowing, just to begin to increase that rating just before the 1,000 metres. Really impressive here from Holly across there from the West End Rowing Club. Went out hard, still looks good though, form looks good. Getting right over the top there in that stroke. Good connection, nice clean entry. Slightly higher rate than what we see from Sophie Ignott-Johnson, but sometimes that can be based on body type. Slightly smaller body types or shorter body types will generally have a higher cadence or a higher stroke rate. Taller, stronger athletes might rely a little bit more on power, therefore a little bit more distance per stroke based. But I don't think we should underestimate Mackenzie Tuffin here from the Starboating Club. She's just been sitting there comfortably in third, just poised and set. You do feel like she's got a few more matches she can still burn. I've got to say though, this is really gutsy from Holly Chaff, certainly not giving an inch. Certainly not giving up, continuing to fight back, starting to put the pressure now back on Sophie Ignott-Johnson. So, good women's senior single sculls race beginning to develop. Almost an action replay as we approach the 1,500 metre mark from what we saw at the 750 metre mark. So things haven't changed much. Can she break out? Can she just put the bungee cord on and look to stretch? Holly Chaff. Coming up to the 1,500 metre mark shortly. And then it is well and truly game on. Well, for the rest of these scullers, it's more a case now of the fight for 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th, race within the race, because there is daylight between the top 3 in the next group. But again, some of the younger single scullers back there, and this is just an opportunity for them to gain valuable experience at a nationals. Some just out of school, some might still be in school. But now, just starting to open up that lead. Good performance here from Ignott-Johnson. Just increasing that rating now. Just putting in that little surge, that little attack. At what point does Holly Chaffs perhaps say, you know what, second and third might just be good enough for me today. I've given it my all. And now we are just starting to see the class of Sophie Ignott-Johnson just starting to roll away from the remainder of this field. It's just a case of what Mackenzie Tuffin can do. Can she try and close the gap between third and second? 500 metres of the race to go. You are watching the 2024 New Zealand Rowing Championships, powered by Milford. This is the Women's Senior Single Sculls A Final. The athlete leading is Sophie Ignott-Johnson, coached by Anna DeLong, Steve Wills out of the Waikato Club. Across the far side, it's Holly Chaff out of the West End Rowing Club. And then Mackenzie Tuffin out of the Starboating Club currently sits in third. Good form, good technique. Concentration here required. You lose your concentration, you lose time. And so now just powering away down here in lane 5. Come down in front of the small but very knowledgeable and enthusiastic crowd. 250 metres to go. And that's all it is now. Thinking about form, thinking about technique. Just continuing to press. Push through the pain barrier. And write your own little chapter in the history of club rowing in this country. So Sophie Ignott-Johnson rowing away from the rest of this field in a very controlled manner. Being patient. Just slowly tighten the screw throughout this 1,000 metres. I've got to say though, Holly Chaff, well, she hung tough. She's stuck on her like glue, but eventually that bungee cord just stretched and then it broke. And so Sophie Ignott-Johnson will come down and win this. It will be a silver medal for the West End Rowing Club. And then the Starboating Club will pick up the bronze through the brilliance of Mackenzie Tuffin. And there'll be a relief to get across that line. Great performance, well done to Sophie Ignott-Johnson. Holly Chaff, well done to her. Silver medal, and Mackenzie Tuffin will pick up the bronze. And now our men's A final. This is the Coxless pair. And we've got the St George's Rowing Club in 1, the Kiwa Boating Club in 2, North Shore in 3, Waikato in 4, Wellington in 5, St George in 6. Second of their cruise. We've got Auckland in 7, the Waikato Rowing Club in 8. So lane 5. This is the very experienced Wellington crew of Tom Bone, Max Newton, coached by Matthew Hall. And we do get underway. 2,000 metres, the men's club Coxless pier. So we're going to bring Alex Kennedy into commentary. We'll just get his microphones tuned in. He's going to bring us all of the expert commentary. So great to have Alex alongside of us, doing a lot of coaching these days, being heavily involved with a number of these crews. He can hopefully take out some of the guesswork and provide some real analysis for those non-rowing aficionados that are watching it. But it is a very good start indeed. So it is lane 6 at the moment. The St George's Rowing Club, who maybe have half a canvas lead. Over there on lane 4. Lane 4 is the Waikato number 2 crew of Dylan McConnell, Zach Brownlee. Alex, welcome.
Kia ora, Mark. How are we?
Yeah, very well, thank you. Right, let's talk us through this. Firstly, you run your eye across this group of athletes. Who automatically stands out and why?
Well, obviously, the gaze is guided to the middle of the lanes there. So Waikato do Dylan McConnell and Zach Brownlee, coached by ex-Olympic cox and Caleb Shepherd, the Hamilton boys there in the red boat and the traffic lights. So those boys tremendous work in the Senior 4. Looking to probably take this out at Māori Cup along with their other half of that Senior 4. Wellington, earlier on today, won the Men's Club 4 against this Auckland crew, the Redbacks here, in red and black stripes, the boys out of King's College. And then St George's, a bit of a revelation this year, getting a hefty group of young fellas out of the schools to go to St George's and reinvigorate that club. So it's a great battle here with some powerhouses from through the season, with North Shore, a couple of old heads there working their way back up at the 500.
Yeah, through the 500 it is the Auckland crew of Thaddeus Cryer and Freddie Eadie who do lead. How tactical the smaller boat, how tactical the coxless pair?
Oh, extremely, especially later in the day. Like these guys would have had, I know some of my boys had 14 races this week, so we've had, you've got to really be aware of the energy levels and how to, you might rig it differently and whatnot. And then with this, not a hectic headwind, but it does tricky in some of these boats as Auckland Rowing Club here start to work away with trying to squeeze this boat in the same direction with one person completely in charge of one side of the boat.
So let's just have a look at the tactics here. So you mentioned Dylan McConnell, Zach Brownlee, coached really well by Caleb Shepherd, former New Zealand Cox, and you do sense here looking through this race as they approach the 1,000, their tactic is very much about the second half of the race.
Yeah, they raced the senior pair this morning and got a bronze in that, so it's not these guys, the other half of their Senior 4, Will Milne and such outstanding young combo, and they did the same thing in the senior pair, just like a big diesel tractor, just really motored through that third 5. See, their rhythm's a little bit lower than the other ones, but you can just tell how much run they're getting per stroke and a little bit of nice swing, and they're really buying into their rhythm there in the Ian Wright, the Laszlo boat there, the red boat there.
So Tom Bone, Max Newton representing Wellington there in lane 5. They're hanging tough at the moment. They're in the bronze medal position, but things are about to get interesting as they come up to that 1,000 metre mark. Maybe just the pace and pressure just starting to show a little bit on the St George's crew of Finlay Dickens, Daniel Taylor just starting to drop back there in lane 6. But now we start to see the class, the quality of this Waikato crew just beginning to tighten the screws, looking to just try and squeeze Auckland, put them under a little bit of pressure.
So this Auckland crew are out of King's College. They've got Freddie Eadie, Peter Mills there. He's an under-21s New Zealand coach this year, thankfully. So he's in charge of that Auckland Rowing Club men's program, I believe, and some of the women's as well. So he's knows his stuff, otherwise he wouldn't be in the New Zealand setup, so it's good to see. And then those Wellington guys have been racing hard all week. They got a bronze in the Club 8. They won the Club 4 and against these Auckland guys, so it's just familiarity and know they're going to be in a big tussle.
Yeah, so in terms of age, are we talking about the Auckland crew being considerably younger than that of the Waikato crew? And if that is the case, how important are those years in terms of layers and experience, and will that play a part?
Oh, those Auckland guys, I think they're a year out of school now, and then the Hamilton boys have still got one more. So the Hamilton boys will be the youngest in the field, not by far, but by a little bit. So they're under 18 this year, and then the Wellington guys are just some classic young 20-year-olds or so, like early 20s, maybe mid. And they're just loving their rowing, so it's going to be tough here. But this is exactly what happened in the third 500 in the senior pair. This Hamilton crew just remorselessly running through some other crews.
Yeah,
it feels inevitable, just the way they're rowing a little bit lower down in their rating, and it just kind of just looks cruisy, but I guarantee you it's not.
Yeah, just a gear change from the Mulu boys, and so it is the Waikato crew out of Hamilton Boys High School. Dylan McConnell, Zach Brownlee, of course, Māori Cup coming up for Hamilton boys. They've won 11. They lost last year's by 0.05 of a second to St Bede's. They'll be wanting to right the wrongs. They'll be wanting to try and win their 12th, and this is a really good display coming from them, just showing the tactical nous as well. The youngsters, a year out of King's College here in lane 7, doing well. Good fight back coming from Bone and Newton here in lane 5, currently sitting in 3rd place, but it's all the Waikato crew looking good, looking controlled, just starting to dial it up.
So these guys, the Waikato boys there, they were right up there in the Senior 4. They got 4th in the Senior 4, which is a stunning accomplishment for a group of guys that are still in the club grade, technically. So going against this Auckland crew, who are maybe a year out of school, great work from the Auckland boys though, because these Hamilton boys are big. So they just sit low and just use their strength to just lope along really in this red pair.
Yeah, in fairness though to the Auckland boys, they are still hanging tough. They're still in the fight. Still, that bungee cord hasn't quite snapped yet, but it is still being stretched.
Yeah, I'd watch Wellington as well, because they've had a really good finishes in their the Club 8 and the Club 4, so I'd be wary if I was Auckland, because they're familiar with these Wellington boys and they know that they've got a fast finish.
Yeah, Matthew Hall is the coach, so Tom Bone, Max Newton, they'll be sticking to their game plan. They'll back themselves to look to try and kick home, coming up to that 1,750 metre mark, and then it is well and truly game on. That is where you just burn as many matches as you can. You leave it empty. We're approaching that threshold now. The Waikato crew comfortably boat length and a half clear of the Wellington crew, who
Here
now
comes that
just
finish.
have that bow ball just ahead maybe of the Auckland crew. Oh boy, photo finish if it was to stop now.
Going through Row New Zealand now, so that's that 250 metre mark. If you're on the course, it's a really nice noticeable landmark for you to notice, so you don't have to worry about the boys. But here comes that Wellington finish. Auckland really spent a lot of money through that middle K, so it'd be interesting to see what they've got here in terms of gas and see how many strokes they can fit in. But it looks like Wellington have got their tails up. Don't think they'll get Hamilton boys, but they'll probably lock up at silver, which is a really tough effort from those boys from the capital.
So it is the Waikato crew who still look in control of Dylan McConnell, Zach Brownlee out of Hamilton Boys High School of less than 100 metres to go to Row. They'll come down by the looks of it, pick up this men's coxless pair gold medal. The real race though is
Closing
the
up.
second and third, but they are starting to just close up. Don't speak too soon, Mark, the commentator's curse, because here comes Tom Bone, Max Newton out of Wellington.
Great finish.
They've got within half a boat length. They'll probably just run out of water, just run out of real estate, if we use that terminology for water, and it will be the Waikato crew who take gold. It will be the Wellington crew who pick up silver. It'll be the Auckland crew that pick up bronze, but a really good exhibition of coxless pair rowing across all three crews, and the future looks bright.
Yeah, fantastic effort. This club grade this year and the sculling and sweeping has just been a joy to watch. It always has a ton of heats as the Purple Haze get across there, Mac and Bailu getting it done. But it's this club grade you saw on the singles, the doubles, the quads, everything in the club grade is just so competitive. So to make the final, you've got to be, definitively top in the country. So it's really great to see the quality coming through. Like some of these, Liam Cox particularly, and those group of Sky Blue boys from Clifton have been fantastic. So for that club sculling grade, and then the Waikato and Wellington and a little bit of Cure mixing it in there as well. It's been really great racing and tough. If you make a final, you've got to go through some really stringent progressions with first going through sometimes. So really nice to see some young guys really battling through for a whole week.
So Alex Kennedy alongside of me. Alex, of course, represented his country at the highest level at the Olympic Games in Rio back in 2016. These days coaching, how are you finding the coaching? How are you finding the anxiety? You're taking responsibility when maybe your charges don't perform quite as well as you'd hoped?
Yeah, sometimes. I think it's just part of it. I think if you're in here either a volunteer or a paid coach, you're just it's natural to have those feelings of taking a little bit of blame for yourself. Could I have done better? Did we do the right training? Did we, you always question yourself, and then you come through and we've had some great results today. I'm like, we've nailed it. So it's interesting at times.
The boys in the back room have told me to go hard on you, but I've actually been quite generous with you, Alex. We've left you out of it. It's funny though in sport, isn't it? When it goes well, it's the athletes. When it goes badly, sack the coach. There's only two types of managers in English Premier League football, those that have been sacked, those that are about to be sacked. We're now going to bring you the Women's Club Coxless 4A final. We'll have the Ashburton Rowing Club in 1, North Shore Rowing Club in 2, Wairoa Rowing Club in 3, Avon in 4, Auckland in 5, Waikato in 6, Nelson in 7, and there it is, the famous Hawke's Bay colours in lane 8. So no one club has two crews, which will probably be the first time today actually, but good to see Ashburton well represented. Good to see Nelson there as well. We want to have depth right around the country in all the regions. This is the Auckland crew.
Yeah, Ash Vegas down there in lane 1 with Isabel Wall. Justin's Wall's the coach there, and it's his daughter Isabel, and they've got Sophie Gibson as well, and Sienna Skilling did a great job in the club double, came home hard, so keep an eye out for smoking lane 1 with Ashburton, the girls from Ash Vegas. Sophie Gibson in particular came screaming home to get a silver in the club single, so she'll be looking to make a treble with club medals. Obviously can't look away from the Tim Hopkins and Leon Barracliff coached Avon crew. They won the Club 8 and we're away now in the Club Women's Coxless 4.
Yeah, we just had a good look there at that Auckland crew too in lane 5 of Alexander Fowler Wally and Ruby Huckenbrook, Harriet Burrell, Holly McDonald.
Be careful getting off the line there from Avon right in the middle, just straight into the boys. Have to keep your wits about you, come back in the centre.
We've seen a little bit of a few steering issues, mainly in the novice crews as you would expect, but it is all in lane 4 at the moment. So it is the Avon crew that have got away probably the best start, the pink boat alongside of them in lane 3. Whiteout have got off to a good start, Hazel Glover, Jessica Bennett, Lexi Thompson, Emma Flanagan, their coaches, Kay Serganor and Joe Bennion.
So that's Kay Surgener, not to
Surgener.
pull you up like
No,
that,
my
but Kay,
apologies.
that's Robbie Manson's mother.
Oh, okay, well
Yes.
done.
So she's
Brilliant.
also an under-21s
I do
coach.
apologise to anybody that I have got your names wrong.
So Kay's been a weapon up in the Blenheim area, helping out the Wairau clubs for a long time, and she's an under-21s coach as well, taking the men's sculling this year.
Well, nice race already, early through that first 500 metres, lane 3, lane 4, and then across here in lane 7 as well, the Nelson crew of Holly John, Millie Treater, Naomi Robertson, Madeline Collis, coached really well by Tim Babbage and Phil Knight.
Tim Babbage is a bit of a stalwart of Nelson, and also has just pumped out so many really good crews from Nelson. You saw Ollie Stevens come through in the senior single. He has a hand in Ollie's coaching since he was in high school, bringing him through the ranks, and he's also done a lot of work in the Row New Zealand sector on boards and helping out with the pathway and stuff. So Tim Babbage is a bit of a weapon really amongst the Nelson and Row New Zealand scenes.
Yeah, North Shore Club represented there in two. They're still hanging tough. Caitlin Nord, Brooke Vincent, Atlanta Bruce, Isabel Welch, coached by Ella Campbell and Marin Helworth. So currently just sitting there in a battle for third place, but two crews have certainly decided to take this out. Will this be where the race is ultimately decided? Lanes 3, lanes 4. It is White Out versus Avon at the moment.
The green and white there of the Wairau Rowing Club. Have a linkage with the Marlborough Boys and Marlborough Girls squads, and then Avon here always fit for the women's sweeps side of things, even the club Prem and senior that we've seen this week. So
it's a great connectedness, isn't it, between the clubs and the school? Probably the best I've seen in sports, where there is that flow through, where there is that, whereas there is a club that's generally appointed or anointed to a certain school or a certain region, and there is that lovely little pathway, get out of Māori Cup, come into maybe the intermediates, maybe come into the club championship ranks.
yeah, it's a wonderful relationship between some of those smaller ones that really represent each other. Hauraki Plains and Hawke's Bay. Hawke's Bay have a ton of schools rowing out of their sheds. You see there Nelson, closest to us in lane 7, in the pink Swift. It's a reverse carbon rigger, but they've actually rowing it. So it's a coxless boat, but they've actually rowing a coxed boat. So the cockpit behind the rower on the far right of this boat, and the pink closest to us, has a cockpit, but there's no coxswain sitting in it.
Okay, you talked about a reverse, what did you say?
Reverse carbon rigger.
Reverse
So
carbon rigger.
carbon-
Can you just explain that to maybe our non-rowing
Yes.
aficionados?
So Ashburton on the far side there with the yellow and green also have it. So you set their rowers here. The rigger comes from behind the rower, so behind their backs. And this one here is particularly a Swift rowing boat. So the pink one there with Nelson with the two-tone blue. And it's carbon fibre. So some other rowers like North Shore and I think Avon have aluminium riggers that start from in front and then they attach around the side to them
Right.
to create that stiffness to hold the oar. So there's nothing like bending the carbon, so to speak. It has to be very stiff to hold the power that goes through the blade. So the carbon comes from behind and acts like that as well. Maybe it simplifies a little bit, but it's a bit of a new revelation through maybe like club rowing. It's been in the ideas of
It's
elite
like anything,
rowing,
it's
but
about evolution, isn't
Yes,
it? It's
exactly.
about technology, it's about change. So through the 1,000-metre mark, and now just starting to really start to put the hammer down. We just saw a little bit of a gear change there. The Wairau Rowing Club of Hazel Glover, Jessica Bennett, Lexi Thompson, Emma Flanagan, just looking to try and squeeze, put the Avon Club under a little bit more pressure. Avon will look to try and respond and say, look, you haven't cracked us just yet. Now we're going to throw it back at you. Can you hang on? Have you gone out too hard too soon? Do you have the ability to hang on over the second 750 metres?
yeah, it's been a great battle all year with these two club coxes fours. Emma Flanagan there, I think probably, I'd have to go on a limb here, is the younger sister of Meg Flanagan, who was quite a weapon coming out of Marlborough Girls and raced at a very high level. I believe she might have gone to America on a scholarship over in Tennessee, so good to see a younger sister coming through. But as we say that, here comes the red boat of Avon, rowing in the Alex Meets, former head coach, who's now in Australia, rolling on through with the Club 8 champions in a 4 now.
Yeah, just having a look here, Alex, I'll get you to just have a look at the technique. You do just sense here that the Avon Club just rating just a little bit higher. Maybe just look like they're the ones that've got the momentum. When you look at the form across the crews, who's looking more comfortable?
I think the Avon crew's doing a better job of just holding their time in the water, and it looks like now they've just got to. Now they just went up a beat and they're just starting to roll. They were climbing up on them, but they've just had a move there because they smelt blood in the water. So you can see, I think Avon's doing a better job of maybe accelerating through to the finish and really extending their drive and sending it through to really carry the momentum around the back turn. And while Marlborough might be maybe just sitting over the oars a little bit and just they're rating a little bit higher, maybe not getting as much bang for their buck compared to the Avon crew.
Yeah, now they'll come up to that 1,500 metre mark. So now 500 metres to go. Good race for third and fourth, but some distance back. It'll be the outside here. Possibly the Hawke's Bay crew here in lane. It's the Nelson crew, in fact. My apologies. Holly John, Millie Treader, Naomi Robertson, Madeline Collis. So they are currently in third. Across there in lane 2, battling it out in fourth place is the North Shore Rowing Club. But it is now Avon, who driven very much by Claire Martin, Katie Gardner, Saskia Klinkenberg and Emily Ryle, who have really now just controlled this race beautifully tactically. One of the hardest things at elite level sport is to be patient, is to believe in the game plan. They've done exactly that, and now coming home incredibly strong. And that bungee cord, well, you sense it's about to break.
Yeah, an incredible move there in just the end of that third 500 coming into the last. They really had a nice gear change, which kind of a lot of crews do just before that 500 to get their tails up running into the last 5, kind of get them prepared to really ramp it up in that last 250. Few shaky strokes there, so they probably tie up a little bit. But they, like I said, they smelt blood in the water when they in that third 500, and they just took the race from there. So it's a really mature way of racing. They saw an opportunity, they took it, and then they just all committed. So it's really good teamwork there to respond to the call and all just go all in on with that one.
Yeah, 150 metres left to go. It's just now about thinking about technique, good form, staying tall, just trying to relax as much as you can under all sorts of physical and mental duress. They know they've got this one. They want to finish it off nicely. It's been a really controlled, precise performance. Congratulations to their coaches of Tim Hopkins and Leon Barrowcliff for the wonderful job they've done, because it has been a very good display, perfectly executed race. And Avon win this national title. It'll be the Wairoa Rowing Club who will end up finishing in second. They were in the contest for so much of it. Congratulations to them. And now the race for the bronze medal, and it will be the Nelson crew who will come down. Well done to Tim Babbage, Phil Knight. They'll pick up the bronze medal.
Yeah, nice little pairing there. The Nelson girls got a silver in the Club 8, and now they get a bronze in the Club 4, so a really good regatta from those young ones there. And then we got North Shore coming in. A little bit of there from Ashburton, I believe. So great work there. It's a great event. The club is just stacked full of just speedy races, so it's really nice to see more and more getting involved.
What have you made about the Dunstan Arm Club? They seem to be a real club that are starting to emerge.
Oh, Simon Smith, he's been a champion down there at Otago. He came in, Simon's going to rope me here, but maybe like 10 years ago now, he really came through, because Dunstan used to be okay when I used to race them at school, and they had a few standout sweeping men, but Simon's come there and he's really flipped the switch a little bit, and that was the first time that they had entered in a premier event this morning in that men's quad and came away with a 100% medal run. So to have that sort of talent coming out of the south that is just backed by a local club coach is just unreal.
I mean, it's a beautiful environment down there. It's such a conducive place to row. They generally get there 4 seasons. I mean, you just got to look at the scenery, the visual stimulation, amazing.
Oh, there's enough space down there. There's a lot of other crews, a lot of the clubs do camps down there. So Simon's, he's got the resources, but he's also executed really well, and lots of people want to go there because he comes up with results. So it's really great to see a club like that up here challenging the status quo, so to speak.
Our next race for you, it is the men's novice double sculls. That will be followed by the men's premier cock state. Looking forward to that one. And then our final event of the day of this championship will be the women's premier cock state. Let's just go through the starting line up here. The Bay of Plenty Coast will start in 1, North Shore Rowing Club in 2. Clifton will take up lanes 3, Whangarei in lane 4, Amaru in lane 5, Aramaho Wanganui in lane 6, the Clifton Rowing Club in 7, and Hawke's Bay in lane 8. I've got to say, I'm delighted to see Whangarei here with clubs. You don't generally tend to sit in the far north as a rowing destination, but a little bit like the Nelson clubs, you want to see depth right around the country. We know the talent's there. Sometimes you've just got to connect them with the right sport.
Yeah, for sure. And rowing's a sport that doesn't require, it's like, there's obviously physiologically talented people, but at the same time, it's very much a working sport. So you work hard enough and long enough, you'll get someone with it. And the Clifton group, or Whangarei, they produce Shannon Cox, who's a lightweight double partner with Jackie Kittle, and she's an absolute weapon coming out of Whangarei now, plying her trade down at Canterbury Rowing Club. But she won a lot with Whangarei through the senior grades and club grades, and we've also got the Sky Blue of Clifton, who are probably pound for pound the best club at these championships, no doubt.
So we saw a shot there earlier of Cooper Lynch and Ned Newland's cart up from the Amaru Club in lane 5.
Yeah, it's coached by Ivan Doherty, who's brought a great group up here with the yellow with the black plus in the back. We saw them in the they did really well in the intermediate grade, and they had a boys 4-8 in the club 8. So Ivan's gone down there. His son Logan, who was a former New Zealand under-23 representative, and he's just continued on the momentum from that, and it's just great to see another club just turning up.
Okay, so these are the novice double sculls, the A final, as we just try and gain some sort of understanding who has possibly got the best start. Looks like a very good start there out there in lane 3. That is the Clifton combination of Jasper Sullivan Usher, Oliver Kalassi, coached by Gus Bergen and Jody Haskell.
Yeah, Clifton's coming here with a very talented sculling group across the board between the club senior woman and the novice women and novice men, as you can see. So no real surprise to see the Clifton boys off to a hot start, along closely followed by North Shore. Bruno Martinez and Samuel Wild. Chris Brake up there doing a great job. Michael Brake, the Olympic champion's father, coaching the young ones.
Kilia's Paikea and Kynan Brewer from Aramaho Wanganui, also there in lane 6. They've got off to a good start. What defines a novice at a senior club level, at a club championships? Does it mean that you haven't rode through school, or do you sort of get reclassified as a novice even though you might have come through a school system?
It's a first year, regardless of what you've done in the past or whatever. It's the first year of your rowing season. So you could have started rowing right after Nationals last year, technically, but it's your first full rowing season in the summer. So these guys, some of them could have started rowing at whatever time, but this is their first season touching oars. So this will be their first national champs, which is just amazing when you think about like the technical ability of some of these young fellas.
But if you do come out of school, are you then past being a novice?
No, not at all. We've had novices start, 30, 40 years old. It doesn't matter, as long as it's your first year, you can give it a go.
Okay, so just the youngsters, or just those newbies to it, who've decided that they want to spend their spare time smashing themselves, hurting like you cannot believe, both mentally and physically. You've got to be a special breed, folks, but it's a good race starting to develop. So we do go and have a look there. Lanes 2, 3 and 6 by the looks of it. So lane 2 is the North Shore combination of Bruno Martez, Samuel Wild. Lane 3, the Clifton combination of Jasper Sullivan Usher and Oliver Kalassi. And then across there in lane 5, the Omaru combination of Cooper Lynch and Ned Newlands Carter, and then Achilles Paikea and Kynan Brewer from Aramaha Wanganui, doing a really good job down here in lane 6.
Yeah, they're red and gold, or red and yellow, sorry, of Aramaha Wanganui. Axel Dickinson's the head coach there. He's been all around the world plying his trade, but he's come back to New Zealand. He's a former New Zealand athlete of almost Olympic fame. He got kind of muddled around, unfortunately, by the Russian doping scandal in 2016, but Axel's one of those down-to-earth fellas that just loves the sport and loves to see people succeed and love the sport as well. So anyone from Aramaho, they love their sculling and they love their quads and they go really fast. You can see these boys have got a really good handle on hanging and driving through there as they sort of march their way into gold medal position, with Oamaru just ushering them through up into the 1K. So Cooper Lynch and Ned Newlands Carter on Achilles Paikea and Keenan Brewer doing a fantastic job for those small clubs, but going to be a great last K here.
Yeah, very good. And this is the thing with the novices, you can't guarantee that they've got a complete handle on tactics. And so, some will just use their racing instinct and think, well, hey, as long as I'm leading, therefore I'm just going to go out hard and just take it to everyone. And there will be those ones that maybe just get it a little bit early in regards to the tactics. Now we're just starting to see a real lift coming here on the inside from Omaru of Cooper Lynch, Ned Newlands Carter, so they're just starting to take it up a gear. It is still the Aramaho Wanganui club that just lead, but by the smallest of margins. Now just starting to drop back, a little bit of difficulty across there in lane 2, the North Shore Rowing Club, so it's down to 2 crews.
Yeah, you can see that those first 2 crews is quite an example of juxtaposition of approaches of rowing. So the Omaru crew there that are battling to come up, raining a lot higher, probably geared a lot lighter just to be able to tick it over a little bit more compared to Aramaho Wanganui, closest to us. Long levers, a little bit lower in the rating, and really trying to get the most out of their time on the water and distance per stroke. So quite a difference there. Like, the Omaru boys are moving a little bit out of time every now and then, but it's obviously a novice rowing, so it's perfectly fine. But they're gunning it, and they're getting their rate up a little bit higher, just ticking it along a little bit more, and it seems to be working because they're just ever so slightly about a foot up on Aramaha Wanganui now. So we're coming up as we approach the last 500. We'll see if those Omaru boys can keep that momentum rolling and see if Wanganui, they've got a wee bit to go in terms of rating. So it'll be an interesting sprint setting up now.
Yeah, so Omaru looking to just see if they can extend it here and see if they can maybe just dial it up a knot and play on the inexperience of their opponents and just plant that seed of doubt and maybe have them just wave the white flag before they pop themselves. But being novices too, they'll only be just getting used to the severity of the pain, both physically and mentally, that goes with this sport, and whether or not they can stay in that dark place and how long they can stay there for.
Yeah, the Aramaha Wanganui's got a long way to go in terms of rating. They're rating quite low, so they've left themselves a lot of space to go up through the gears. So it'll be interesting. Just like singles, novice doubles, there's a lot of, you can catch up in a very short amount of time because it's a slower moving boat. So the slower the boat class, the more you can make up in a short distance. So it's going to be quite interesting to see, even if it's a length, if Aramoho can really pick it up and they have that bit between the teeth, they could still run down Oamaru, but those Oamaru boys are pretty tough. Oh, as I say, they catch a little bit of dirty water at the finish there, but straight back to it. Tough little ones from North Otago.
Yeah, we've seen a number of boats just make a few little errors. We saw one of the novice crews earlier today, a couple of the boats, the Waikato crew, both catching crabs at times and having to readjust and try and get back in the fight and just putting the handbrake on. But good performance here from the Oamaru novice crew. But the challenge now comes, you talked about that rating. Well, here it comes from Aramaha Wanganui. They're now starting to power it up. They're now starting to pick up their rating. 250 metres to go. It's going to be a very good finish. It's down to about a boat length, but you do just sense that both crews have got another gear to go to. Possibly now, we're just starting to see Oamaru just starting to tire up, just starting to fatigue a little bit.
Wanganui has to go down. If they're going to make it, they're going to run out of room if they don't start now. Moved it up a little bit now. They have to go though because these Oamaru boys aren't going to give it up.
And now Oamaru really start to bring it home as well. So they've increased their rating. Really good performance. They reacted when they needed to react, just when they thought the pressure was coming on. They'll come down, they'll take this gold medal, they'll take it comfortably in the finish. Form looks good.
Yeah, great job from the gold and the black plus there from Oamaru. Ivan Doherty will be stoked for these boys. He's had a really good regatta with a lot of young ones. So it'll be good to see the return here and a gold medal from Oamaru. Down to the line though, about a length and a half up on Aramoho Wanganui. It's going to be the boys from North Otago. So we've got Achilles Paikia, Cooper Lynch and Ned Newlands Carter, coached by Ivan Doherty. Second, Aramoho Wanganui, Achilles Paikia and Keenan Brewer. Third going to the boys from Taranaki, Clifton, Jasper Sullivan Osher and Oliver Colhassi. Coaches Gus and Jody. So congratulations to those three clubs. Smaller clubs getting up on a very beautiful day here in Karapiro. As we see the minor money just running through here and some competitive racing, but great full field from the novice men's double.
Yeah, no, very good racing indeed. It's been a solid day of racing across. Really what I've liked is just nice to see the depth and to see that the current athletes, the current crop of Olympic medalists, world champions, but then that next group coming through, the pathways in place, the depth in some clubs, the depth that we've seen in the women's sport as well. So coming up next, folks, well, really the two blue ribbon events of any major rowing regatta, and that are the men's and women's Coxed 8 Premier Finals. It'll be composite teams for the North Shore. Waikato, Avon, Auckland will have a composite team. Man, I'm going to get Alex to run his eye over this, and when we go to that start line, talk about some of the names to watch out for and who he thinks might just grab this particular race. We do have a little bit of time. We've got around about 12 minutes. We might just take a wee break at some point. Why don't we just maybe go and celebrate the wonderful support that Milford have given us in terms of bringing this live stream. So we'll take a break, we'll come back, go grab yourself something to drink, and don't forget, I want everybody tomorrow getting on a rowing erg and testing themselves and just gaining an understanding of just how brutal and how tough these athletes are.
Is this off then? Yeah, this is bang bang. What did you turn off? I didn't, they turned us off. Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry.
At Milford, we understand it takes dedication, teamwork, and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results. And we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow. Official live stream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
To meet former Olympic rower. Well, welcome back into Karapiro. There's just final 2 events left for the 2024 New Zealand Rowing Championships. Looking forward to this. It is the Blue Ribbon events. It is the men's and women's premier Cox Date. It's the men's that are up first. And it is a number of composite teams looking for some athletes for the first red coat. For a number of other athletes, well, it's about gaining valuable experience. Alongside of me in commentary, former Olympic rower Alex Kennedy. Alex, talk us through this. I mean, there is nothing better in all of sport than watching the start of a men's or women's 8.
Oh, it's just all noise and just gas, basically. The 8 itself is a drag race. You've got to be out in front. Most of the Olympic 8 races have been won in the last. Whoever wins the first 5 usually wins the race. So it doesn't get too dissimilar through a Premier 8s race. So we'll see who can really launch it off this first 500 and give themselves a good chance.
Okay, let's just go and have a look at the starting 8 here for the 8, and it will be the North Shore Composite team who will start in lane 2. We'll have the North Shore Composite number 2 team who will start in lane 3. Waikato in 4, Avon in 2, Auckland University Composite in 3. So just the 2 clubs that have their own pure club rowers across all 8 seats. The rest, well, it's a combination, Alex.
Yeah, and shout out to Waikato and Avon for being able to put together such competitive guys. Like the names that you run through here, under 23 junior, they're just an awful amount of talent sitting in those club boats. So they'll hold their own. It's going to be really good to see these young Avon boys go at it with the older Olympic champs.
Yeah, and this is the Avon crew of Sam Wilson, Fred Vavasawa, Oliver Welch, Cody Johnson, Josh Syme, Matthew Glenn, Sam Woodgate, Fergus Johnston, Annabelle Wynne-Williams, their Cox, and plenty of responsibility on the shoulders of the Coxsons too. Yes, so do not underestimate the important part they do play. The experience of a good Cox versus maybe an inexperienced Cox. We saw it with the likes of Hay back in 1981-82 with the New Zealand, or 82-83 with the men's 8.
Yes, so Annabelle Wynne-Williams in charge of that one. Annabelle Wynne-Williams from Rangiruru. She was the Cox for the junior women's 8 last year, so great to see her stepping on. We've got Sean Kirkham sitting in the 6th seat there, Olympic champion of the Waikato 8.
So the Waikato 8, yep, Adam Wilson, Ben Olivers, Evan Williams, Sean Kirkham, Oscar Rushton, Callum Turbury, Joshua Vanovich, and we are set for a start.
Here we go, big boy Sean Kirkham laying down the field for the 6th seat for the Waikato.
Well, it's just about the power getting on early. Really good start too from all crews. Settle back here, folks. A number of rowers looking to try and pick up their first ever red coats. They'll be presented with that red coat, and then after that, well, you just add a title to it. You don't continue to get another red coat given to you. You don't get a wardrobe full of them, but it is one of the great traditions in all of rowing. So really good start. Lane 4 here, coming from the likes of the Waikato crew. So they've got out quickly. Pressure coming across the far side from the North Shore Composite team. I tell you what, they're going to come through that 500 metres shortly. The pace is still on. You can just see the desperation from all of these crews. And I'll ask you this, Alex Kennedy, when you bring a composite crew together, how much of a challenge is it setting up the boat, allowing the coaches to be able to work with what they've got?
Oh, look, these draft crews, it's dealing with some of these boys, some of my Cure boys are scattered amongst the lot. They just listen to those top blokes. So Matt McDonald, Ollie McLean and Dan Williamson chose their 8s, and they'll be the one choose. They all know the all legs, they all know what it is. They just need to grab one of the boats from the clubs there and just go at it.
And how tactical do you expect this 8 to be? Are we likely to see the team? Let's go here at the moment, have a look at this Avon crew. They've gone out quickly. This crew of Sam Wilson, Fred Vavasawa, Oliver Welch, Cody Johnson, Josh Syme, Matthew Glenn, Sam Woodgate, Fergus Johnson, Annabelle Wynne-Williams. Is this their tactic? Is it about taking it hard? Are you expecting them to be able to dial it up? Or is it just about being consistent and even throughout the 2,000 metres?
It's the only way to race now. Get out, try and fend off their opponents, but you can't start behind in an 8. It's so tough, and these guys are all young guys. There's so many dudes from the junior 8 from last year. Kojo, Cody Johnson in 2 sets, Sam Wilson from Timaru, and Fred Vavasaur from Marlborough Boys. They all come together. Ollie Welch was 4th in the 23 pair. Just a monstrous amount of talent there, but on the inside you see Matt McDonald and the Zooch brothers, North Shore 8 rumbling in the second 5 with Tom Murray, Olympic champion in 3 seat.
Yeah, fascinating, isn't it? Because there used to be the old adage, get through to the 500 metre mark first, and you generally went on and won the 8.
Yeah, it's just so hard to come back. You just get those big boats, they get so much momentum, it's really hard to roll through. But those young boys from Avon, they would have got out hard. But now you're going to see maybe a little bit of power coming from the more experienced boats on either side of them. Even if they're draft ones, all these guys know how to row. They know how to row 8s. And you can see that boat coming up there with Matt McDonald, George Johnson from Cure Boating Club, Tom Russell, Jack Pearson from Dunstan, Will McIntosh from the Hamilton Boys Marty 8 there and from Cure, Tom Murray. You've got, it's Oscar Clackworthy from the junior. He stroked the junior 8 last year. And then right up, riding the bow, it's going to be Charlie Poulter from Christ College.
Yeah, Oscar Clackworthy, just a youngster too, so great opportunity for him to gain further experience up against alongside of Olympic champions and get just a bit of a feel for what that next level is like. You're 18, 19 years of age, your first year out of school, and here you are rowing with Olympic champions. It's a wonderful, wonderful initiative here by Rowing New Zealand to even up these crews, to allow for these composites, to allow these guys to win premier titles, to pick up those red coats, inspire the next generation. So we have gone through that 1,000 metre mark. Now the all-important third 500. Well, how tactical is this going to be? North Shore starting to apply the pressure, but we are now starting to see the Avon number 2 crew just beginning to tighten the screws, just looking to try and just turn it up another notch.
This is the question. These young boys, no doubt they can get the speed off the start, but it depends on when Matt McDonald and those long limbs there in the navy blue and the swan on the back from North Shore stroking that fire boat. He is the Olympic champion in this 8. He knows how to move, and he's backed up by some absolute monsters in that 8.
If you have a younger rower, say someone first year out of school who hasn't quite, say, fully physically mature, doesn't quite maybe have, you know, the layers on, where would you put them in an 8? Is there a seat where perhaps you can hide just a little bit?
Maybe a little bit. There's an old adage of 3 seat being gumboot, so you can hide them in there a little bit.
So that would be me.
But there's also, like, it's where you feel comfortable and where you think you can get the best out of the rows. That's what we've been asking the questions the last few days when we put these crews together. But look at this Matt McDonald, George Johnson, 6, 8 and 7 there, leading them with Tom Russell hauling in that 6 seat. This is wonderful. Coming up to Flynn Cove at Waikato, locked together with Avon. Let's see, they're staring each other in the face. Alex Fletcher, bow seater, that W8 there from the Dan Williamson crew. He's also lurking with intent, and you've got the bus there in lane 3 lurking as well. So here goes Matt. Here comes the North Shore composite. 2 Olympic champions in there. Let's see what they're all about as they rumble towards the line.
Okay, Alex, you've got a vested interest in a couple of your boys here. Who are you hoping can pick up red coats today?
Oh, anyone in purple. Don't care who it is. Anyone with a purple row suit, a purple boat. We've got a few boys in there for sure, but Tom Murray, an old mate of mine, we've rode the pair a lot. I'm glad to see the Blenheim black and white. He's the only Blenheim rower at this regatta, and he's got half a canvas as we rumble to 250 to go. Who's got a sprint here? Can Matt McDonald rifle home with Oscar Clackworthy there going against, and Charlie Poulter going against their club men in lane 5 here. But the Zooch brothers from North Shore, the boat is absolutely pumping as we go through Row New Zealand. Tom Murray's laying down the law, and here comes the final gear change from Matt McDonald and George Johnson, led all the way there by the coxswain. No, it's a young fella here from North Shore. It's Samuel Fisher. He's yelling at his North Shore teammate Matt McDonald. They're going now. Here comes lane 2. Matt McDonald, George Johnson, Tom Russell from Stack, Jack Pearson from Dunstan, Matt McIntosh, Will Mac, T Muzzle there in 3 seat, Oscar Clackworthy, Charlie Poulter. Can they hold off this young, great crew with red and white and the red boat there, the Sam Bosworth, coming down to the line. Avon's pumping, Avon's coming. Can the inside hold on? It's the young fellas coming through. We've got to finish. It's going to be on the line, folks. Here comes North Shore. It's going to be the young boys from Avon, I think. They've got the momentum. On the line, oh!
Hey,
swing of the barrels.
every time we sit together and do a race, and I'll let you bring that bad boy home, but every time we sit down together and do a race, we did it with the Marty Cup last year, 1/500th of a second, and we've almost got an action replay. I reckon across the far side, North Shore think they've got it. I'd like to go the photo. I'm not going to announce this because we did that at the Marty Cup and we suddenly realised that St Bede's had won it. Wonderful 8, wonderful exhibition of rowing. That's all you can ask for. Just warriors going toe-to-toe. Just a basic street fight between two great crews. Avon, congratulations to them. This North Shore composite team made up of the Avon Rowing Club, the Kewer Boating Club, Blenheim, Johnston, Auckland Grammar, Old Boys, North Shore in the mix. We'll see if we've maybe got a replay.
That's a swing of the
and
barrel.
see if we can just pick up and confirm for you who has picked up this Premier 8 what rowers will pick up their first red coat. Remarkable race in the men's 8. We'll go back. We'll have a look at the replay here. So let's just have a look at his North Shore across the far side.
We need to go back and slow that down. It was a swing of the barrel. The Avon boys had the momentum running in.
Well,
A little bit
both
celebrating.
crews think they've won it,
Yeah,
don't
exactly.
they? Both crews think they've won it.
The two Avon boys, Oscar and Charlie, and the bow seat of that far crew, they are celebrating like they won. But it's a swing of the barrel. That was unbelievable from that young Avon crew,
because
they got run down by that bigger crew on the inside. But that Avon boys fought back hard.
Okay, let's see if we can have a look here.
It's going to be. It's in the middle of those two orange boys.
Oh,
Avon.
I reckon Avon got it.
I think Avon.
have
That's
narrowly got it over
unreal.
the
That
North
is
Shore.
such a young 8 to go against Olympic champions with so much horsepower. They got rolled over and they came back.
But to come out of one club too. Now
No,
they do
for sure.
They have the benefit of clearly working together and being able to spend more time together as an 8. But as you mentioned, sometimes you've got 2, and there it is.
No,
No,
that's another one. That's an old one.
Yeah, that's a previous one. So.
I think Avon might have clipped that, but that was unreal. It's so hard to get run down on an 8, but then also have the turn of pace to climb back up on that North Shore. Oh! See the swing? So we're sitting back. The drone usually sits back on the finish line.
So
it's really hard to see from. Like, we might have
North
buggered it
Shore
up.
Composite think they've got it.
Yes, they think they've got it.
We'll have to wait for the official result. We will wait for the official result. We'll go on to
because we saw what happened last time. People cheered when they didn't know.
We did this for the Marty Cup last year, and we were told that Hamilton had maybe won it. They looked like they were
I think
celebrating.
they just
We saw
convinced
some
everyone.
beads sort of commiserating, and then suddenly the official results came up, and it went the other way.
So do you remember when a guy from the stands ran and jumped in the water to congratulate Hamilton boys? He's sitting in the 4th seat of that North Shore 8.
Right.
That's the same guy that supported Hamilton
so
boys.
we shouldn't maybe take his word for it. Eh? Did
No.
he get us into a little bit of trouble?
Oi!
There we go. So North Shore Rowing have got it by 7/100ths of a second over the Avon Rowing Club. Wow.
What a fight.
Just the second time I've commentated an 8's final with Alex Kennedy. Last time it was 5/100ths of a second. Now it's 7/100ths of a second. You want drama? You need us.
You got drama. Well, I don't think there's any drama. My heart hurts. That was unreal.
That was brilliant. That was wonderful.
Let's see the girls.
Let's now bring you the
woman,
final
the
race
woman.
of the day to bring to a close what has been a remarkable regatta, remarkable 5 days of racing here at the 2024 New Zealand Rowing Championships. Again, powered by Milford. It is the Women's Premier Cox Date. And again, a number of composite crews. It'll be Wairau Rowing Club in 1, Hauraki Plains Rowing Club in 2, Avon Rowing Club in 4, Waikato in 5, Waikato University in 4. So composite teams are Hauraki, Wairau, and of course the Waikato University crew. Avon are there based on their own depth, as is Waikato. Again, Alex Kennedy, I'll get you to run your eye over some of these rowers, as we've got a bit of a delay in the start. We'll go and have a look here at lane 4 though, because lane 4 is the Avon crew of Jane Shellekins, my apologies.
You're right.
Alia O'Sullivan, Mania Butler, Katie Bell, Hannah Materi, Charlotte Derry, and Gemma Burrows, Phoebe Collier, Isabel Hope Murray is their Cox.
So this Avon crew will have a look. So Mania Butler and Hannah Matahari, both ex-Otago University Oars women, both studying medicine, were novices last year at Nationals.
Wow.
And now they've got one of the fastest Senior 8 records of all time in that Avon Senior 8 today, and now they're sitting in the powerhouse seats of this Avon crew. So
medical students,
medical
elite
students,
athletes,
elite
overachievers
athletes.
is the thing. So they
Hannah Matahari
Hannah
Matahari got put into the
Well, I
performance
tell
hub
you
this
what,
year,
they're Rhodes
so-
Scholars, aren't they? They're just waiting to
yeah.
be Rhodes Scholars.
Yeah, just a little bit of weapons. So good on them, obviously. But the Matahari and Mania Butler, complemented with Phoebe Collier. She's won the Boss Hen with the Kerry Williams and Jackie Gallagher. She's originally from Wanganui Collegiate in Aramoho, Wanganui. Charlotte Derry, sister of Sam Derry, not to relate them too much, but Blues and Canterbury.
Yeah,
Giant.
Sam Derry, yeah.
Yep. Isabella Hope Murray.
Yeah,
She's
Canterbury
been a
boy who
stalwart
plays
there.
for the Blues. Good man, that
Yes.
Sam Derry. Smart man. Smartest Canterburyan I've ever met, actually. The fact that he's out of Canterbury, wants to play for Auckland. Mind you, plays his NPC for
So
Canterbury,
he
doesn't
won
he?
he won the Mighty, not to take it away, but he won the Māori Cup for Christ College while being in New Zealand secondary school.
What year was that? 2019, I think, wasn't it?
Yes, crazy family. Lots of talent.
Great to see.
But you got Jane Shallikins. She's just come back from injury, and she's just the way she's come back out of a moon boot and straight into racing is extremely admirable. And then, like I said, you got Ali O'Sullivan, Katie Bell, Gemma Burrows out of St Margaret's, and Isabella Hope Murray's a coach as well as a coxswain coming out of. She helps out at Rangiururu as well as helping coaching and coxing at Avon. So just a super talented group of girls here that have worked really hard there. They've got a double tandem, so you see they've got two girls sitting consecutively behind each other. We call that a tandem. When you sit people on the same side directly behind each other. So you've got a triple tandem in this one.
Yeah, I was going to ask you that. We've had a few discussions throughout the day, but, often you will see odds and evens or left, right, all the way down the boat, and then you do see the double tandems in play. Why? Based on individual physiology, based on just trying to get the balance right?
Just the fit, really. I think the triple tandem's become quite a bit of a sensation amongst eights. Like Christ College are a big proponent of it. Hamilton Boys, Ian Wright, who's now the new head coach, a New Zealander who's a head coach at Switzerland, loves a triple tandem. It's just fit a lot of the time. You might have two really strong people that you want to sit in the middle of the boat, or you want someone sitting behind someone that can follow them. So someone might set a really good rhythm for the person behind them. You want them to row similarly. But this eight here, you've got Phoebe Collier, who's an absolute weapon in stroke seat. She's got a good erg. She's really powerful. She's won the pair already today, and now she's going to come and lead this eight out.
Do you have a preference? Do the rowers have a preference in terms of the tandem versus the
the triple tandem can be a bit of a excuse my millennialism, but a little bit of a meme, so a little bit of a joke sometimes, just a little bit of fun, just to have something that's not the norm, conventional rig. But here, you're not going to do this just for a joke. This Avon crew have gone through many iterations of their seating, and this is what they've come up with. So Tim Hopkins, the women's coach there at Avon, has done a bunch of moving around of these girls, and this obviously must be their fastest combination. So I'm really looking forward to see how they stand up against these draft crews, because these draft crews are just stacked with Olympic medalists and collegiate women rowers, and just everything's going crazy. So it's going to be really interesting. Avon and Waikato with club crews going up against those three draft crews again.
Yeah, so just having a look at that Wairau composite, it's Wairau, Waikato, Aramaho, Wanganui, North Shore, Canterbury. So that is the eclectic mix in that crew. The Hauraki Plains composite, you've got Hauraki Plains, Otago University, North Shore, Auckland, Waikato, Dunstan Arms, Hawke's Bay. And of course, that will feature some of the biggest names in New Zealand sport. Emma Twigg there in the middle, so great to see the Olympic champion now applying her trade in the eights. Yeah, so how big of a shift for her from going from a single sculls to an eight? Is it something she does regularly?
This is what I was just about to say. Her introduction into the New Zealand elite team was she was actually in 5 seat of an 8.
Yep.
So when she was still under 23, she made the New Zealand women's 8 way back in the midst of time through about 2006 before she shifted to the single going towards Beijing. So she's won I'm pretty sure, don't quote me on it, but I'm pretty sure she's won the pair at Nationals before with Auckland RPC. So she's no stranger to it. She'll be an absolute weapon in that 5 seat for that kind of.
Well, just the confidence she brings. You've got an Olympic champion, 36 years of age. You're the pinnacle of your career. You can show everyone else what it's done. But more importantly, you just don't want to let her down, do you? I mean, if you're a run rower, you just don't want to let her down. Lane 5 here is the Waikato crew of Emily Gordon, Tessa White Parsons, Sophie Egnott Johnson, Sarah Wooten, Madeline Parker, Isabel Watson, Katie Lush, Brooke Pitchford, Cox, Ella Hansen.
Rowing in the Brooke Francis, our Olympic silver medalist out of the Waikato Rowing Club in Noosa. So good to see that green boat lining it up.
So we are underway in this Premier Coxed 8, this women's race, the last race of the 2024 New Zealand Rowing Champions. Good even start, great start from the Hauraki Plains composite team in lane 2. Nice start down here in the bottom by the Waikato composite crew 2 of Kerry Williams, Graham Walsh, Davina Waddy, Mackenzie Tuffin, Charlotte Spence, Annabelle Knowles, Madeline Cox, Ella Kozel and their coxswain Ashley Tarkon.
Yeah, it's just a who's who of sweep rowing in New Zealand. We've got girls that have come back from stateside. We've got the Spores sisters that have come back. We've got Ella Kossel from Washington, Tessa White Parsons in the Waikato crew. She went to Oregon State. We've had a plethora of girls come back and just ply their trade in America, come back on scholarship, and they're just lighting it up here for the Premier grade.
Yeah, well, the Emma Twigg driven 8 there is leading this race out of the Hauraki Plains composite.
And how good's that?
Otago Uni, North Shore.
Hauraki Plains. That's amazing that they've got the orange there. Stella Clayton Green is just from the Clayton Greens are just like
but you look at
rowing family.
You look at the Waikato Bay of Plenty region. You've got Hauraki Plains, you've got Cambridge, you've got Hamilton, you've got Waikato, you've got Rotorua in action. You've got the Hawke's Bay region, which is not that
Now you got
far.
Taupo coming through.
And you just think of the depth that this region produces at a world stage. Because I've said this, I think over the last 2 decades, along with Great Britain, we have been without doubt the best rowing nation in the world. And it comes from a small part of New Zealand. Clearly a lot of depth coming out of the South Island as well. But it is this Hawke's Bay composite crew. Have a narrow lead over the Wairewa composite in lane 1 and also lane 3, the Avon crew. A lot of people will be cheering on the Avon crew because they all come out of the one club. However, they do have the advantage of continuity, time together on the water, and maybe that balances out perhaps having this sort of dream team across these other 2 boats.
Yeah, and we say dream team, but this crew from Avon, this is Shallikins, O'Sullivan, Butler, Bell, Matahaere, Derry, Burrows and Collier. Like, those girls are all going for 23 and they're aspiring to be Olympians. So, like, these girls are just as good as any of the other boats, but they just happen to be all at the same club. So, there's no shortage of thought why they're in second place, and this is what happens now. Like, they've put their foot down, they've sent the challenge, and now it's up to Avon to walk it back seat by seat.
We saw a wider shot then from the drone, and we saw the Waikato composite side down here in lane 6, and they were a little bit behind. You've said just how difficult it is to try and make your way through in an 8. So are you dead and buried at this point if you're that far back?
No, I don't think so. It is Premier 8. It is the end of a week-long racing. A lot of these girls, those Dunstan girls, have been put through the ringer in terms of senior sculling, and then you've got Stevie maybe there from Auckland and Holly Gray, I believe, in Bousey there. Like, these girls have been racing small boats all week, along with Juliet LeCue, who's the Otago University in 7 sheet. She stroked a pair this morning on stroke side. Or yesterday, sorry, and now she's rowing on bow side and 7 seat of a put together 8. Stella Clayton Green from a nice long rowing heritage with a Campbell Clayton Green as well, and Twig. Like, this is an unreal effort from them after a long, hot week of racing.
So through the 1,000 metre mark, and it is the Hauraki Plains composite. They're currently sitting in lane 4, the Avon crew in second. Really good battle for third, because across the far side in lane 1, it's the Wairewa composite, but now beginning to just make their move is this Waikato composite crew down here in lane 6. So they are now starting to increase their stroke rating. We get through now to that strategic 500 metres. It is well and truly game on. This is where the Cocks really start to show their experience, start to show their expertise, and really start to have an influence on this race.
This Avon crew has to start walking back now, because there's no shot that you're going to let Emma Twig and Alana Sherman and Juliet and all these girls that are in that Hauraki Plains, and Stella in that Hauraki Plains composite crew. That's so hard. So they're going to have to start walking back now if they want to take it.
I want to ask you, for Emma Twig, 6th there in a single scull, suddenly got to get themselves into an 8. Different setup in terms of the way the blades, in terms of the way you row. How much of an adjustment for Emma?
Emma's, it's Emma Twig. Four Olympics. Yep. She's done this before. She rowed at RPC. She's jumped in 8s all the nationals. This is not a cakewalk, but this is very normal. She's just an absolute competitor. She'll get in. She'll talk. You can see the hang she's producing. She's right in time. Like, she is one of the best oarswomen of the modern era, so she can do it all. So it's not like it's a big challenge for her. She's just going to have to be chatting away.
And I would imagine too, they learn a lot, don't they, from going from one boat to the next. It might just be little bits of information that you do pick up. You're not sure whether it's relevant. And then sometimes, just drawing on those different experiences. They talked about that with Team New Zealand, the America's Cup, when we first won that. In fact, you get a whole lot of different sailors from different boat classes all coming together, sharing that knowledge as we do come now down to the 1,500 metre mark. So 2,000 metres, 1,500 metres of hope, 500 metres of truth, and it is still this Hauraki Plains composite team who have half a boat length lead over what is developing into a very good race for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. The Waikato crew down the bottom starting to get some real momentum, starting to lift. They are on the charge, folks.
The Wahine Toa, Kerry Williams, Ni Gala, stroke seat of the women's pair at the last Olympics, who won gold. She strokes this boat with Grain Walsh, Davina Waddy, who's also in the women's 4, Mackenzie Tuffin, small but mighty from Star, Charlotte Spence from Auckland, former New Zealand row, Annabelle Knowles, former junior rower, and Madeline Cox is an absolute goat as well. So from Hamilton Girls, she won the Adrian Quad, and look at the now, it's closing up. This is last 250. Has Avon got a big enough gear change to haul in Stella Clayton Green's 8?
Well, here we go. So 250 metres left to race, folks.
Moving.
And it is game on. Look at the Avon crew just starting to get that bow nice and high out of the water, starting to creep up on this Hauraki Plains composite. Do not keep the Waikato crew out of this as well. They are starting to tie up. You can see the form go on some of the rowers. Avon have the lift. Settle back, folks. We're about to see another classic finish. Alex Kennedy, I'm going to throw this bad boy over to you.
It's another North Shore boat there leading the way ahead of Avon. So it's Avon and a North Shore boat once again, just like the men, but a different sort of style. style. We've got inside lane as well with the wide-o composite. It's going to be flat out. She's got half a canvas left, leading over the Avon crew. It's Hauraki Plains composite from the draft. It's lane on the inside, right on lane 2, sneaking home, but it's up front, lanes X3 and X4. Can they hold on? Emma Twigg, Stella Creighton Green, Alana Sherman leading the way. They're going to hold on. They're going to run out. It's going to be a draft crew. Emma Twigg gets another red coat and a women's 8. Congratulations. What an effort from Avon as well to stick so close to a number of Olympic champions. International oarswoman, that's a fantastic effort.
I think if you're the Olympic selectors, you look at that silver medal in Tokyo, you've got to be pretty happy with what you're seeing in regards to the depth of women's 8s in this country, whether it be in Paris, whether it be in 4 years from now and part of a rebuilding phase. But Emma Twigg was looking around. She was really aware of what was going on. She was asking more along with the coxswains, and that is a very good performance from that Hauraki Plains composite crew. Avon, well, congratulations to them. Just such wonderful depth in women's rowing. Very much the pride of Canterbury, the pride of Christchurch, along with the Christchurch Rowing Club.
Oh, the fight from the red and whites in both of those 8s is unreal. This is some young crews going against some of the best oarswomen in the world, and they're just holding their own and grinding and making them really work for it. So stellar work, but the winning crew, Hauraki Plains composite, picked by Stella Creighton Green, Emma Twigg, Elsie Talbot from Dunstan. That's an unreal effort from the ex-Craighead girl. Bridget Sutton from Columba and Dunstan Rowing Club. Alana Sherman, she was former North Shore. She's come back at Waikato. Stevie Maybe from Auckland Rowing Club. Holly Gray, the former senior single scull silver medalist from last year. Julia Armlecu, the former French representative in there as well from the Otago University. And Stella Creighton Green. Jacob Avery, wonderful coxswain listed here for the coaches. Brooke Francis. So that's the Olympic silver medalist coaching the crew there. Simply amazing. Just great racing. This is what that draft crew brings. Like that's two really competitive draft 8s winning against club crews, but just really competitive racing all around from pillar to post.
Yeah, just going back and having a look at the replay here, final strokes. And I tell you what, that'll keep them all motivated, won't it? But that's the reason why you do train hard. You've got to have rivalries. You can't have Pete Sampras without Andre Agassi. And you can just see the delight on that composite team. So congratulations once again to the likes of Emma Twigg and Elsie Talbot, Bridget Sutton, Alana Sherman, Stevie Maybe, Holly Gray, Juliet Elm Lecu. Did I get that right? Stella Creighton Green, Jacob Avery, and of course their coach, Brooke Francis. Well done to them. So that brings to an end the 2024 New Zealand Rowing Championships. It's been a remarkable week, fantastic weather. Of course, these championships have been going since 1888. The only breaks were for both world wars. Next year, of course, they moved to Ruataniwha, but still plenty of rowing to come. Olympic trials coming up. We've got North Shore, South Island Championships, the the North Island Secondary School Championships, and of course the famous Māori Cup, the 76th edition. So just confirming the results there. You can have a look at it. Not much in it, folks. Literally 5/10ths of a second. Hauraki Plains, Avon Rowing Club, White Owl pick up the bronze, and 2 very good performances from the Waikato crews.
Yeah, an absolute pleasure. Make sure you mix in some waters, ka kite anō, and I'm away.
Thank you to Alex. Thank you to all of our expert comments, to our production team. And special thanks again to Milford, the supporters, the sponsors of Rowing New Zealand. I hope you have been inspired by what you've seen in the sports, and a wonderful place. It's a big year for New Zealand rowing. Will it be as big as Tokyo? Is it a rebuilding phase? Well, we will find out. But great to see those athletes over the last 20 years inspiring the next generation. On behalf of myself and the production team, it's been an absolute privilege and a pleasure, and we look forward to having you accompany again in a couple of weeks when we bring you the North Island Secondary Schools Championships, the South Island Championships, and of course the famous Māori Regatta.
At Milford, we understand it takes dedication, teamwork, and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results. We are proud to say our Milford KiwiSaver Plan conservative, balanced, and active growth funds have all been the #1 performers in their respective KiwiSaver fund categories over the last 10 years, according to Morningstar's latest independent survey. And now, we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow in their pursuits of outstanding results. Find out more at milfordasset.com. Milford, invested in you.
Should have my right. Okay.
Right, we might need you just to shuffle a wee bit. All right. This is the Men's Premier Cock State. We apologise for the delay, but it's quite a military operation back here to make this happen. This event is sponsored by Grassroots Trust, which is a local trust dedicated to helping especially young people in sport, and we thank them. And speaking of trusts and foundations, we have Sean Colgan from the Colgan Foundation to present our medals. Sean is a long-time supporter of our rowing, and we are so grateful, Sean, and it's just wonderful to have you here all the time. So thank you very, very much. We begin now with the winners of... Yeah, I agree. Thank you, Sean. We begin with the winners of the bronze medal for the Men's Premier 8. Quite the mouthful, but congratulations to this composite crew: Auckland North Shore Cure Boating Club, Star Boating Club, Avon Petone. Well done, Philip Wilson, Ben Taylor, Ari Magasiva, Alex Logan, Alex Fletcher, Tag Farrick, Callum Booth, Daniel Williamson, and coxswain Annabelle Scott. The time for this crew was 5:59.32. So well done to our bronze medal winners: Auckland North Shore Cure Boating Club, Star Boating Club, Avon Petone. You don't need to run, Sean, we got plenty of time. The winners of the silver medal, a little bit simpler this time, Avon Rowing Club. Okay, go for it, Sean, and this crew. We have Sam Wilson, Fred Vavasaur, Oliver Welch, Cody Johnson, Josh Syme, Matthew Glenn, Sam Woodgate, and Fergus Johnston. They're coxed by Annabelle Wynne Williams. They're coached by Tony O'Connor and Logan Keys. Their time 5:55.87. Sean likes to chat to each of them. Just told Fergus his dog's named Fergus, and that's good. And one for Annabelle. Well done, Avon Rowing Club. One for Nathan, Logan, one for Logan. Okay. And now, the 2024 New Zealand Rowing Championships Men's Premier Coxed 8 champions. North Shore Avon, Cure Boating Club, Blenheim, Dunstan Arm and Auckland Grammar. Please step forward, Thomas Russell. Charlie Poulter. Jack Pearson. Tom Murray. William McIntosh. George Johnson. Oscar Clatworthy. Matt McDonald. And Coxswain Samuel Fisher. All right, Sean, we'll ask you just to whip those winners' T-shirts through for us because we have something very special to do in a moment. Oh, good idea. Thank you, Sean. All right. Before we end this medal presentation, something very, very special. As you know, when you win your first Premier event, you get a red coat. It is an absolute honour to have a red coat. You only get one, and you can wear it with pride. Thank you, Sean. Stay here with me. So I'm going to ask these people to step forward, please. Charlie Poulter. And I'm going to ask Charlie's mum, Jo, to come forward, please, to present his red coat. Oh, it's not Charlie's mum, it's a surrogate mum. Surrogate mum. Could I ask Jack Pearson to step forward and Mum Jane to come up? Well done. William McIntosh, presented by his mum and dad, Megan and Alistair. You've got to agree it's great to see the parents up here because so much goes in behind the scenes to making this happen. Well done. Oscar Clatworthy, presented by Mum and Dad Jo and Blair. It is like a clothing store. It's a very important clothing store. George Johnson. George will be presented by big brother Alex Kennedy. Big being the operative word. Great work, Cure. Oh. And finally, Samuel Fisher, presented by his parents Diane and Michael. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So well done, Samuel. Congratulations to our new red coats. Please wear them with pride. They are really, really important. So I'm not going to read them all out again, but congratulations to our bronze medal winners, our silver medal winners, and a big round of applause, please, for our champions. little bit exciting for a minute there, and I've forgotten the trophies, and I don't even know what they're called. What's that one called, Sean?
It's got a rooster on it. Russ Roosters, Champion 8.
Ah, Russ Rooster for the Champion 8. Let's hand that over first.
Who's the bellman? Charlie, well done.
And we have, what's that one, Sean? What's this one called? What's it called, Sean? Sun Cup, thank you. Sun Cup. And one more. This is the... Thank you. Alan Boycott Memorial Trophy, is that right? Well done. So congratulations to this fabulous crew. Thank you, Sean. Please stay with us. We have 2 more medal presentation ceremonies and then our top awards. the medals now for the women's senior single sculls. This was rowed earlier, but some of these girls had to go and row in another race, so that's why we have kept it till now. Once again, the sponsor of this race is Milford, and Milford has really come on board with our rowing. They've seriously helped us out with our live streaming. We've had a number of Milford staff here with us over the last few days, and they are a great asset to our rowing, and we're very grateful. We have Sarah Mitchell, who's Chief Marketing Officer for Milford. Thank you, Sarah. Come on up. I hope you've enjoyed your time here with us, and we look forward to having you back again. The winner of the bronze medal for the women's senior single sculls from Star Boating Club, Mackenzie Tuffin. And we have coaches Ella Putney and Brooke Walker. I feel I need to mention that Mackenzie's mum is in charge of everything that happens down here. She's just sitting here being very quiet and excited. But Erica, thank you, because this medal ceremony doesn't happen without a lot of work. So a medal for you as well. Please thank Erica. Okay, across you come, Sarah. I'll ask you now to give the silver medal from West End Rowing Club, Holly Chafe. I haven't got you written down. And Xavier Simpkins is the coach. The time was 8:31.15. And now the 2024 New Zealand Rowing Champs Women's Senior Singles Champion, Waikato Rowing Club, Sophie Ignott-Johnson. Sophie's coached by Anna DeLong and Steve Wills, and we have Steve here to collect his medal. The time 8:22.86. A winner's t-shirt there for Sophie. So well done, Mackenzie Tuffin, Holly Chafe, and our champion, Sophie Ignott-Johnson. And of course, a big thank you to our fabulous sponsor, Milford, and Sarah Mitchell, Chief Marketing Officer, for presenting our medals. Thank you, Sarah. Well done, girls and coaches. Okay, we have one event to present medals for, and then we will present our awards for the winning clubs, associations, etc.
I feel better. Yeah, I can imagine. I mean, I'm real happy. Alex Logan medal in Prem A. What do you get?
That's nuts, bro. Fucking red coat at 17.
Pay my life.
Two of them in that crew are 17.
That's crazy.
But she's getting special mention. She's a school kid.
Steve. Is she going to get a special mention? Sam Bishop would get a special mention.
Yeah, he did.
Did he?
No, I mean by the commentator. Kirsty was going on about Sam and all about Steve. That was Kirsty.
It makes me feel so bad.
It's like the peak of my season, and I got like what, 6th in the 8th final.
Jesus.
She just entered it for fun and went and won a bloody fucking red coat.
I'm annoyed to sound this.
We didn't actually vote about it.
Yeah, I know. But he'll still vote. You go to school with froth.
Eggs will froth more because they're fucking head girl one.
It's true. Sounds prefect though. Like grammar will froth. They'll be like, oh, road with. They'll say rower, like not cox. I wish I was seeing you now.
I'd be so pissed if I was Avon girls.
Oh yeah, fair. I'm so annoyed at them for not winning it. I wish they would have just won it. They could have just got the silver in both races. That would make my whole year.
This event was actually rowed on Thursday. This is the women's under 22 pair. And we are now presenting the medals. And we've got Vera from Laszlo Boats. And Laszlo Boats are big sponsors of ours. And Vera is often too busy doing other things on course to present. So thank you, Vera, for presenting these. The winners of the silver medal for the women's under 22 pair, Isabella Lydis Watson and Madeline Parker. Did I get that right? Can't read my own writing. Coached by Steve Wills. Madeline, did I get that right? Oh, good. Thank you. And one for Steve. Well done. And the winners now of the silver medal from Avon Rowing Club, Phoebe Collier and Gemma Burrows. They're coached by Tim Hopkins, Leo Barracliff and Logan Keys. Well done. And now the under 22 pair champions for 2024, also from Avon Rowing Club, Charlotte Darry and Jane Shallikins. Also coached by Tim Hopkins, Leon Barracliff and Logan Keys. Logan here to accept the coach's medal. Our thanks once again to Vera from Laszlo Boats for presenting the medals. We have winners' t-shirts too there, Vera. So well done to Isabella Lydis Watson, Madeline Parker, Phoebe Collier and Gemma Burrows, and our champion Charlotte Darry and Jane Shallikins.
Can't give up now. Hopefully she's not too cool to talk to me now.
Do you reckon her ego's gonna...
right, we're almost there. Okay, this is the Women's Premier 8. This event is sponsored by Grassroots Trust, but to present our medals, we have Derek and Judy Jones from the Jones Family Charitable Trust. They have supported our sport for the past 17 years, and their support for our 8s program culminated in the magnificent successes that we had in Tokyo. Derek and Judy are well and truly linked to rowing and Rowing New Zealand, and we thank you, as we always do, for everything that you do for us. We are very grateful. Please thank Derek and Judy Jones. We begin with the winners now of the bronze medal for the Women's Premier 8, a compilation of Wairau, Waikato, Aramaho, Wanganui, North Shore and Canterbury. Huge congratulations to Erin Ticklepenny, Phoebe Spores, Jenna Lee Markgraf, Ella Henry, Fenella Hemi, Jackie Gowler, Amelia Burrell and Kirsten Goodger. They are coxed by Bradley Kingma, and they rode this race in a time of 6:40.63. Our thanks once again to the girls from Sacred Heart in Hamilton who've been our medal bearers today, and our runners and our music and all of that, and they've done an amazing job. Thank you, girls. I know it's hot. Well done to our bronze medal winners. The winners of the silver medal, Avon Rowing Club. Great crowd support. Very good, Avon, we like it. In this crew, Jane Shallikins, Alia O'Sullivan, Manaya Butler, Katie Bell, Hanamata Haile, Charlotte Darry, Gemma Burrows, Phoebe Collier, coxswain Isabella Hope Murray, and coaches Tim Hopkins and Leon Barrowcliffe. Their time 6:38.97. Thank you for your support. It's really good to have lots of people down here to congratulate these crews, because so much work has gone in and a lot of travel in this case. So big round of applause, please, for our silver medal winners, Avon Rowing Club. And now the 2024 New Zealand Rowing Championships Women's Premier 8 champions. Hauraki Plains, Otago Uni, North Shore, Auckland, Waikato, Dunstan Arm and Hawke's Bay. We will do this rower by rower. Please step forward. Emma Twigg. Elsie Talbot. Bridget Sutton. Alana Sherman. Stevie Maybe. Holly Gray. Juliet Alm Leclerc. Stella Clayton Green. Coxswain Jacob Avery. And they are coached by Brooke Francis. Their time 6:38.37. I'm now going to ask Judy and Derek, please, to present our winning crew with the Horowhenua Rose Bowl. Congratulations to our gold medal winners. All right, as we did in the last presentation, we do have some red coats to award for first premier wins. Could I ask Jacob Avery to step forward, please? Jacob, and I'm going to ask Emma to present Jacob with his red coat. Well done, Jacob. He tells me he's really hot up here. Congratulations, Jacob. Wear it with pride. I'll now ask Elsie Talbot to step forward and her parents Mark and Jess to come forward, please. Next up, we have Bridget Sutton, who will be presented by her mum, Saskia. No, not her mum. This is not her mum. Plainly, this is Saskia Avon-Roa. Well done, congratulations. Stevie, maybe, I'm hoping, will be presented by Father Scott. Am I right? Indeed. Step forward, Stevie. We're very grateful for all the parental support that these rowers have. Well done. Next up, we have Holly Gray to be presented by Mum Joanne. All right, next up, we have Juliet Armliqueur to be presented by her parents, Hannah and Mania. But not her parents. Look, I just read the words. Plainly, this is not. By her great friends, Hannah and Mania. All right, I live in hope that Stella Clayton Green, as she steps forward, will be presented by her dad, Shirley. Thank you. I've got Goose written here, and that's a bit inappropriate. Well done, Stella. Fabulous. Thank you, Campbell. So congratulations to our newest red coats. It's a very special day for them. Well done to our bronze medal winners, our silver medalists, and our champions, our gold medal winners. Please congratulate them again. All right, stay with us if you can. We have our major awards to present for clubs and associations. And we have one more medal presentation ceremony. I might ask Derek and Judy if they're still around. Oh, do you want to do one more? Good. All right, in just a moment, we're going to present the awards for the under 22 men's pair. This is another race that was rowed earlier, and we are presenting the medals now for the under 22 pair. The winners of the bronze medal from Avon Rowing Club, Luke Hickling and Matthew Glenn. And our thanks once again to Derek and Judy Jones from the Jones Family Charitable Trust for presenting, doing a little extra duty here today. And now the winners of the silver medal from Waikato, Josh Vodanovich and Finn Hamill. Well done. And the 2024 New Zealand Rowing Championships men's pair champions from Avon Rowing Club, Oliver Welch and Fred Vavasaur. Who's going to do it? You can do it, Judy. All right. I'm going to ask Oliver Welch to step forward, please. And Fred Vavasaur. It says Fred Vavasaur the second. So congratulations. Thank you, Derek and Judy, for doing that. And well done to our bronze medal winners from Avon, Luke Hickling and Matthew Glenn, our silver medal winners Josh Vodanovich and Finn Hamill, and our champions from Avon, Oliver Welch and Fred Vavasaur. All right, stand by. We are going to present the awards for the top clubs and associations. I'm hoping the trophies will just appear. All right, we are about to present the awards for the top clubs and the associations, and I'm hoping that this will just happen. Little bit of discussion going on here. We have David Mates, who's the CEO for Rowing New Zealand, who is going to present these awards. I'm just going to ask everyone behind there to just be quiet for a minute. People are being thrown in the water. We'll let them. All right. We'll begin with the Centennial Oar. In third place for the Centennial Oar, and it's been an absolute pleasure to watch this club collect so many medals. In third place, we have Dunstan Arm Rowing Club. In second place, Avon Rowing Club. And the winners of the Centennial Oar for 2024, Waikato Rowing Club. Congratulations, Waikato. Well done. Our second presentation is the Centennial Scull for the top sculling club. In a minute. You stay there. In third place, again, another club that's had a wonderful regatta, Clifton Rowing Club. In second place, Dunstan Arm Rowing Club. and our champion sculling club, Waikato Rowing Club. At least they don't have to take them on a plane. All right, one more. And we have one more. Just a little one for you to carry this time, David. This is the Halliburton Rose Bowl for top association at this regatta. In third place, Auckland. In second place, Canterbury. And our winning association, Waikato. Fantastic. It has been a great regatta for Waikato. And as hosts, it's lovely for them to claim these. Well done. As we close, I want to say a big thank you to all of our volunteers who've kept things going over the past few days. Lots and lots of people behind the scenes, a very long list. And thank you to all the parents who've been here. Thank you so much for your support. You're wonderful. To everyone coming to the North Island Secondary Schools, we look forward to seeing you. Have a safe trip home, everyone.